The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello legends, welcome back to another day here for HCS Pro Series. We're into week number 3 now, and that means that we're starting to get towards the pointy end of these Pro Series. We've had 2 wonderful top 8s so far. I'm excited for us to jump into number 3 here to see if any more of these storylines are going to continue to develop here through ANZ. We've had such a tight race for those top 4 slots, and I think this week is going to be no different here. I've got 2 lovely lads who are going to be joining me for all the HCX action today. I've got Bluey as well as Hoggy by my side. Bluey, we're going to start with you, mate. We've had a week off here between the Pro Series. How are you feeling today coming into Pro Series number 3?
Yeah, good. You say we've had a week off, but I fortunately had the opportunity to, over the weekend, sit through a lot of the open games in which, people were progressing their way through the bracket. So my weekend was actually quite busy viewing all those teams, and now really looking forward to how we're going to get into today's matches, because after seeing how those teams played on Sunday, man, oh man, I think we got some good ones on our hands.
Yeah, I'm excited for us because every single week of these Pro Series has been absolute bangers, and I'm excited to see what new blood can kind of come into these Pro Series and see if we can start to shake up this top 4. What about you, Hoggy, man? How's your week been?
Yeah, same for me. I got to watch some of the games, and I feel like we've got some spicy teams coming in because we've got Cat Fans and we've got BBR coming back into the fray. So maybe they can spice things up, get themselves into the top 4 this week.
Exactly. It's going to be exciting to see whether or not this top 4 is going to change up from week to week, or whether or not we're going to have the same old here in ANZ. But speaking of last week, lads, let's jump into the bracket and have a look to see how it all ended up. For those of you at home who weren't able to join us here for Pro Series number 2, it was a wild week. You guys might have to go back to the forward and have a look at it. But Bluey, just having a look at these matches throughout this Pro Series, I think the best thing for us going deeper and deeper into more of these Pro Series weeks is the fact that it feels like a lot of these teams are really starting to get tighter. We've seen teams like Immunity come back into the fold here for Halo Infinite. Teams like the Direwolves starting to shake off a bit of the rust here in 2022. And teams like 1620 Kings and even Fraggers start to pop their heads up here into this top 8. And I think this double elimination bracket from week number 2 was an absolute showcase for ANZ.
Yeah, jumping back to week 2, we had the huge surprise of finally being able to see Team Immunity come and grace us with their presence, and they really did fantastically. You might look at that semi-finals result of Chiefs taking them 2 maps overall, but that being said, we did have a post-day interview with Barcode at the end, and he told everyone, watching and us ourselves as casters to really keep an eye on Team Immunity because they are heavy hitters coming into this competition.
Exactly. I'm excited to see what extra Halo Infinite practice can do for that Team Immunity squad. But looking at this elimination bracket, this is where a lot of these storylines continued on for us. We're looking at teams like the Fraggers, like BBR here, Hoggy, and hoping those guys would start to make the crack into the top 4. But unfortunately, they fell by the wayside as Team Immunity and the Direwolves were actually able to crack into the top 4 for this week.
Yeah, I just want to point out that out of all the 8 teams we had last week, there's only one team different, and that's Mindfreak. Mindfreak's the only team that didn't make it back in. And on top of that, we saw Direwolves finally resurge, put themselves back into the top 4. Immunity shows up and takes them down, so Immunity's looking good, but Direwolves finally getting back to form that we saw in 2021.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the Direwolves can do once again here in 2022. But lads, let's start to highlight Immunity a little bit more here. It was a team, obviously, they've just got such a great history together in Halo itself, and now coming into Halo Infinite, seeing these guys perform once again was a sight to behold here, Bluey. The fact that even every single time we talk to these guys, they're like, yeah, we haven't had that much practice here in Halo Infinite. And you can see that sometimes when they're going up against these top tier teams that some of that intricate, knowledge of Halo Infinite is kind of biting them. But the fact they're able to get a top 3 in their first appearance here in Halo Infinite just goes to show the caliber of players that we've got here on Immunity.
It was so cool to finally see Immunity up on main stage last week. I couldn't stop harping on it when we were bringing them up, but these were players that when I was in high school getting into Halo 3 competitively, like I used to look up to myself. So to see them in a completely new game, well over, like a decade down the track from where they were, and seeing them just as strong as they were back then, maybe having a little bit of rust off, but you can definitely tell that with time, that rust will disappear and they're just going to become, superstar players, as if they're not already, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, looking forward for the rest of Halo Infinite here, Hoggy, the fact that these guys get more game time underneath their belts and more competitive game time underneath their belts just means they're going to be much more of competition heading forward here for 2022.
No, definitely, because we saw on some maps that they were really strong, and on other maps they struggled. They just, even though they're not that practiced, they naturally gravitate towards some game modes and some maps, and I think Streets was probably one of the maps that they showed how good they can be, especially on the Slayer variant of the map. So the fact that they sort of gravitated towards some maps and over others kind of shows that they don't need that much practice because they already know what they're doing, that they're seasoned players.
Exactly, and the fact that they're able to push Divine Mind all the way that deep there was a good showing from Immunity, and I'm excited to see what else they can do here in Halo Infinite. But lads, we talked about the Direwolves shaking off a bit of rust here, talking about the fact that, you know, coming from 2021, these guys were finishing top 2. These guys were the second best team in ANZ. Unfortunately, they weren't able to spread their wings at Raleigh, but now coming into 2022, they started a little bit slow with our first Pro Series, but now they're back on the wagon here, Bluey, and they're starting to show us why they were top 2 in ANZ.
Yep, Direwolves, you know, our resident big boys from the NZ region representing, you know, them through and through. We did mention a little bit before, they did have a little bit of a lull, but it's really good to see them sort of feeling themselves back in form. They're going to be taking off some really heavy hitter teams today, so hopefully they're going to be able to keep that momentum going forward that they held over the weekend in their bracket run. You know, hopefully the pressure of main stage doesn't crack them down at all.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, the most long-standing, you know, roster that we've had here in ANZ for Halo Infinite is a pretty big, you know, statement to make here for the Direwolves, Hoggy, and the fact that they've been able to stay together through all these tournaments and consistently be able to improve and place high in ANZ just goes to show that staying together and consistency is very important here in competitive Halo.
Yeah, well, they've stayed together. They've been, you could say, a little inconsistent, but at the end of the day, they're showing improvement overall, and I'm sure it was more the rust of the holiday season and not really playing too much that sort of brought them into 22 a bit lackluster, but they showed up again last week, and I'm sure they'll show up again today. So hopefully we'll be able to see how they go.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what they can do after, you know, a little bit of, you know, as we said, de-rusting coming in from the boys of Direwolves. Obviously, there was a few illnesses that they were popping off in Pro Series number 1, and they certainly did shake it off going into Pro Series number 2. And I mean, running into Immunity is never any mean feat, and the fact that they're able to put up a good score against those guys is amazing. And I think just being able to see what Direwolves can do across the rest of 2022 is super exciting for us, because I just want to see these guys be able to flourish and fly their flag for New Zealand as well, and be able to get everybody from across the ditch to be able to be as excited about ANZ as we are. But lads, we talked about these teams that come in with a bit of a crash. There's another team that we haven't really touched on across Pro Series. It's been 1620 Kings. They've been consistent across all of these Pro Series to be able to get into these top 8s. Haven't been able to make the big results just yet, Bluey, but they've been able to consistently go through that open bracket, consistently get into Pro Series, albeit they might not be able to get into the top 4 just yet, but the fact that they every single week are coming back just goes to show that these guys are here to party.
Yeah, I actually had the opportunity over the weekend during that Open Series run to view a lot of the 1620 Kings games, and it really clicked. You know, as you said, we haven't really had an opportunity to view them on main stage, but yeah, over that weekend, watching their open games, watching how well they communicated as a 4, and even just like the players individually, how strong they were and their capabilities, just knowing fundamental Halo really clicked for me in my head, you know, as a caster, as an observer, and being like, okay, this is why these guys are consistent as they are coming into this game.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing for us to touch on, right, Hoggy, is the fact that they're consistently getting into these top 8s. They're having to go through all these open teams. Yeah, when they do go up against teams like the Chiefs and Divine Mind, they might drop a series here or there, but these guys being able to consistently be in the Pro Series is a big positive for them moving forward.
Yeah, no, very, very impressive. On top of that, their team is actually consistent as well. They've stayed with the same roster, and that is probably one of the reasons why they keep getting themselves into the top 8, and they show that staying together does create consistency. Obviously, they're not into the top 4 just yet, but the fact that they can continually get into the top 8 just showing improvement for them, and hopefully they can improve on that next week and leading forward.
Yeah, I think that's exciting for us to touch on, right, is the fact that these rosters that have stayed together has consistently been able to show us that being able to stay together and work on yourselves and moving forward into a lot of these tournaments really starts to bring those results. It feels like kind of an episode of Sesame Street that we're going on right now. The phrase of today is consistency and staying together, and seeing if these teams can get out of this roster mania so we can actually start to talk about these teams as a 4-stack going forward and not have to talk about individual players as we go into it. That's a completely different storyline for us to touch on here in HCS, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on, I'm sure. We've got another team that we want to highlight here, lads, before we get into Pro Series number 3, and it is the Cat Fans. These are the guys, they've made a bit of a name change. They were the Deathruptor fans, but now coming into Pro Series number 3, They're calling themselves the Cat Fans. They've only made one change from this top 3 finish they had in Pro Series number 1, Bluey. And these guys have been able to put up some big numbers for us. Cluzy's out. We've got a player called Ryu who's going to be coming in and filling that 4th slot. But Rice, Apollo, and Jordan, they've been consistently been able to play in these Pro Series and been able to put up some good numbers too.
Yep, absolutely. You know, I think what we can't, go without saying is Rice being the resident, absolute nutcase on the KBM. Viewing his perspective and also seeing Twitch chat whenever it's on it, it's clear that there is a love for this kind of gameplay, especially in Halo. And we mentioned it a whole bunch of times before, but there definitely is a different play style that comes into Infinite when it comes to KBM players. And, Rice is one of the more consistent players that we've been able to see on main stage, sporting the keyboard and mouse. And it goes without saying that, yeah, he's definitely like the star player, I think, when it comes to this particular input right now in the ANZ region.
Yeah, and I think he really kind of just puts it on showcase, the fact that he's able to put up some big numbers as well. We've looked across a lot of these series where they're playing against teams like the Chiefs and Malicious and, BBR and all these kind of lads. He's still able to put up numbers here, Hoggy, and I think, moving forward, having these consistent players like Jordan as well as Apollo behind him on those controllers really allows Rice to kind of open up on the KBM and try and abuse some of the movement mechanics.
Yeah, on top of that, he's also been at the top before in previous games. He's been a pro player in other games, and I think that shows coming into Halo. He doesn't have the knowledge or necessarily how to play, but he's got good players around him and they've stuck together and worked together, and I think together they're developing really nicely, and Rice is obviously developing nicely as a player himself, even though he hasn't played too much Halo.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what the rest of these players can do across, 2022. We're only in the infancy of 2022, lads. We're still only in January. We've still got all these months of competitions. We've got the Super to look forward to. We've got, our Melbourne Land we've got in September as well. We've got so much Halo to look forward to. And the fact that we've got these storylines for a lot of these players so far really kind of warms my heart here for ANZ. And I'm just excited for us to get onto those international stage and kick some ass one more time. But lads, let's start talking about the Pro Series here. Let's jump into the format. Let's talk about how this Pro Series does go down. For everybody at home, if you missed the first 2 weeks of Pro Series, shame on you for not being a part of ANZ Halo, but this is a little bit of a recap. This is how it goes down. Top 4 teams from the previous Pro Series, so Pro Series number 2, get chucked right into Pro Series number 3. Then we're going to have to fill the rest of this 8-team double elimination bracket with 4 teams from the open qualifiers. What Blue and Hoggy were talking about later, we had these teams fighting through an open qualifier to try and make sure they get into these Pro Series. And then the top 4 from today, lads, is going to go into Pro Series number 4 next week. And that's where it's all about consistently being able to make it into these top 4s so you have those competitive matches under your belt. And that's what Pro Series is all about. Giving these guys a whole lot of competition, giving these guys week after week a double elimination bracket to play through, and it's all about making sure you get that extra practice against the top teams. Because Bluey, when we're talking about this stuff, yes, the HCS points are important, but for teams like the Chiefs, being able to consistently play week after week against these top teams and be kind of pushed to their limits in a competitive setting is always good for the top and even the lower teams that get to play against them as well.
Yeah, you mentioned it before, and I think you brought it up again, but definitely the word of today is consistency, and that's what these competitions are all about. You want to be a team who's putting your best foot forward every week and coming into these competitions, playing as hard as you can in order to secure some of those points because you want those consistent seedings. So we're definitely seeing a certain group of teams, of certain players here who are doing that very well. You can see, you look at their ladder progression and how many points they're building up individually under their belts, but you want to develop that as a 4 because that's what is going to give you the advantage in the ladder overall. Yeah,
exactly, and that's what we're all starting to build towards, right? Making sure we can accrue those HCS points so we can start getting towards the Super, start getting towards those international lands, and really start to put our stamp on Halo Infinite. But lads, let's start talking about the bracket for today. We talked about 8 teams. We talked about a double elimination bracket. Let's go and have a look at it, Hoggy. For today, we've got a little bit of a caveat to start out today. Unfortunately, Immunity aren't going to be able to join us here for Pro Series number 3, so that means that the Chiefs, they're going to get themselves a default win to start out here, and any team that runs into them in that lower bracket will also get a default win. So we don't get to see Immunity, but we do get to see the rest of these teams start to go hand in hand. 16-20 Kings, once again, starting out with a bit of a rough series, but if they're able to put up some good maps, maybe they can make an elimination bracket run. The fact that we've got Direwolves going up against Fraggers is going to be a good test for both those teams to start out here, Hoggy.
Yeah, no, definitely. And on top of that, you got BBR versus Cat Fans, who I think is probably the toughest matchup in this round 1. The fact that BBR have to take on Cat Fans, who you could almost say is a little bit of an unknown, but at the same time, there are also 3 members of Death Drop Fans that got 3rd in the first Pro Series, so they show that they can do well. So the fact that they're coming back in here with at least 3 of them, it shows that they're consistently good when they play together to be able to get back to this point, even coming from the open bracket. So maybe you could say it's an easy matchup for BBR, but I don't think so. It'll be a tough matchup for round 1.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big thing for us to touch on, right, is a lot of these series feel like they're, once we start looking at, those 5th, 6th, 4th kind of seeding slots, when we start to look around at these teams, these series start to get really competitive when we're looking at the Pro Series, and it's all about how these teams perform on the day to try and get towards the top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys can secure yourselves an own top 4 by being able to get yourself an ANZ bundle in-game key. You can represent Croc Gang in-game by buying the ANZ bundle. You get yourself a sniper skin, you get yourself a nameplate as well. You can also be able to get yourselves and represent every other region as well. We've got EU, North America, and Latin America as well that you guys can get. But we all know Croc Gang is where it's at. Who wants to be, a cougar or a bull or a wolf? You guys want to be a crocodile. Those skins can kill absolutely everything, and I'm sure in-game you can kill absolutely anything with those sniper skins as well. So lads, we had a little bit of a shield. Now it's time for us to talk about HCS Pro Series number 3. Let's jump into our first series. It is going to be BBR taking on the Cat Fans. And I think for us to start here, Hoggy, as you said, Cat Fans, there might be a little bit of an unknown, but for us, BBR, this is a team being able to come back in a Pro Series number 2. They're still a consistent force for us.
Yeah, and they've also had a couple team changes. Brattles and Ads are still there. Jackal is coming in. Benji's also coming in. And it's so good to see Jackal finally come back into the fray. He said that maybe he couldn't compete and that he doesn't want to compete, but the fact that he's able to come back in and he's able to put the time into the game and get himself onto a BBR team that can really press for this top 4, I think, really helps for the side of BBR themselves, right? Brattles and Ads. Evil's turned out that he can't commit as much time as he wants, so it means that this could be the BBR team that we see going forward, and Jackal could be a massive jump in how well they perform, especially today.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Moving forward, this looks like it could be the consistent 4 for BBR, and we talked about it at the top of the show. We're going to talk about it for the entirety of the show, ladies and gentlemen, so buckle yourselves in. Being able to stay together as a 4 is super important for these teams that are starting to nip at the heels of that top 3, right? Like, we want to see these teams start to develop together, start to build an identity, and really start to improve going forward. And I'm excited to see what this BBR squad can do today and see whether or not they can do some big damage in the server. But on the other side of things, Blue, we've got the Cat Fans coming into this one. I'm excited to see what this new kind of roster change with Ryu being able to replace Cluzy, who got an overkill on stream, so he's got pretty big shoes to fill here, but these Cat Fan roster being able to stick with the same 3 to 4, I'm excited to see what they can do here today.
I would definitely say that Cat Fans right this week are probably like a bit of a wild card team coming into this. They're the team that I'm looking up to really shake up today's bracket, to come in and sort of change the dynamic of the way that we have already seen that the bracket functions. Because they're so strong already individually. They are some new blood players, but they've already shown so much potential and so much skill and composure when it comes to the game itself. Of course, talking about Cat Fans before, previously Death Raptor fans, you can't go without saying that, you have one particular player on the team that I think Twitch chat more than anyone has highlighted than even we have, but it is Rice, being their dedicated big boy keyboard and mouse player, and he is definitely the one to look out for on this team, because as soon as we switch POV to him, he's going crazy. He's doing flicks, he's hitting no-scopes that you would not be able to expect coming from a Halo game, but that is the magic that comes when being able to play on keyboard and mouse, and when you have that level of skill on KBM that Rice brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think he is certainly one of those players that I think, if he's able to consistently play in these top 8 kind of teams, that's when it really starts to hone your skills, right? We talked about the fact that we don't have all too many KBM players, but if Rice is able to consistently play in these Pro Series up against the best controller players that we've got here in ANZ, that's when he can really start to develop these skills in Halo Infinite, and maybe at, one end of the day, he really is able to, kind of roll with the best of these controller players, albeit at the end of the day, there's a few things at Twitch chat that I know you guys are going to start arguing with straight away as soon as I say it, but, some, advantages do come with controller, but some advantages come with KBM as well, so I think, maybe somewhere down in the future, we might be seeing more of these KBM players coming off the back of, somebody like Rice being able to put up some good numbers here, Hoggy.
No, definitely. The fact that a player of his caliber from previous titles and other games that he's played and he's been pro in, coming into Halo, you can tell that even though he may not have a grasp on Halo specifically, he has the pro experience and he knows how to play on a team. And I think that's really important for a game like Halo, because teamwork is probably one of the most important things. Obviously, we always talk about, this person's slaying, barcode slaying and all that. But it's also the players that you have around you and the way you can work with them to create a team that gets yourself to that top spot.
Yeah, and I think it's always consistent the fact that we've seen him and Jordan be able to stick together as buddies as well. So lads, let's have a look at the maps here for BBR versus the Cat Fans. We're going to be starting out on Live Fire Oddball. That's got a pretty special place in my heart. I think, I'm going to talk about this every single time. I'm a big Bazaar fan. I'm a big Live Fire fan. I think at this point, I'm probably just going to be a fan of every single map here, Bluey. But I do like seeing Live Fire and Oddball. I know it's one of those things where people are just like, why do you like, you're seeing these kind of maps? But hey, I'm a big fan of certain things on certain maps, and I think Live Fire has a special place in my heart.
Yeah, Live Fire is probably one of my favorite maps, especially when you're in a position like myself and you're casting or observing in a game, because there's a sniper on it, which means there's huge plays around that sniper and especially around the power-up as well. And Oddball makes it all the better because there's an objective that you have to worry about too, so teams really have to coordinate and balance between prioritizing the power-ups that are on the map and working together as a team, as a four, in order to get, of course, the most points with the Oddball as possible. So a lot of interesting plays can come out from a map and a game type like this, so very interesting to have to go into it for map 1.
Exactly, and then having a look at the rest of the maps here, Hoggy, we've got Street Slayer, and then we've got Strongholds on Recharge as well here. So the fact that I think that we've seen consistently between both these teams, you guys have stayed together with a decent amount of the core. Who are you kind of looking towards to be the more kind of objective-based team for this series here?
Yeah, well, I think BBR has shown that they are pretty strong in the objective game modes, and the fact that they've sort of made a bit of a roster change might change that. I guess we'll just have to see. But on top of that, there's a sniper in the first map, and if Rice gets his hands on it, on the KBM, we could have some interesting moments throughout that game. But I think BBR has shown that they're better at the sort of objective game modes. But I think the slaying power might come towards the Cat Fans side, as they'll be more consistent. Their teamwork will be together, and I think the fact that they'll be able to work together around the map and get the slays will probably go in their favor, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think, there's a little question mark that we've got here for the Cat Fans though, Blue. Obviously, Ryu hasn't really been a player that we've seen all too much in Halo Infinite, so we don't really know how he's really going to fit into this roster, whether or not it's going to be a direct one-to-one for what Cluzy was for the team, whether or not he's going to be a completely different role for them, and, maybe they may have switched it up. But, coming into this series, I think, kind of Hoggy hit the nail on the head with the fact that they might be a little bit of a question mark, right? We're still not 100% sure where this kind of roster lies in ANZ, because they've been able to reach the heights of 3rd place, but also at the same time, when they make a few roster changes, they might not fall all the way down into 8th. But maybe it's time for us to get some of our questions answered here, lads. Live Fire is underway, so let's jump into BBR versus Cat Fans.
Yeah, HCS ANZ Pro Series number 3, Cat Fans versus BBR. We're going to be going into Live Fire, Oddball, and Bluey. This is the perfect way to start it. It's probably the hardest matchup in the first round.
Yeah, hopefully we get some really hype moments to sort of set the tone for the rest of the evening, because I always love watching this map. I think it's probably one of the most interesting ones, as I was mentioning before. There's so much coordination that takes place between the two teams in order to actually take advantage of the full scope or the full breadth of the map and having to work around that oddball as well. But we're already seeing them take a pretty casual approach, both teams, looking for picks, looking for slays straight off the bat, and hoping to get enough of a lead in those slays to be able to pick up the ball. But it looks like Cat Fans came out on top. Yeah, with BBR going 3 down, and Reese, of course, has his hands on that snipe.
Yeah, Rice finally has himself the sniper in hand. The KBM player, they're racking up the points. He doesn't manage to get the headshot, but all 3 players of BBR move through the dummy side, and they managed to go 3 down off the bat. So the strategy not quite working out for BBR at the start. The sniper goes in the hands of Cat Fans. So this is a good start for Cat Fans. They also have the ball at tower, but 3 players of BBR are pushing through dummies again. Rice is going to go one shot. He's going to have to drop down, and he does. He gets taken down. 2 down now for the side of Cat Fans. Ryu's weak, and he'll have to back down. He's got 2 players bottom middle, and BBR are looking to grab the ball, Bluey. He will take one.
They had a really good opening control position just straight off the bat there. Ryu picking up a big double kill. They had a really good opening position, Hoggy. I'm surprised that BBR were actually able to break that too fast. It seems like Cat Fans' position, too many players just off of the side of that sort of top Rat's Nest, Rat's Bridge, and they just got caught out by BBR pushing through Brutes and then up C ramp and just immediately taking them down. It feels like it was just a matter of seconds before Cat Fans were 3 down, and as I say that, they go 3 down again, the ball now in the hands of BBR.
Yeah, Ryu was the last player alive. Braddles will take him out. Jackal's trying to stay alive with the ball, and he will run it to tower. He is one shot. He was getting shot in the back. He'll call out to his teammates. But there's a player trying to push out through dummies. Overshield is up in 19 seconds as well, but the time will start ticking over for BBR, and they're about to take the lead. So as soon as Cat Fans get a setup, BBR get a setup of their own, and the overshield's coming up. So they're going to have to make sure they get that, but 3 players of Cat Fans are pushing in.
You could say that even just based off of these first 2 early game pushes, you can tell that how even the teams seem to be. This is what we were talking about before coming into the game, and how hard of a matchup this seems to be. Very, very hard to predict which team is going to take this series convincingly, because I think, especially coming from this perspective, they're very close with one another, rating on ladder-wise, and I think both teams are composed of players that are also very, very close together in skill. So it is very tough to determine just from this point on how this game is going to sway, how the rest of the series is going to sway, because both of these teams are really just neck and neck.
Yeah, BBR have the ball. Braddles is in a fight with Ryu, and he will take him down. There's another player top mid, and that is Rice. He's going to challenge him. Rice will have to back down. Braddles is still alive for his team, and they do have the setup. Hold, there's one down for either team. The push in from dummies, there'll be a melee, and Jackal will get himself a double. 2 players down for the side of Cat Fans. Last player left, and he's bottom middle, and he's had to back away. So BBR have the setup, and they have Heatwave in hand as well.
Look how close that oddball is going. There's never been a point where a team has managed to really hold a massive blowout in terms of scoreline, right? It's both teams just sort of leading one another, taking points, and then the other team catches up. There's been no really, really strong setups or convincing setups and rotations done, and maybe that's what's missing right now, Hoggy. Maybe teams are prioritizing getting that setup position on Snipe Tower way too much over actually making good rotations with the ball.
Yeah, Jordan's doing work for his team to get a double. He goes on a killing spree as well. He'll go down. Apollo has the ball at top tower. They are pushing through Nest. Jackal trying to work with ads to get in to take down the ball carrier, but Rice is just doing the best he can to stop anyone from pushing in. They finally have a setup going. Apollo goes down from a Jackal or snipe. Jackal tries to get a second top middle. He won't be able to do it. 3 down for the side of Cat Fans though, and Jackal is find the last one bottom middle, but he will get taken down. Jordan's up. He's got the snipe. Ball's in the hands of ads, so time will move for BBR.
Yeah, Apollo making some really good ball time there on that top tower position, but unfortunately he got his head taken off and managed to do the stanky leg on the way out. Now it looks like Cat Fans are just taking the advantage that they had before and just pushing through. Grabbing that OS, it looks like it'll be in the hands of Ryu, and it does look like, unfortunately for BBR, they have gone a player down. Looks like probably a disconnect.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for BBR, but they'll still try to win this game. Maybe they can rejoin Overshield in the hands of Ryu, so that's good for them. They do have tower set up as well. A player from BBR will push straight in. He'll get taken down with a melee. Nade comes through. He'll try to dodge it. Overshield almost gone. And the player has rejoined, so Benji has rejoined into the game. Very good. So good for BBR. Maybe they can bring it back. They will lose this round, though, and they'll go down in the first round. But Benji's back, and let's see what they can do in round number 2.
A little bit of unfortunate timing there, but I would say convincingly, Cat Fans seemed to take that second round really well. They just had the better hold overall, were able to stop the forces of BBR, even when Benji was still in the game there. So I don't think it's very unfair to say that Cat Fans pretty convincingly had that first round. Hoggy, I don't know if you viewed anything different that might sway you another way?
Yeah, no, I felt like it went back and forth. Both teams held the tower setup quite nicely. They both got sort of broken at the same time as well, though. But the fact that Cat Fans were able to hold it towards the end is the reason why they're ahead. It's 4 down, though, for BBR. The ball will move straight to tower. Reese is moving it there.
Reese, the sniper, once again takes that quick flick shot. You can see those KBM settings really taking in, but he just can't quite manage to hit that shot on Braddles. Braddles just dancing with him back and forth, and Reese does get taken down, a little bit too distracted by that member of BBR there, but we do have a bit of a two-sided push, a bit of a 2-1-2 here. Not much that, in the terms of ball time, that the teams are really doing, but Cat Fans do seem to be in control right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Cat Fans do have this set up. 2 players of BBR are out at the overshield. Ads is trying to get shots down. Jordan will back down. Call to his teammates. He's got a heat wave in hand, so he's going to push through cuts. Player down for either team, and Jordan's pushing straight out. He's got Ads right in front of him. Can he get the shot melee? He does, to take down another. The setup's still going for Cat Fans. 34 points unanswered now, Bluey.
Man, BBR are just not taking this round as convincingly they did. It seems like they had some really good answers to Cat Fans in that first one, even before Benji's unfortunate disconnect. But this one just seems like they're getting blown out. You know, Cat Fans right now pretty much has 50 points on the scoreboard, and BBR hasn't even managed to touch the ball, make a rotation with it or anything, and automatically the reset comes out now. BBR does instantly grab it in the hands of Brattles. They're going to be setting up that tower side again. I'm not sure how well this is working out for them. Typically, we see teams make overall rotations of the map and use the circular structure of Livefire to their advantage, but it doesn't seem like either team is doing that right now.
Yeah, perfect flank for Ads. He's got Jordan over at the overshield. The overshield is up in 9 seconds. There's a player right above him. Jordan's run right past him. Jackal has spawned right behind the side of Cat Fans as well, so it'll be trouble for them. They'll be called out that they are spawning over at green. Jackal does find Ryu. Another player goes down. That's Jordan, so it's 2 down for the side of Cat Fans. They're stuck over at Nest. They are pushing in. Overshield for Ads. He's got a player right in front of him that will back down. He's going to have to work with Jackal to get the kills. The ball did get played, though, and it will go back to bottom middle. So Cat Fans didn't really pressure too much, but BBR do play the ball.
Giving them, yeah, a little bit of space there, I would say, from Cat Fans. Maybe the communication there wasn't on point, but you had one player up at Rats and you had Rice sitting on that sandball side. They, sandbag side. They could have made a pretty convincing little pinch there, but instead they didn't decide to, especially with BBR at the time being 2 down. Brattles does have control of the ball, and they are actually taking it around B bend, you know, back B here, which isn't something we've seen in these rounds before. So maybe we're going to start to see those rotations come out. Brattles is just sort of holding this position right now, but with the members of Cat Fans constantly being as picked at, as weak as they are, they can't really take any of these challenges. And Brattles, you can see right now, juggling that ball like it's rotation. The NBA. Very, very good rotation coming into A warehouse, and he's got the side of Jackal now to help him out with any fire that he might be taking.
Yeah, on top of that, I'm loving the way Ads is playing. It feels like Ads is always catching somebody off guard with the heat wave or the BER, and it's just working out for them, and he's able to take the free kills as Jordan will find another 2 down for BBR. So maybe this is Cat's chance to push in. The ball is back to bottom middle, though. So even though they've taken down a couple members of BBR, the ball has technically been reset blue. Even though it didn't get thrown off the mat, they've essentially reset it themselves by chucking it bottom middle.
Jordan trying to take some shots here down unders. Not sure if he's going to be able to land any, though, with the amount of fire and the amount of pressure that's coming down on him. You know, Jordan, a very excellent player, very consistent player. But with that much pressure, having that sniper in hand, you know, you got to start to feel those jitters in the fingers. And will he be able to secure this kill here? He does. He takes out Jackal, which is landing him a little bit of space. But hopefully his team can collapse on him and give him the support he needs. This whole time, BBR has managed to grab the ball and milk it just for a few more seconds, taking around that that under section, you know, holding a warehouse more than anything else. But Cat Fans now, with position of the ball, going to be rotating tower. Let's see how long they actually managed to keep this hold for Hoggy.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds the difference. I'm not sure how Jackal took him down, but he does. Ads will get another, and Jackal gets himself another. Ryu is the last man alive. It's 4 down. The ball is down out at dummies, and overshield's in the hand of Jackal. I thought the overshield was picked up already by Rice, but it wasn't. So Jackal now has it. He's got the heat wave as well.
He's
There's
juggling.
only 25 seconds for them to come back into the game.
Juggling that BR and that heat wave, you know, making sure that they have as much tower control as possible and just hogging as many power weapons as they can. Does get stuck and taken down. Yeah, that's a tie, though. So you can't really say that too much ground is going to be made, but BBR does get taken down. You know, Ads over at B-side tower got just picked off instantly by the challenge of Cat Fans down at our B courtyard. So BBR has actually managed to lose all this ground that they made in this tower setup, and it's completely switched in the hands of Cat Fans now. Ball time is ticking away. They have just overtaken BBR, and it looks like we're probably going to see a reset come out from here.
Yeah, the ball will get played. 4 down for the side of Cat Fans. The ball is respawning. BBR need to try to get down there fast, but the side of Cat Fans are going to be there. The nades will come in. Will they be able to get the ball out? No, they won't. Ads will go down in the process. The nades come flying. I like this play from Benji. He's going to drop down and get himself a free kill. 2 of his teammates go down, though, and he's got another one behind him. He's the last man alive. Hold this, he says. Take that. Tries to get away. Can he live? He does. He gets the sniper as well. He's got a player pushing his back. He's going to throw the nades, keep them away. The ball still hasn't moved, so this is massive from Benji. He gets himself another one, and the killing spree will move the ball away. 2 of the players of Cat Fans are down. He's going to move it to tower. Can they get a setup? They only need 20 more seconds, Bluey, but he does throw it away straight away.
Benji being able to stay alive for as long as possible. Hitting that snipe. I didn't even see who he hit that. That was insane. But just that play alone from Benji himself.
Kept him in the game.
Being able to, yeah, stay alive for as long as possible. Put as much damage down. He's on a killing spree right now. Cat Fans just cannot shut this man down. And even look at him relentlessly just push that ball. He makes the grab for it as well. He's making all the plays for BBR in this round, Hoggy. Curse of the Caster, though, does unfortunately go down at that pillar side.
Yeah, he's taken it the wrong way, and Jackal is in a tough position. The players of Cat Fans have moved the ball out. He'll go down. Rice is here with the Mangler in hand. Players pushing top middle. They only need 17 seconds though, Bluey. The overshield is in the hands of Jackal, top middle. Jackal's going to take him on and he will get him. It's Braddles, sorry. Braddles is going to push down. Jackal is way away from the fight. 2 players of Cat Fans are down. The ball will get played and Jackal's going to grab it for himself. They only need 15 seconds. Jackal's got the heat wave as well. Nades just come flying in. This is not a place to be when the oddball respawns. Nades always come flying in. Ads finds Apollo. He will have to back down. The ball is down. The players of BBR are trying to stop the side of Cat Fans from getting it. 2 down for BBR. Ads is going for a flank.
5 seconds.
Jordan with the perfect snipe. They've grabbed the ball. They are going to win game number 1. He just holds it and gets himself killed. It doesn't matter. They'll go up 1-0 in the series.
Very well done from Cat Fans there. You know, I was sort of questioning at the end if that play ball down at B Bend over there was actually the right call for Cat Fans to make, because that just gave the ball positioning to the hands of BBR. But, you know, my hands are up in that one because as soon as I saw that, Cat Fans just came through bottom mid, immediately took control, and then rotated at A side, and there was just no oppression from BBR that could have stopped them in that scenario.
Yeah, every time the ball gets played on the map and it goes back to bottom middle, if there's just one man alive, it's just a nades fest. He's just going to throw the nades in there. You can't let him get away with it. And that's exactly what Cat Fans did at the end, and that was why they were able to secure it. They weren't able to they were able to stop BBR from running away with the ball and sort of catch up. 6,100 damage for Jackal. That's what I was talking about with the slays. He's well above his teammates in sort of damage, and that's a good thing for BBR. Obviously, they're going into a Slayer, and Jackal is already popping off right from the get-go. Benji with himself, he's got 2 killing sprees as well, so 21 and 15 for him. So Jackal and Benji really stepping up, the new faces on the team.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you might look at that series and be like, okay, well, Cat Fans took it pretty convincingly going up 2 rounds, but the scores overall in those games were quite close. I think, what was it? There were only 44 points that BBR would have had to have made up for then, just at the end there. But you know, in those scenarios or situations, like that is very telling of how close these teams actually are tied up with each other. So going into a Slayer, I think that's going to be the real pacemaker. You know, if Cat Fans can take the pace of what they held, you know, the momentum that they had throughout that entire game into the second one, they're going to have it convincingly. But that being said, BBR also had very, very good momentum, very, very good decision-making during that game. And being able to take that confidence into a Slayer match is also like one of those winning defining factors, Hoggy.
Yeah, there was just crucial points in that game where BBR couldn't get the ball sort of in the position that they wanted. Like you can see right here, Jackal's getting away, but he's also getting shot. So the fact that they were getting the ball away, they just weren't keeping it in an advantageous position, as the side of Cat Fans was sort of just had a better idea of how to move around the map. It was a little unfortunate that Benji had to drop out for a little bit in the first round, and maybe that would have made a difference, but Cat Fans still looking strong going into a Slayer as well. Yeah,
you know, even with the disconnect though, like BBR still put up a good fight. I don't think we can take that away from them at all. Like that was a very, very good game 1 to go into for BBR, and there were only a few things that you have to correct in terms of an objective game mode in that sense. So going into a Slayer, they have not as much to worry about in terms of overall like map control or positioning. They still have to make, you know, fundamental rotations in any map, but for this one, they've got a lot less to focus on and more about just working as a 4 and getting the kills up on the board.
Yeah, we're going into a Street Slayer, and I think we saw in that game that the Overshield and the Sniper were sort of back and forth in the hands, especially the Sniper, right? If you don't really get the slays on the other team, you sort of end up handing over the Sniper if you can't keep the setup. So it was kind of going back and forth. So this game will definitely be about who can get those power-ups, especially the Rockets. The Rockets are so crucial. And even the Bulldog can be crucial, especially if the game slows down a lot. The Bulldog you can use it in your favor heavily, especially if you're kind of sitting back and you're forcing the other team to come to you.
I think we've seen a couple of times like what I like to quote when I'm playing matchmaking is the flex reigns play, where you immediately just take that drop shield, you rush Bulldog with it, put that drop shield at your feet, and then you're covered from like any grenade fire, just sort of spamming up like that neon alley or that pink alley. So if they can actually manage to, as you're saying, because it is Slayer, there's less to worry about objective-wise. You know, all that focus needs to just come on the power weapons, particularly Rockets, because they're such a huge game changer in a Slayer. We've seen matches that come down to a 49-49, and the Rockets are the difference, because it's so easy to scoop yourself up a kill just in those very, you know, game-defining moments with those Rockets. You don't have to worry about aim so much. It's all splash damage, baby, and that's what it takes in those scenarios.
Yeah, no, well, Slayers tend to slow down when they get close, so that's why I think just the Bulldog can be so crucial on this map. On top of that, you know, if it slows down too much, it's just sort of a, you know, shot melee, sort of like abusing the fact that you've got yourself a Bulldog in hand. And from game 1, I felt like we saw it was a little bit in the favor of Cat Fans in terms of the way they were using their teamwork. It felt like they were more so cleaning up on the one-shots. And there were times, though, where we saw on the side of BBR where Ads was sort of doing that, but we didn't really see it too much from the rest of his team. It felt like Ads was a little bit of the sneakier player in that game. And maybe he can use the Bulldog to his advantage to play real sneaky.
We had that sort of round-defining, second round-defining play, though, from Benji, just being able to stay alive for as long as he did, and during that entire time, pick up a killing spree, just rack up kill after kill after kill, and even just have this hyper-aggressive play of, he was like half shields just after scooping up that killing spree. He immediately was going down bottom mid, getting the ball. The man had no fear in his eyes, so going into a Slayer with that kind of confidence and that potential, you know, like killing power is massive for him. If he can take that now into this Street Slayer game, I think we're really going to see him pop off, and I hope we do, because he even has, you know, all of his teammates backing up, especially with Jackal. You know, he was putting up big damage on the board last game as well in that live fire game. So we have some very strong contenders. That's why I'm sitting here and I'm thinking right now, you know, it's too hard to predict who's going to take this particular game.
Yeah, and I would say I'm not even necessarily surprised that Cat Fans took that game, right? You could always say that there's a question mark around how well they're going to do, but they've proven in the past how well they can play, and they've just brought it back into this tournament as if they never left, you know? They split up for last tournament, but they've come straight back together, and they're already showing why that they got into the top 3 in the first week.
Yeah.
And it was always going to be a tough matchup for BBR.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they're one of the more, I would say, like at this point, especially with how they're placing, how they're stacking up those HCS points, they're definitely one of the more consistent, like, rosters of 3, if that's a terminology we want to start using, because I think that's a lot of what we've been seeing in this roster mania, that there's usually like 2 or 3 players sticking with each other, making a new roster to go forward. And I think, especially with, you know, Cat Fans, you know, formerly Death Raptor, them taking this 3 going forward is exactly the kind of thing that we need. So if they can actually manage to solidify their 4-man roster, especially after today, you know, we're seeing them today play as well as they are, if they can keep that going forward, this might be the 4-man roster that they need to be consistent and stick with going forward.
Yeah, because winning this matchup puts them in a good stead to potentially get third again.
Beating BBR,
right?
like, yeah, that's you got to be putting yourself in a really good position. But I say that, and within all this roster mania, we've seen really good teams take down other really good teams, and all of a sudden they're gone. We see this team one week and then they're gone the next. So I'm really hoping for the instance of Cat Fans right now, that won't be one of the cases, because after, especially you and I were viewing them on Sunday as well in their open games, you know, they played so strongly. So they need to, you know, like, keep this going. Don't break up, guys. Stop doing that. Stop doing that.
I was going to say they can just break up next week.
Stop
do whatever they
stop
want.
doing the 90s boy band thing of like dropping one singer and bringing in another. Like, you don't have the same chemistry as the band you were before. Like, we have to keep these consistent 4-man teams going, because that's something that I think the ANZ region needs to replicate from NA. NA always has such good communication and strong players in their 4-man rosters, and I feel as though ANZ, we have some of that leading into here, but we don't see that enough. Like, if you're involved in just viewing the scene now, I think both you and I, over the last weeks and even on the weekend when we were talking about it, we were just looking at some of these teams and being like, what are you guys doing? Like, this is not your path to pro. This is not how it's going to work out.
Yeah, no, a lot of team changes we could see. Even on the side of BBR, they've made a team change, but I think this will be more of a solid roster for them moving forward. And the fact that they've sort of made 2 team changes sort of makes it tougher for them coming into this, right? Last week, they had a rough week. They ended up going out in the first round of the elimination bracket. So even if they can get themselves further than last week, I still think that's improvement, even though they've changed 2 players.
Talking to players like Ads, though, because we did, again, have that opportunity on the weekend. You know, if you weren't there, I wish you were there. But, you know, Ads was saying himself that he feels as though that the roster that they have moving forward, you know, this 4 is really strong for them. And you could hear it just in Ads talking about it. He felt confidence. He felt as though that there weren't all too many mistakes within the games they were playing. Obviously, you know, you have to iron out some kinks when you're introducing new players into your roster. But Ads was just speaking from a perspective of confidence. He was saying that this BBR roster felt great coming into Halo Infinite. And I think, you know, from that last game alone, we're able to see that coming full force. Like, this BBR roster is very, very strong. They have a really good, consistent, strong set of 4 players. So hopefully, again, coming back to what we were talking about before, this is something that BBR can take onto the future and just grow stronger and stronger.
Yeah, can BBR show their dominance in game number 2? They're up against Cat Fans. They are back against the wall. But can they win game number 2? We're on board with Ads. He's taking shots straight off the bat, and he is going to have to back down. Rockets are already gone, though, Bluey. Jordan's right below him, and he spots Jordan. He doesn't take him down. He just has to turn around and get him again, and he does. One player dead for either side, but Rockets are already gone, Bluey. I'm not sure who grabbed him.
Yeah, not entirely sure who grabbed Rockets there, but I could tell that Bulldog was actually in the hands of Cat Fans. Just as I say that, Apollo sneaks up on Ads.
Got the Rockets.
Gives him a back full of buckshot that you can't just withstand. Jackal has Rockets now leading up this sort of top garbage path. Going to be looking around. He can definitely tell that the players are there. You can tell that the shots are coming out, but he doesn't quite have the angle. Does have the angle on Rice, though, so he takes him out, but immediately gets taken down. So now both Rockets and the Bulldog are in the hands of Cat Fans. In Apollo's hands right now. It's going to be able to do some damage. Does unfortunately take a trade.
It's a great trade.
But this is going to be, I think, probably the pace for the rest of the game. These teams are both so neck and neck. I'm not sure we're going to see too many score blowouts from this particular game, Hoggy.
Yeah, it was 3 down for the side of BBR. Rice knows exactly where they're spawning. He'll jump straight up into tires, and he will fight Brattles. I don't know why he's going straight back in. He should have waited for his teammates. Apollo's got a challenge as well. There's 3 down for the side of BBR. Adds the last man alive. He was the first one down, so it's basically a 4 down for Cat Fans, and Cat Fans are dominating off the start with a 5-kill lead.
Cat Fans just showing really good, really strong map control right now, really good rotations. You could see that the players are kind of in tricky positions, not really positions that BBR can take all too much of the crossfire for. Apollo just shooting down on that crow's nest position right there now, and we're already seeing a bit of a stalemate, just with one team being located more so on P side, holding that tram position, whereas Cat Fans is sat pretty convincingly on PD sound, but unfortunately Apollo does go down there, holding a fundamental PD position, just having that lights overlook. At the moment, BBR is making a very aggressive play with the Bulldog. Benji, not quite confident in playing long range there, taking some shots from the back, does have a good turnaround, and I think he managed to actually put enough damage, put enough distraction down for his teammates at BBR to be able to follow up. Very good break-in from them, and we are seeing the score start to tie up a little bit more, Hoggy.
Yeah, Rockets are up. Jackal tries to get him. Brattles is bottom middle as well. Apollo's going to challenge him. He will take him down. He'll grab himself the Rockets. Can he get himself a double kill? He's got another player right in front of him. BBR with 2 players dead again. Apollo does have the Rockets. He's one shot. He'll play his life. He's got players in front of him. That's Ads. He's just trying to be real sneaky for the side of Cat Fans. He'll call out that they are a tree.
There.
I don't know. Ads knows he's here, but Ads is still here, and he
Smart
just backs
play.
down. Smart not to use the rocket. Benji gets the call out as well. We have seen in the past that BBR have been down by many, many kills, and they have brought it back. So even only being down 3, they were down 5. They've still brought it back, and they're only down by 3. He's only used 1 rocket to get himself a single kill, and he still has many left. He's got Benji spawning at PD at the back. Players all around him getting shot from everywhere. Ryu will take down Benji for him, and he's going to push straight into tree.
Yeah, we were mentioning before when we were talking to Ads on the weekend, they did actually have a couple of games, BBR did, where they felt as though that the game wasn't quite in their hands. Missing that rocket is just honestly unfortunate. But BBR, as you said, were able to actually take control of the games really well, and I think we're seeing that now. The score does bloat out a little bit, but BBR manages to answer back quite convincingly and sort of tie things up now. Just as I say that, Ads racks up a kill, manages to tie the score. Jackal brings in another one, so they now are up 1, and Jackal with that Stalker Rifle in his hands, and he's putting out some real damage here, Hoggy.
Yeah, they've collapsed perfectly in on Cat Fans. Cat Fans will now all have to spawn down a tram. The side of BBR are going to turn themselves around, get themselves another kill on Rice. There'll be another one that's pushed out bottom middle. Jackal's going straight in. Ads gets himself a double. Surely Jackal knows that there's 2 behind him, but he's looking for the spawners. He's already turned around, Bluey.
I feel
They've
as though
they've spawned in
that
tram.
was just a fundamental communication error right there, because it was very clear that Jackal was super confident in the fact that Cat Fans were going to be spawning in PD, but they didn't. You know, they got the opposite spawns, and it sort of bite him in the back there. Him unfortunately going down after all that time. He was alive and putting as much damage for his team as he did. Brattles unfortunately getting naded there. He does have rockets, so we're going to see if he manages to move around this planner side and pick up a kill, but it looks like Benji is just picking up the kills where they matter. It sort of collapses on Apollo there, and Benji does get both those kills. Brad, unfortunately missing with that rocket launcher, so there is, I think, 1 more rocket left on the ground. We're going to see who it does manage to go to. I'm pretty sure Cat Fans actually managed to get possession of it there, Hoggy.
Yeah, I was about to say the fact that BBR had sort of jumped 5
there
kills
it
ahead.
is.
Can they push it further? But it goes back to a tied game. 30 points each for either side. The player of Rice will get Benji as well. Brattles, the last man up for the side of BBR, and they're all spawning down a tram. Jordan's just going to play sneaky because he's not sure if there's a player pushing through pink. He gets shots across the map on Jackal.
Shots
and
down
force
on
Jackal to
Jackal.
back down.
Jackal does, again, have that Stalker Rifle. Seems to be prioritizing that gun a little bit on this map. In fact, we did see him get a really nice 3-shot perfect with it before and managed to put some really good body shots down in lane for his team to follow up on. So I think the confidence from Jackal in that you know, heavy reliant precision weapon is there at the moment. But Cat Fans just seem to have these really good sneaky rotations. They're very aware of their map settings at all times. Jordan picking up another kill. Very, very hard right now because both teams are currently all tied up and they just seem to be sort of do-si-doing around the map. We do see a tie there. I believe that was a tie kill, Hoggy?
Nah, I think Apollo cleaned it up. But Apollo is on a killing spree for himself. Rice has 10 kills, 9 kills, 9 kills, 8 kills. The kills are even across the side for Cat Fans right now. They're all even, all players doing work. Ads has 15 kills for himself. The scores are almost tied, and they do. They go back to 38 all. Ads cleans up another to get himself 1 kill ahead. But the fact that BBR have brought themselves back into this game and they've kept it even is exactly what they want. They go 2 kills ahead now.
Rockets up in right now, and we're going to see both teams probably make a really good push. Three members of BBR come down, fly down from B stairs in order to try and get those rockets. Some good cross shots coming across that map. You can tell right now, Brad's, I believe, just picks up a double kill. Ads picks up 1, and yeah, Benji gets 1 with the rockets, so that's 4 down for Cat Fans. That's not what you want to see. The score has actually blown out so much, and they have the tram collapse. Benji picking up another kill, only 5 more kills to go for BBR to take this match and be back in this game. You can definitely tell that right now. Moments are crucial. Reese with a god nade coming around from the corner.
Yeah, with 6 kills, the difference now for BBR. There's 3 players in front of Ads. He's going to call him out for his team. He's made one shot. He's got 2 more next to him. So this is BBR's chance. Can they collapse in on the players of Cat Fans? They do have them weak. Ads is just trying to anchor for his team. He's got a player next to him. That's probably Jackal. Will they look to push in? They do go in. Brattles tries to get in there and he won't be able to. Ads is backing down, so playing their lives and just letting Cat Fans do whatever they want. They only need 4 kills. They can slow it down as much as they want. Ads is 1 shot again. How is he still alive? Brattles is 1 shot as well. Ads is going to finally push in. He's called to his team. He's going in. He's going to find a kill on B stairs. He's got players behind him and he backs down. Rice will take down Brattles. 3 kills left. There's an 7 kill difference now. 2 kills left. Ads is still going in again, trying to clean up the 1 shot. There's player in front of him. He does find it. His teammate comes in. Will they be able to clean up? And they do. BBR take game number 2. 50 kills to 42.
We're going to be going to a game 3 here. I think that last push from Ads, you know, I was looking at it. I was tense. He was 1 shot even when he peeked that corner, but he just managed to slide all the way through pillars, challenge that player on B stairs, and he still got out alive. I was very, very surprised that there was no follow-up from Cat Fans to pick off, you know, him being 1 shot right there. He was 1 shot that whole time, simply comes back up the stairs like it's nothing and manages to kill 1 player and then get 1 so weak that Benji could just chase him, follow him down, and that was the game. Like, very, very good pace control from both teams. Very, very neck and neck for the majority of the game there, Hoggy.
19 kills for Ads. You can see he was playing confident, especially right at the end of that game. You could tell that he had the confidence. Jordan was 63% accuracy, so he's up there. But Ads with the damage, 4,400. Jackal again up at 4,000. So BBR, they slowed down the game right at the end, and it worked perfectly for them. They knew where 3 of the players of Cat Fans were. They got them as weak as they possibly could, and then Ads said, I'm going in, boys. You better back me up.
Yeah, Ads playing really confidently that entire game, and he was even managing to keep up with those assists a lot of the time as well. You know, he was still on the scoreboard with his rest of the team. You might say, oh, you know, he's only putting that many points up on the board because he's just vacuuming the kills, but no, 7 assists is no laughing matter. Like, he's still putting in the team shot effort for the rest of his team and providing them with enough damage as possible. Ads right here with a beautiful double kill and still putting down enough damage on Apollo to really show that even in a position where I am 1 shot, I'm going to be putting damage on you. You need to look out for the player that I am.
Yeah, Brattles putting up good numbers. Ads putting up good numbers in this game, but I actually think that this game could have been blown out a lot more. Remember how Jace was pushing down through driveway in towards Tram? There were 2 players back there, and he turned around towards PD, and I think we've seen from Team Immunity last week on this map that when you get 2 players down on 1 team, you swarm the last 2 players, right? You swarm them. No matter where they're spawning, you swarm in and you take down those kills. And I think there was at least 2 opportunities where BBR could have taken advantage of that and they weren't able to. So I actually think that this game could have blown out a lot more if BBR sort of were a bit more aware about how they could have played those situations, because that could have got them 2 more kills on either side and then trapped them again on the other side.
I definitely think that like the PD scope out there in the middle just came down to a miscommunication, right? Because you still have 2 members of Cat Fans still being in that tram side, they didn't push in enough to actually block those spawns, to actually make the PD spawn happen. So they were probably playing for a bit of a split there, but it just didn't work out in their favor. They needed more aggression, and yeah, definitely I think if they made that play more appropriately, we could have seen a more blown out match. But again, BBR, especially by the end of that game, being able to play as aggro as they were at the end there, like that was a blowout in itself. Like that wasn't a play that we really saw from Cat Fans, you know, against BBR. BBR took advantage of that, put the game in their hands and said, hey, you know, we haven't seen this kind of pace in the game yet. Let's push for it in the last few kills of the game. That's truly game defining. Yeah, and I think when I sort of spoke to Ads on the weekend and you guys got to speak to him, he mentioned to me about the composure from the side of Benji and Jackal. So the fact that they've come in and they're, I would say, main slayers in terms of how strong they are individually. The fact that they have the composure, I think they showed that as a team towards the end of that game. The composure that they had to say, hey, we're up 6-7 kills here. We just need to sort of trap them and we don't need to push in too much until they decide, oh, they're weak, now it's our time to go. This is the good time to push. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what Ads did.
Because they, like you made the call during the game, is because they were up so far ahead, like particularly in a Slayer game, that they could do pretty much whatever they want in that position. Like they could slow the game down as much as they want, because at the end of the day, it's Cat Fans who are vying for the kills. They have to come for them. So in that long form exchange that was happening, like both teams were getting out, you know, a good amount of damage. Of course, we saw how long Ads was one shot in that planner's position there.
He's one shot like 3 different times.
The thing was though, Cat Fans never took advantage of that one shot.
No,
the call should have been made in that position. They should have swarmed on him. They had all of their members there, but it was Ads the one with the aggro play taking down that player on B stairs. And yeah, we didn't see the call come from Cat Fans at any point in time. We never saw that play. So it'll be interesting to see how they shake up things here, especially on a Strongholds game, because you need to play aggro for those rotations. You need to block those spawns, Hoggy.
Yep, we're straight on board with Apollo, and he's gone straight into tower. He's got 2 players of BBR there. He'll have to back down. His teammate is one shot. BBR's going to push straight in like they did at the end of last game. They'll get themselves 2 kills for that tower push. The camera is still up. Braddles knows that there's a player at double stacks. His teammate cleans it up. Camo is still down there. Rice is stuck down there as well, and it looks like BBR will get themselves the camo as well as a B capture, and they'll get C. They'll leave A for the side of Cat Fans. So good start for BBR.
They would have known with that play, though, that Cat Fans would have been spawning at that A sort of top elevated position, so they're more than fine to leave that position open. Ad says hold this to Jordan right there as he rotates back toward A, so we may see a triple cap come out from these plays. Yeah, exactly. They are playing absolutely unleashed right now. There's no one on their back telling them what to do. They have full control of the map right now. Triple cap, you know, so short into the game, absolutely pushing this C-long position. It seems like right now BBR have a really, really good hold on the spawns from Cat Fans, and they know what points to give up when it matters, Hoggy.
Adds with a few whiff shots, but I would say overall he played that camo perfectly. He got the call-outs that he needed. He caught the players off guard that he needed to. And Cat Fans, though, they've got themselves the C capture point. They are losing it now, but they're going to have to stop the bleeding by getting B, and they will do that. So Cat Fans stopping the bleeding for now, but they're down by 50 points already.
50 points up, yep, for BBR. It is, and that time is ticking away even more. It looks like BBR is about to land that B position right now. Benji just back smacking that member of Cat Fans right there, just taking him down a view, I believe it was. And we're going to see another collapse come on A. Like again, BBR with this triple cap, they know where every player of Cat Fans is at every time. When they're on spawn, they're turning to it instantly, taking them out. We see two more players of Cat Fans go down, but Hoggy in this position, does it really matter? They still have 2 on the board. The score is already as bloated out as it is. What can Cat Fans do in this position?
Yeah, Cat Fans get themselves triple capped. They're spawning down at long. Braddles has a player right next to him. He'll drop down, shots onto Rice. Rice will challenge him. He's got help from his teammates, though, to take him down. He's got 2 players up here next to him. They have all rotated all the way around to A, though. They're going to go capture A. Braddles knows that. They can see that it's getting captured. They will take themselves the A point, but 126 points to lead. Braddles has the pulse rifle in hand as well, and Jackal's there to clean up the kill. They're just demolishing the side of Cat Fans. They know exactly where they're spawning.
They just have
Jordan's
this
the last man up.
On lock. Jordan, last man up, stuck C-Long, which means he's going to be anchoring the rest of his team. C-Long, BBR again, pushing them into this one position. And Cat Fans can only manage to take C at a time. And then by the time that's done, BBR have rotated in a position where Cat Fans are going to spawn A, but they have them down on lock instantly. The team shots are just so strong. The communication is so strong. Cat Fans really need to make a fast decision right now to be able to adapt to what is happening in this game, because it is nowhere near being in their control.
They're down by 170 points, but they're capping A, and they might be able to finally get the points ticking over. The players of BBR are in C, though. Ads, Benji, and that get themselves kills. Last man's up, Rice. He's going to push straight in. He'll take down Ads, gets the reset on C. The players of BBR are pushing for A, though. Can he stop it? No, he's going to have to back down. He is one shot, and Brattles may push him here. No, he doesn't. He will stay back. So the side of BBR will get themselves the A point and keep the B, but B is wide open for Cat Fans if they can get in and take it.
7 seconds ticked up in that time for Cat Fans. They only did have 2 positions. We may see 2 more positions come up yet again. Might even be a triple cap. So we might see some good scoring come out from the members of Cat Fans, but overall, looking at their score in comparison to what BBR has right now, you know, Cat Fans is 21 seconds is just looking like, you know, sand in the hourglass. It's nothing in comparison to what BBR has actually managed to put up there. So, yeah, Cat Fans put in a really hard position. We saw a near triple cap come out from Cat Fans there. They could have started to go on that that spawn watch rotational play, but BBR managed to break it very convincingly. Cat Fans do go 2 down again. Jackal has camo in his hands.
Oh my god,
Does get taken down though. That's absolutely embarrassing. So Cat Fans need to take these kind of momentum and push forward.
Yeah, I was about to say they have themselves
no.
on the camera. No, Benji stuck himself. What's going on? What's going on with the side of BBR? Benji thought, no, I got to give them a kill because they're struggling this game, but
Benji
BBR,
felt bad.
they're falling apart. The comeback here for Cat Fans. They're trying to take C. Ads is in a fight for himself. He's going to use the grapple to get away. The player pushes out though. Ryu, he will take him down. BBR are trying to take down Ryu, and they won't be able to. B gets taken by Jordan, and Cat Fans had themselves some points. So BBR falling apart a little bit here, Bluey.
I think it was about 20 seconds that BBR managed to make when they had their stronghold points coming online and ticking away. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not much. Cat Fans has actually managed to make 50 seconds up on the board here, but it is still a lot of time and a lot of pressure to have to catch up on for BBR, and especially when BBR is playing like they are right now, making the rotations really matter where they count. We're going to see Jackal immediately go over to C, probably take this C position, but they know right now that they're going to be spawning C. Jackal caught a little off guard here, doesn't have the shots down, but fortunately he has Ads backing him up, granting him that kill. We're going to have 2 more scoring points, which means that time is going to start to tick up for BBR. Once again, Cat Fans need to answer with that 2-man dominance that we just saw from recent Apollo right now. Batman and Robin pushing on C.
Yeah, Ads and Brattles trying to work together. Ads will come back after being one shot and take down the player from Cat Fans. He's in another fight with Jordan. Jordan beats him out, and Jordan will head back towards tower to look over to B. They do have a player up at top gold, and that's Jackal. He finds another player to get shots on Benji. He sees Brattles spawning there. He's going to move in with Rice, though, to try and get this trip cap going to get this C point. The players of BBR are spawning down long haul. You can see Brattles down there. He gets taken out by a nade. They've got a player behind him. They will turn around. Ads is trying to do work with his teammate that is at back Hydro. Jordan will back down, keep his life for now. They do have C and B, and they are getting some points. So Cat Fans are able to bring this game back. They are still down by over 100 points, though.
Only about 50 points left to go for BBR. So what they need to do right now is compose themselves, bring in that composure that Ads was talking about before with this roster that they have developed, and actually managed to take some scores before they were. They need to return to that dominant form that they had very early on in the game, because it looks like Cat Fans right now is just fumbling, you know, making BBR fumble. They're catching them off spawns just like BBR was to them. It's the reverse play right now. Cat Fans has actually managed to tick themselves up about 100 points on the board, and that score is only going to become bigger and bigger if they can manage to just keep on their toes like they are. Ryu with a very good kill there. The nade hitting, he's going to have the damage output enough, and it looks like it might be a triple cap if he does manage to stay alive, but unfortunately he doesn't. Points still sticking up for Cat Fans.
Yeah, the players of BBR are on C as well. They'll try capture that for themselves. They are on A. Jackal pushes from C straight to B, and he gets himself a kill. Benji will get another. 2 players down for Cat Fans. Apollo's up at A trying to capture it. Benji's going to try push in to stop it, and they do manage to stop it. So BBR will keep themselves A and C. They are not able to get B. The nades come flying in from Ryu. Reese gets shots across the map. So Cat Fans are able to stop the points from BBR straight away. As soon as they get it, they're going to keep racking up points. And BBR haven't really had a strong hold for the last couple of minutes, Bluey.
No, they've made about 7 more seconds just with that hold that they had before. You know, you may look at that and say, okay, well, that's enough to get them close to that 250 mark, but it doesn't really matter when Cat is getting these triple caps. Yeah, just as I was about to say, these triple caps. And this is crucial for them right now. If they can keep this triple hold, even a double cap hold, just of B and C, which seems like what they've been doing. They're giving A up as much as possible and just making the rotations where it counts. It's going to be very quickly that we're going to be able to see them pretty much back in this game. That's, you know, as if to say they're not back in this game at the moment.
Yeah, are they going to try to put the pressure on BBR, or will they sit back and try to hold B and C? There's only 50 points the difference after a strong start from BBR. Cat Fans have brought it back. Rice is playing top gold to get the shots across the map for his teammates. He'll call out Braddles. Braddles will have to back down. He's got another player at C. His teammates go down. He's going to push straight in. Hopefully they are weak for him. His teammate is next to him though. That's Apollo. And he manages to shoot him in the back. And he's the last man alive and he gets naded. He'll go down. Jordan's going to try take A. BBR do have 2 points. So they're going to rack up the points. Only 30 seconds needed.
Very, very unfortunate there. Even with Apollo being one shot, that could have been
huge.
critical for them, making that point. Jackal has sword right now, picks up the double on that
triple?
top catwalk. Almost a triple there, but the team shots coming out from battles just even to manage to keep him alive, Hoggy, which is good enough. Jackal being alive in this top PC position with the energy sword is huge for them because there's so much power in this. Only 10 seconds left to go for BBR.
Rice pushes out. He doesn't manage to get the self B. There's only 4 seconds left. I'm sure this game is over. A player from Cat Fans is jumping into B. He isn't able to get there. There's only 1 second left. Can they get it? And they do. BBR take the series against Cat Fans. It was a tough fight from Cat Fans to bring it back, but BBR take the series 2-1.
I was almost saying in that ending position there, Hoggy, like, come on, BBR, you have to end this game because otherwise this is going to go on forever. You can't keep having trades with Cat Fans on these triple caps for as long as you have. There's no way you let the sand slip through your fingertips for that long, right? But BBR coming back in the end, making it count, milking enough time where it was necessary, and yeah, taking that game against Cat Fans. Well done, boys.
Yeah, I think it's super important for us to touch on the fact that it was 169-0 for the start of that Recharge Stronghold. They were able to pull it back within a competitive score total of 250 to 156. But the fact that they were able to do what they did there on that map to Cat Fans goes to show that BBR are certainly a team that once they get themselves into these series, they can really start to move forward here. And I think just the fact that BBR, albeit they lost, you know, 2-0 on that first oddball, they made it look close in that Slayer, and they started to blow out this this Recharge Strongholds here, Hoggy. I think this BBR team is certainly a team for us to look at in the future.
No, definitely. The fact that they've added Jackal and Benji, you even see in the stats, Benji gets himself 23 kills to 11, I think it was. Braddles gets himself 11 assists, so Braddles is calling him out for Benji, and Benji's cleaning him up. So the 2 players of Jackal and Benji coming in, it's really, it feels like it's improved BBR. You know, last week they got themselves 7th, 8th, and they're already into the next round this week.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to get this first series dub under your belts is a bit of a sigh of relief for BBR because now they've still got that extra life moving forward, right? Like, even if they do fall in their next series, they've still got that elimination bracket to play through and try and get themselves into a top 4, so they don't have to play through the open bracket going into Pro Series number 4. But I think on the other side, we still need to talk about this Cat Fans team, Bluey. Obviously, them going down here, dropping that elimination bracket, they're going to be a scary threat for everybody else who has to go up against them today.
Yeah, especially with that Game 3 that we just witnessed. If you're a team having to go up in that position, you know, I would look at other teams sort of melt and fold in the position that Cat Fans was, but they just said no to BBR. They said, we're still in this game. And them managing to catch up on the score as much as they did from that 169-0 lead just shows like how dominating this team can be when it counts. So they need to take that into this elimination bracket, and they need to show that performance even more, and they need to bring themselves back up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, you know, something to take away from this series. Is I'm so glad that we jumped into this quarterfinal because this has been a very intense quarterfinal for us to start out today, and I think it really just sets us up for an amazing Pro Series number 3. The fact that we're seeing these teams that are doing duking it out for these lower seeds. You know, we talk about the Chiefs and Divine Mind all too much. We talk about Immunity a lot as well now as they've come into Pro Series. But these teams like BBR and Cat Fans, if these guys just get a little bit more practice as these core fours, I feel like they can really start to challenge for the belts. And I think, you know, moving forward here for BBR, Hoggy, this team being able to corral themselves after that, you know, kind of unfortunate start on Oddball, now bringing it into some pretty dominant victories in a couple of those maps, it just sets them up for the rest of the Pro Series and even going into Pro Series number 4.
Yeah, let's just say that they started slow today, right? They just weren't on their game right from the get-go. They proved in game number 2 that they really needed that warm-up game number 1. You obviously don't want to be warming up in the first match of a series in a tournament, but that's what it felt like, right?
Yeah.
It felt like they sort of got on the top of Cat Fans the more they played, and you saw that in the final game. So BBR sort of needed game number 1 just to warm up.
Yeah, and I think a big thing for us to touch on is across a lot of these maps, Bluey, it really did look like that a lot of these team shots were being the kind of difference makers for a lot of these slays that we saw across the maps. The fact that, you know, Cat Fans, yes, they had some big individual performances, but every time we were jumping on a BBR perspective, it felt like 2 or 3 members were able to even call out a few members and just getting those team shots across and be able to make sure that these trades were much more in their favor.
Even in that last game, again, I want to touch on it because that was so dominating for BBR, especially in those first few minutes. Immediately wiping the members of Cat Fans and just knowing where they're going to be able to spawn and calling that out to each other. Immediately making sure that Cat Fans can't make any ground off of those spawns is a massive shutdown. The amount of times that they were able to lock them down in that C long haul and Cat Fans just couldn't poke out with it getting absolutely melted. They would grab C, but that's pretty much all they could do. They couldn't push tower side or push top gold side. They had none of that control, but BBR was just all on top of it.
Yeah, and I think that really kind of sets us up for the rest of the Pro Series here for BBR is the fact that we've seen such good teamwork from these guys. Albeit, Hoggy, you know, maybe getting the first game out of the way was a little bit of a, you know, a misnomer for them. But now they've certainly started to recharge themselves. Do we feel like that this BBR roster is going to have a good shot for top 4 today?
I do think so. I do think so. With the fact that Immunity isn't playing, which is unfortunate, I think that means that BBR then pushes themselves into potentially a top 4. And I would say that they could even challenge Direwolves because we haven't really seen Direwolves recently on stream and we haven't been able to catch their games. So we're not really sure where Direwolves are at. So maybe BBR could even take down Direwolves at this point. We'll just have to see later in the tournament because it's very likely that with the way the bracket's going, that if they manage to win their matches, that they will verse each other.
Yeah, exactly, and that could be a pretty big showing for us here. But lads, we've got our winners interview here. We've got Ads on the line. Let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to him here from BBR. Ads, mate, congrats on the big dub here up against Cat Fans. I know it is probably a series that you guys almost expected to win coming into this, but moving forward into the bracket, it's got to be a big sigh of relief for you guys. I just want to touch on the fact that, you know, obviously Pro Series number 2 going into Pro Series number 3, you guys have made a few changes. What's it like trying to integrate these new players over, you know, a fairly short period of time, only it being a week between Pro Series?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a daunting experience having to have a roster change unexpectedly, I suppose. But it's obviously been really good for us. You know, Brad and I teaming with the 2 young guys, Jace and Jackal and Benji, has just been awesome for our game. They've got a lot of individual skill, and like, to be honest, they're super talented players. They actually already have so much game awareness, so it's been a pretty easy integration. And I can really see a lot of potential in this team. You know, there's definitely some mistakes that we're making that are really obvious and easy to fix. So I think give us some time and yeah, we'll just keep getting better.
Ads, I don't want to say it was looking dicey at all in that last game there, but Cat Fans did actually manage to bring up a pretty convincing lead back on the scoreboard and start to match the pace that you guys set early on in the game. Were there any mistakes that you had to tweak mid-game to sort of counter that once again? What do you feel sort of slipped up there after how dominating you were in those first few minutes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were up like 150-0, I think, and we basically got on the back foot and we just stopped calling what we were going for. We stopped talking to each other. So we eventually worked that out after they gained back another 100 points, that we needed to talk to each other and make sure we were pushing the same things on the map, and then it was pretty simple from there. That's one of those things that I was sort of talking about. It's a very simple mistake to fix, but it can cost you a game. You know, if we continue to let that go on, it would have been a pretty embarrassing loss.
Yeah, and you mentioned that with these 2 changes that you've made to the team, that it looks very promising going forward. Where can this team get to? Where do you think you guys can get to? Because I would say today, without Immunity in the bracket, that you guys could be top 4 for sure. So where do you think that in the future you guys can be? Because it sounds like that you think that you guys could be very promising, and you show glimpses of that today, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're obviously aiming for top 4 today. And yeah, having immunity out of the tournament makes it that much easier, I suppose. But yeah, I honestly think, you know, today we're aiming for top 4 and we should achieve that. But I really think we could be contesting the top 2 spots, you know, even as early as next week if we continue to work in our game. Chiefs is obviously a powerhouse, going to be super hard to take down. But hopefully we're the team to be able to do it one day.
Yeah, and I mean, from what we've seen so far from you guys, it's super exciting to see what this roster can start to do and develop going forward. So good luck for the rest of your series here, Ads, and congrats on the first series victory as well.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ads.
I think that's kind of the best way to put it, right? I think these guys just staying as this 4, they've already showed glimpses from to us today here, Hoggy, but the fact that going forward, I think if they stay together and they can really continue to keep this you know, kind of team synergy going forward, these guys can really be a force.
No, definitely. I think Benji showed it in the final game, right? He's just come into the team and he's gone 23-11 in the final game just to help them sort of dominate that first few minutes. Sure, they lacked a little bit of cohesion in the middle, but the fact that Benji was able to step up when his team needed him and get the slays, I think that shows that they can be near the top, because Cat Fans is not an easy team. They didn't, you know, you can't just roll over that team. So to slay against a team like Cat Fans, I think proves that going forward, even though they haven't had much practice, that they can do well. And obviously, as you can see, Ad speaks very confidently about his team.
I think that's a big thing for us to talk about, right, Blue, is the fact that it seems like Brad and Ads have had a lot of confidence in these new guys coming in. Jackal as well as Benji being able to not only just put up some big numbers today, but it seems like out of the server as well, those guys have a lot of confidence in them. What's that kind of like for a team to have confidence going forward and now be able to get some more results on the board as well?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, if you're coming in as a team of 4 and you're not really feeling that confidence or that synergy within your team, the game's pretty much already lost, right? Because you're going to... When I asked that question to Ads, it was really interesting, his answer, because it was a simple mistake of we weren't comming enough, we weren't calling what we were shooting at, we weren't making calls appropriately. And if you're a team that doesn't have good synergy, good confidence in each other's skills or as players, you're not going to be able to make that adjustment on the fly as easy as what clearly BBR did, you know, at the end, being able to actually recognize, okay, this is the mistake we're making and this is how we need to fix it. So like that's the kind of confidence that you need as a dedicated 4. That's the kind of synergy that you need as a dedicated 4. And it's just something that it's a bit lightning in the bottle. For some part, but also I don't think we've experienced too many teams within the ANZ region actually manage to like practice those kind of core fundamentals of a 4v4 game like Infinite.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show when you have a look at across the teams that have been performing so far in HCS, they've been teams that have been able to stay together and albeit make some minor changes but still play together as a team here, and I think BBR have a very bright future ahead of them. But lads, in our future, we've got a break going in here. We're not quite sure where we're going to be heading next, ladies and gentlemen, because Direwolves and Fraggers are still 1-1 here in the bracket. So who knows what we're going to be coming back to here in HCS Pro Series number 3. So we're going to go through a short break and we're going to come back with some more Halo on your screens.
Nice play.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me.
most consistent BR across a lot of, probably all of the games, it's got to be Roy.
I think Roy had the best BR of all time.
Roy is most known for his BR.
There is no one better. You don't need rockets. You don't need a sniper if you're Roy. All you need is 4 shots.
One shot lobby. I got him. Another head. One shot lobby. Oh my god!
Scratch that. I'm going back open side, waiting for the 2 guys, 3 guys coming up gold and finishing off my triple kill. Sorry, Break. Thank you.
Roy would hit 4 shots religiously. If you met him in pit at Rocket Hallway, just expect 1, 2, 3, shot, and you're gunned. And so if you miss 1 bullet, you're punished.
I can confidently say he had the best BR shot in Halo 3. Literally forward me every single time. It wasn't like metaphorically, like literally like 4 shots, I was dead every time. And I was just like, is anyone seeing this?
Don't get in front of Roy, he's gonna 4-shot you every time.
Roy is a very passionate player. He is fueled off energy. When you think of like Warriors in wartime, he's that guy. He's like Troy running out.
I died. I got the Maniac, another one right in front. That's going to be a double kill there. Oh!
Absolutely. Now Roy with
Roy with a 4. We have Roy with a 4. We're looking for that double.
Roy's machine-like accuracy with the battle rifle was unmatched, making him one of the most feared players in the league and earning him a fitting nickname.
I think they started this thing where like, all right, I'm a machine or I'm a robot, I do not miss. And then Roy turned his gamer tag into Royborg. He very well might be a robot, but no, I didn't do any of those tests, so I can't say 100% that he's human.
What do you got here? Tell us what you got.
This is a Royborg.
His shot was literally like robotic. The highest level, like you can't miss. Like you just can't. And he just never did.
He was so consistent. At that point, people were like arguing like who's the best player in the game, and he was always right there. Like, is he the best? He might be the best. Is he the best? He might be the best.
One of the most solid, from top to bottom, Halo players that have ever played the game.
His shot was insane. He didn't miss snipe shots. You thought his DMR was good. His sniper was insane.
Let's go, dude! Roy, he's looking to do something as well. Oh my! He takes him down. 1 kill to go. Roy in a 1v1 with Tuscan. How many times have we seen it over the years? Roy wins a 1v1 BR fight. Optic Gaming.
I wanted to avoid any team Roy was on, which was mostly Instinct. I wanted to avoid that team probably more than anything.
Came to the conclusion, you want to play against these guys or with them? That was an obvious answer.
They were so good and he's so consistent, and you always knew like it was going to be probably the toughest match that you'd ever come up against.
And we went like what, 42-1 in 2 tournaments in a row, which has never been done before that or after that. It's unheard of. That's why we got called the God Squad.
While Roy is often remembered for his incredible skill in the game, it was his positive attitude and integrity that left a lasting impression on teammates and opponents alike.
He's the guy, he was going to walk up, he's going to shake your hand, look you in the eyes, and just introduce himself.
Roy's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
As a caster, I try to remain unbiased, but I can be biased and many times cheering for Roy. It's hard not to root for the guy.
Roy will be remembered for obviously his great shot, but what I think he should be remembered for is his passion, how much his emotions fueled him in game. His legacy is cemented and he will be remembered for years and years and years.
I died. I got naded. Taillight. Last 2.
G'day everyone, welcome back. HCS Pro Series number 3 is only one series down and we've got 4 more to sink our teeth into. What a good way for us to start out here, lads. The fact that we were able to see Cat Fans as well as BBR go all the way to 3 maps in our first winners quarterfinal here, Bluey. I'm just excited for us to see the rest of today start to pan out because we've just had the whispers in our ears that unfortunately for Direwolves, they're dropping down the elimination bracket.
Yeah, not really the result that we wanted to see or expected to see today. I feel like, you know, coming into today's matches, we talked up Direwolves very much. We were very excited to see them sort of return to their A game, and especially after their run in the open bracket series, they did just that. But seeing them have to go down into the elimination bracket today is it's a little disappointing. It's a little saddening.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a long road for them to try and get back into that top 4, right, Hoggy? This is something we talked about through the entirety of today so far, is the fact that all these teams are vying for that top 4, and now we see teams like BBR, Fraggers, these guys are getting their first series under their belt. That means that they only have to win an extra couple of series in that elimination bracket if they do eventually fall down there to secure that top 4, and then that's when we get to see them once again. And if the Direwolves inevitably fall out of this Pro Series number 3, they're going to have to go through opens to try and get into number 4.
Yeah, well, what sucks the most is we would have actually seen a rematch between Direwolves and Divine Mind, and the last time they played, Direwolves won. So we would have been able to see a rematch of that, but we weren't able to, which is unfortunate. But Fraggers get themselves the win, and they're going up against Divine Mind now.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to take the scalp of the Direwolves in a 3-map series here in a best of 5, but now setting their sights on a Divine Mind, Bluey, this is going to be an even tougher task. We talk about this every single time. It feels like there's almost tiers of hell as you go through ANZ Halo, that you've got to get through all these big teams before you start getting a championship under your belt, and Divine Mind's the next step here for Fraggers. If they can put up some good numbers, heck, even take the whole series, they've still got the Chiefs to go through for the entirety of the tournament, but this is still the next step on their road to victory here.
Yeah, it's definitely no pretty sight. I think the Tears of Hell is a fantastic analogy for how you have to climb your way through these ANZ brackets. And look, it seems to be something that's repeated week after week. You know, you have the same teams sort of having to climb over each other in order to get the next team, and that's a monumentous task when it comes to that. So it's going to be very interesting going into this next match to see how these teams, you know, from a mental perspective, are taking it in, because all these teams pretty much got to play against each other in the open series as well. And there were some very different sort of game results and storylines developing from that. But now going into the main stage itself, things are wrapping up in a completely different way.
Exactly. Well, let's have a quick look at this elimination bracket before we jump ahead into this winners semi-final, lads. We've got a lot to talk about in the bottom side there. Cat Fans, they were the ones that dropped down after losing that series of BBR, but because Immunity are not taking part in Pro Series number 3, they get to go straight to that elimination quarterfinals, and that's where they're only one series victory away, lads, from getting themselves a top 4. So this is the storyline that the Cat Fans are trying to run with for today. And then 1620 Kings and the Direwolves, they're going to be duking it out in this elimination bracket to see if they can make their way all the way up there. So Hoggy, even though that right now we're only just at the start of Pro Series number 3, there's still so many of these storylines for us to develop going into number 4.
Yeah, and if Direwolves is struggling, 1620 Kings, they can't sleep on them either.
True.
You know, it's still a tough match. So if Direwolves are struggling, they're going to have to bounce back, because 1620 Kings could win that as well. There's no reason why 1620 Kings couldn't win that. And you know that 1620 Kings are going to be hungry, because they've been in the top 8 3 times now. They're going to want to get themselves into the top 6 and into the top 4. So that's a tough series for Direwolves to go into.
Exactly. It's going to be a bit rough. Also, lads, I did just have a whisper in my ear. BBR are 1 map up over the Chiefs, by the way. They are 1-0 right now to start out. So we could be having...
series, or?
Yeah, like, let's just jump into it. Let's just chuck Barcode stream up right now. We'll jump straight into that one. No, lads, we've got something else to talk about. We've got Divine Minds taking on the Fraggers here. I'm sure we're going to be getting more updates with that series as we go past here. If you guys do want to check out the Chiefs perspective, twitch.tv/BarcodeAK will be able to get you all that you need there for the Chiefs. But we're talking about Divine Minds and the Fraggers here, and we're going to start with Divine Minds here, Bluey. This is a team that is really starting to solidify themselves as top 2 in Australia.
Yeah, very, very strong team. You know, very consistently strong, as we've seen them pretty much all the time on main stage. I don't think there's been a week where they haven't graced us with their presence. But all around, you know, it's very hard to pick who is the strongest contenders, because I feel like Divine Mind is a 4. You know, they operate so well. They're so strong in their teams, their comming, their shoots. You know, like all of it just works so well. But we do talk to a lot of these players, you know, within Divine Mind, and a lot of other players as well. And if there's one player that I want to particularly highlight that I don't think we've touched on too many times before, is Beasted. He seems to be the player currently on every player's lips Beeston seems to be the name that's sort of whispered in the echoes, the dust and echoes, so to speak, for Halo terminology. And he is the one who is just making huge impactful plays for his team and really putting a spotlight on himself when it comes to other teams looking at Divine Mind. They're really looking at Beeston and going, wow, like not only is he a really solid player, but he's actually like absolutely putting in the time and effort and grinding the absolute hell out of this game as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing, the fact that he's come over from COD, being able to come into Halo Infinite and be able to show a whole lot of his, just competitive prowess, and now being on one of the best teams in ANZ is insane. Let's start talking about the Fraggers here, though. Obviously, right now, being able to take down a big scalp like the Direwolves is not only a big feather in the cap here for Fraggers, but now they set themselves up for a really good Pro Series number 3 where they're able to potentially get themselves a top 4. This is a team with a whole boatload of insane players on it. I'm really excited to see what they can do for the rest of this. Ninjestix is one of those players to me. He's bopped around a little bit here in ANZ. We've got a little bit of a player highlight jump in for the Fraggers.
I'm 22 now. I've been competing in Halo for 4 or 5 years. Currently doing an IT degree as well, and working on top of that. So got my hands full, but yeah, getting a bit of Halo in on the side. It's been cool.
I was about 5 years old when I first picked up the controller, and I started playing Halo CE campaign at about 2 o'clock in the morning because I wasn't allowed to play shooters at the time. Didn't really get into the competitive and multiplayer scene until about Halo 4.
I would say I am a bit more aggressive on the map. I like to think I'm doing a lot more damage, and kind of, trying to, direct the team on like where we should be kind of going and playing for. I'd say I'm probably, doing the damage, calling out the players and, trying to find those opportunities. BR and pretty much anything I can really get my hand on. If a preference, probably the Mangler. I like running up into someone's face and just smacking them with it and putting them in the ground. It's pretty cool. I definitely think we're seen as the little guys, but we have the talent, we have the players. If you have the right mindset about anything, nothing's really going to get in the way.
Heard it there from Ninjestix himself, just a player that was able to represent Mind Freak over in Raleigh. He comes into now with a different team in the Fraggers, lads, and he's still able to come in and put up some big numbers here in ANZ. And I think right now, looking at this Fraggers roster, Ahogi, it's going to be exciting to see what these guys are really going to be able to do here in ANZ, especially with a whole lot of confidence taking down the Direwolves in their first series for Pro Series number 3.
Yeah, definitely. They had a rough week last week. They got themselves knocked out pretty fast. So they had a rough week last week. They went through the open bracket again, got themselves back into this one, and they've already taken down Direwolves. So good start for them. And then they're going against Divine Mind, a much tougher matchup. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting point for us to touch on here, right, Bluey, is the fact that, earlier said that it was kind of like tears of hell going through ANZ Halo right now. It feels like every single time that you go up against these teams, it feels like it's a little bit of an extra step. Obviously, don't want to say anything bad about the Direwolves, lads, but going into this, results do show that Divine Mind have been the top 2 team in ANZ so far for Halo Infinite. And now going into this series, yeah, you might have some confidence, but it was still a tight series up against the Direwolves, so this isn't going to be a kind of walk in the park for the Fraggers here.
It definitely seems like a lot of these teams, especially after the Chiefs, they're chasing each other, but they're all following so close. All these members that we have on these teams that are sort of chasing these top 4 positions are very, very close within each other. It just takes that consistency, being able to put enough work. And, looking at Fraggers right now, they may be more of a newer form team, but all of their players have had a little bit of experience going here and there, like bouncing between all these other teams as well. So they can always bring that together as their 4, and we've seen how they perform doing that already, and they're doing astronomically well, like already seeing where they are in the position this week after sort of having to wrangle together this squad, going through opens in the way they did, and now being on main stage how they are. Like, obviously, it's quite a stacked roster.
Yeah, and I think that's something interesting for us to touch on, right, Hoggy, is the fact that going from Pro Series 2 to Pro Series 3, yes, they had to go through the open qualifiers. They've made the change with Jackal leaving. Now they've brought in Rated. This is going to be, like, it's just insane that the amount of depth of talent that we've got here in ANZ, that a lot of these teams, even though they're chasing for that 5th/6th spot, you're still able to bring in big names like Rated, who are free agents as we go into Pro Series number 3. But how do you feel like, a lot of these teams with roster mania are trying to, shore up a lot of their issues going into a lot of these Pro Series? Is it kind of just a factor of just trying to warm up to each other as we go through the tournament? Or do you feel like it's kind of just lucking out and maybe getting a bit of a honeymoon, during tournament day?
Well, I think today kind of shows that teams that have sort of come together or rebanded together can do well. And I think that's good for them going forward, right? In terms of not making any more changes for themselves. And the fact that they have Lucas on their team as well, who's a newer player, he's a younger player, he's getting sort of his first experience in competitive, just to stick together and sort of let him build on what they can teach him and stuff, I think that will help them going forward. So basically just the fact that we've got these teams sort of coming back together and making new teams and doing well already. Even Cat Fans looked good. Fraggers taking down Direwolves already. I think that bodes well for future weeks where teams may not change up as much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fingers crossed, right, for us here at ANZ, the fact that Roster Mania might come to a close pretty soon here, lads. But let's start jumping into the maps here for our next series of ANZ HCS Pro Series number 3. We're starting out here with a CTF on Aquarius. This seems to be kind of the mainstay for a lot of these teams, being able to put up some big numbers for CTF. And I think Bluey, Divine Mind has been another one of those teams that really is starting to bring CTF into their repertoire as being one of those top game modes that they're really starting to shut out a lot of these teams. Last time we saw these guys, I believe it was a 5 or maybe even a 5-1 for the Divine Mind. So coming into this series, Fraggers, they've got a whole lot ahead of them.
Look, Luke, I don't want to, put a big stop sign in your face just there yet, but I think we've called teams being more dominant on this map before, and it totally going south and away from whatever we've predicted. CTF Aquarius seems to be a bit of a wild card. It seems like a map that a lot of teams sort of go back, practice a little bit more, and develop different styles, and that tends to make for some very interesting upsets that we see here on the main stage. So we're calling that Divine Mind right now should be able to convincingly take this lead. We've seen it before, but with how Fraggers have actually managed to climb their way up to the position that they're in now, I wouldn't be surprised if they put on, a very exciting show and even actually managed to match Divine Mind in how they play this map.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, looking forward for the rest of this series, right, the Fraggers might have in their back pocket, right, Hoggy, that, coming into this, maybe these couple of game modes might be a little bit more of wild cards for them, but they certainly have that extra bit of frag power behind them as well, right? Like, they've got some big members that are coming into this roster. Just look at Flex Range, you look at Rated, you look at these guys. These guys have been at the top of ANZ Halo, even since Halo Infinite came out, that these guys have been able to put up some big tournament victories. So, coming into this, albeit maybe Fraggers might be a newer team, but they've certainly got the experience to try and pull out a big winner semi-final like this one.
Yeah, hopefully all they needed was the open bracket, right? They just needed that experience, because in the open bracket, right, you play so many matches and it allows them to sort of play together. And they didn't qualify in 5th and 6th spot, but I think the fact that they were able to play with each other and then move into the Tuesday, they've already shown against Direwolves that they are here to play, and we'll just have to see how they go against Divine Minds, because Divine Minds probably dominantly the second best team right now. They took down Immunity. Even though Immunity, took a game, they still convincingly won the other 3 games. So, we'll just see how they go against Divine Minds, because they clearly are the second best team at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, kind of what we talk about when we see a lot of these teams try and come up and challenge teams like the Chiefs and Divine Mind. It's all about, maybe not trying to overfloat everybody's heads and say they're going to be able to take down Divine Minds, but it's all about putting up some good numbers, getting that extra bit of confidence, understanding what you can do to try and challenge these top 2 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been having just a few dropouts with some of these players. We're trying to get into this server as much as possible. We don't like just hearing our own voices. We want to watch the Halo as much as everybody else out there, so please do bear with us as we get ready for this Divine Mind versus Fraggers series. But Bluey, this is, something that we talked about a lot, right? This kind of idea of not just being disappointed that you don't get the series victory, but being able to take away as much information as you possibly can. And I think that's a good way for us to look at this series. Well, I mean, you might be able to answer the question as we get into this series, Bluey, and might be able to ponder it a little bit longer, because we've got Divine Minds here taking on the Fraggers. We've got Aquarius, we've got CTF, so let's jump into it.
Let's hope that this isn't as a convincing win of what we predicted. CTF Aquarius always proving a bit of wild card, as I said before. So let's see if the side of Fraggers can actually manage to make this more of an interesting game than what we think I don't want to see any 5-1s. I want to see the Fraggers respond to Divine Mind as much as possible, Hoggy, and I'm sure you do too.
You want a 12-minute 1-0?
Not a 12. No, I'm not going to say that. But
no 12-minute 1-0. Players dropped out, so I think we're restarting. But yeah, you don't want a 12-minute 1-0, Bluey? No.
I don't want essentially, a game of we're going to cap the first flag and then we're going to defend the castle for the rest of the game. I certainly don't want to see that. That's a matchmaking play. Certainly something that we shouldn't be seeing here. And it also gives these players too much ability to stat and boost their own egos, and I think they don't need that. So let's not do that.
Hey, what do you mean? You guys don't mind sitting around and just waiting only one flag being capped for 12 minutes? I thought you guys enjoyed, slow gameplay here. What are you guys talking about? I thought that was the most exciting CTF you've ever seen.
I think Aquarius is probably one of those maps where you're least likely to see it. I think.
That's true.
I hope that's what's going to happen in game number 1, because I feel like Aquarius CDF is like there's a standard way to play it, and I feel like most teams can pick it up even if you're not super practiced. So that probably bodes in Fraggers' favour.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly something that we can take away for, every time we see this Aquarius map, I feel like it is kind of one of those maps that is pretty intuitive for a lot of these players. Ladies and gentlemen, to just have another score update in my ear, it is Chiefs and BBR. It's 1-1. So these guys are actually going all the way to the third map. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk that the best team in our region was able to come back from a 1-0 deficit and be able to, go all the way to the third map? I'm excited to see how that final map is going to go as well, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm excited to see whether or not BBR can put up some big numbers against the Chiefs. But we're setting our attention here onto the Divine Mind as well as Fraggers series. Lads, we've talked a whole lot about these teams so far, so I want us to talk something a little bit more generic here. There's been a whole lot of talk on Twitter about everyone's favorite weapon, the Mangler. So we're going to talk about it right now. It's not going to be here on Aquarius. There is a few different power weapons that are floating around. So I want us to start to talk about this. We had a little bit of a discussion before we started going live here on the camera. So Blue, I'm going to start with you. You've already had this discussion. We talked about it a little bit during the Open Series on stream as well. I'm a big Mangler fan. I feel like this gun needs to stay exactly how it is. Just needs to change up a few things about its spawn and about its cooldown. I think the gun is great in and of itself. Just a few extra things need to change across the maps.
I think it probably could do with only having one full round as well. Maybe only having those is it 8 shots that are in the
I think it's
chamber?
6.
Is it 6 or 8, Hoggy?
I think it's 6.
I'm not
I don't know. I bet you Twitch chat is screaming at me right now about it. But whatever that one
so fast that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, right? I know, very true. But just having that one chamber, I think is all it takes, because even if you manage to salvage it off the map, it's probably already got a few shots left. You can't make as impactful of plays. You can't just spam it when necessary, which I think is probably a lot of where a lot of the annoyance comes from, because even if you miss the first shot, you've got so many others to follow up then, and then so many other reloads to be able to work with as well. So probably an ammo count. I don't think it needs to drop in terms of damage or anything like that, because on sun maps, it also represents like another fundamental power weapon. So I think that there should be that give and take with it as well. So.
What about you, Hoggy?
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing you could do, I've spoken to Momentum, and he reckons you could even just lower the melee damage. Like the melee damage is too strong, so you can one-shot melee. Maybe if you can't one-shot melee, that would change it a lot. Obviously, it's still the fact that it can be used quite long range and make people weak. And you can obviously just get the hold this metal by just dropping it on the ground, shooting them in the head. But I think the melee damage would be a good change as well. And then, as you said, Luke, like just dropping how often it spawns. Because it's up quite often.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Lads, we get to talk about the Mangler, but we also get to check in with Barcode Stream here. So while we wait for this series to jump back in, we're going to jump into Barcode Stream here. We're going to see how this series is going between Chiefs as well as BBR. We're going to jump into that very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a pretty good start, right? I don't think the gun in and of itself is the overpowered part. I think, kind of where it is on a lot of these maps. And I think that's something that maybe we might need to change going into the future, is how easy it is. Because I look towards a map like Livefire where the sniper is in the middle of the map, right? Like not everybody gets the sniper, but it is such a hard position to try and get if people are putting their attention towards it. And I think maybe teams moving forward might be starting to put a little bit more attention on these Mangler spawns, right, Blue? Because, as you said, in and of itself, it ends up being one of the power weapons on some of these important maps as well.
I think that's a good point in sort of where they spawn as well. None of the Manglers on any of the map are really in tough spawning positions, but now we have Barcode Stream, so we're going to be able to enjoy this a little bit more, and I'm sort of hoping that maybe his audio's turned down a little bit more, because for Australian players, we know how Barcode comms, and that might be a little bit troublesome for us on stream right now, so we might need to be a little bit careful of that.
Look at him with a fresh cut as well.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. I was like, Barcode's looking fresh here on his camera. I was like, he's sitting here, he's got the fresh car, he's got the nice chains on, he's got a good shirt on. Barcode's looking good. Might have to talk to him a little bit later on if we're going to interview him.
No, definitely. Score's tight, though, off the bat from BBR.
Yeah, very close for them at the moment. We can see that it looks like they're getting the rotations down pretty well, but two members, unfortunately, do go down, both in Pips and Madzi. Prady's sort of pushing into Tram side here, because that seems to be where the members of BBR are. They are trading out rockets right now, sort of juggling them in between players.
Yeah, BBR, they've got themselves the setup, and they're holding it for the time being, and they do take the lead. The rockets get taken down, though, and they will be dropped. Barcode's going to push in, get himself the thruster. He's got 3 uses in the back pocket. Ads is up with the oddball. He's going to try push in. He will get shots across the map, and Ads is going to push out. He takes down Ads with the use of that thruster. Matsi's teammate is one shot. He'll go down from a nade from Jackal. The nades are flying in as well. BBR is still up by 13 points. Prady takes one for himself as well. Another one, Braddles goes down as well, so Prady gets him a double. BBR finally have the setup in Tram.
BBR, though, definitely not... Oh, sorry.
Chiefs have the setup, not BBR.
Thank you, Hoggy. Chiefs definitely not down and out, though, because we've definitely seen them in these positions before, where they are a little bit behind, but what they generally do tend to go for is overall control just in the pace of the game before they start to make big plays. Even with Barcode going down there, Pips is just running the ball, the Milkman himself juggling that over the B overlook and just tossing it out, making sure it's played in a more difficult position for BBR to get their hands on. We are seeing a bit of a change of pace, though, with a lot of members of Chiefs going down after one or another, sort of finding it more and more difficult to stay alive as BBR managed to get hold of the ball and take it into Tram.
Yeah, the side of Chiefs get caught on spawn. BBR take them down. They move the ball all the way to Tram. They're about to take the lead. So BBR, they might be able to take the first round of oddball in game number 3 against the Chiefs. 2 players go down for the side of Chiefs. Prady's just trying to push in. He's got a fight in front of him. Can he win it? They do have to back down, and he is one shot. He'll call out to his teammates to help him out. The ball is still in the hands of BBR and ticking up. They're up to 80 seconds now. Barcode's going for a flank. He finds Benji, and he does take him down. Perfect 4 shot. He has perfect shots. Jackal's down as well. 3 down for the side of BBR, and Barcode's trying to get in to stop the ball. There's only 9 seconds left. The ball will get thrown out. Ads is coming in for the kill with the AR. He'll back down. He'll try to stay alive and waste as much time as he can for his teammates to come in. Barcode knows that they're coming in from bottom middle, and he'll turn around. Pips will help him out. 2 players go down for Chiefs, though. The ball is still down at Tram, and no one has grabbed it. Prady's is weak, and he's going to back down. So close for BBR. They only need 9 more seconds, Louis.
Chiefs putting out good damage
Perfect
here. But
spawn.
It seems like, very good Tram spawn. It seems like what they need to do is just grab a hold of that objective. They did let it reset there, which means it's going to be a battle over at that little cut section in order to just get a hold of that ball. And seeing about how much trouble the Chiefs have had at the moment, just to get possession of it at all, I think that's going to prove quite difficult for them in order to actually get this ball and get into position. But as I say that, 2 members of BBR go down, both by the hands of Prady's and Madzi. Prady's goes down, they're taken down by Ads, so it looks like they're just trying to rotate this ball over at Vendo. Barcode does get taken down, but he does have the support of Madzi, so they can rotate that ball a little bit more. You can hear the calls are coming out from them. These are good rotations. This is what they want at the moment. Taking it back PD, good support from Barcode there. So it looks like 3 go down for BBR, and they're going to have a little bit of control of the ball here.
Yeah, perfect rotation from Barcode. He lost his life, but he managed to get the ball all the way to Madzi. Madzi brings it back towards PD, and Barcode's got the ball in hand. Barcode is just going to rely on his teammates to do the work. Pips has a Bulldog in hand as well, and he is at tires. Perfect spot for him to have the Bulldog. Player pushes in on him. It's Benji. He'll take him down. Perfect shots as usual from Barcode. They're only 13 seconds away. Another player from BBR comes in. Pips will take him down. 2 of his teammates go down as well. So this will be 4 dead if Pips goes down, and he does. Only 9 seconds left for BBR. Oh my God, what a spawn from Madzi. Madzi spawned Cafe. He's going to try get in there. There's only 5 seconds left. Can he get in to stop the ball? He won't be able to, and BBR are going to win round number 1.
BBR take round 1 against the Chiefs. Probably not the narrative that we're used to seeing here. That being said, the Chiefs had a very strong, very convincing first round here. All that needs to be made is just some micro adjustments to probably where the comms are, where the team shots are coming from. It didn't really look like the team shots were as strong. There were a lot of instances that we saw the Chiefs unfortunately go 4 down during that. We do see 2 kills come out for the side of Chiefs. Make that 3. Barcode with the double. Can't quite take down Jackal. There gets shut down, but it looks like Rockets are in the hands of Chiefs right now. Pips juggling the ball to Tram.
Yeah, Pips has realized he needs to turn around, but there's a player with a Bulldog right in front of him. They still didn't kill Jackal. Jackal was the last man alive for BBR, and he managed to stay alive. Barcode will clean up a kill from Madsy as he goes down. Braddles is going to run the ball back to Tram, and there's a player right behind him. It's Jackal again. He's being an absolute menace with the Bulldog. He'll take down Barcode, and he managed to get Pips before. The ball is right outside of Tram, though, and the Chiefs will be able to stop any ball time going through for BBR for the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, as exhilarating as that was, we're going to jump back into our originally intended game, our winners semis. Thank you, Barcode, for providing us with this glorious content, but our match is in fact about to begin. Finally, for us, we're going to be landing on CTF, Aquarius for Divine Mind and Fraggers. Hoggy, are there any thoughts you have going into this? We did go quite in depth with it before, but has anything changed since watching a bit of that Chiefs stream, thinking about this game?
My thoughts are I'm sad that we don't get to see Chiefs now.
Oh, come on. Come on, Hoggy.
Only because it's so close. BBR already taken the first round, but no, CTF on Aquarius for Divine Mind and Fraggers. Fraggers have a tough matchup, right? They've started out well against Direwolves, and can they bring it against Divine Minds? We'll just have to see, because they're a new team, really. You could say they're a new team with veteran players on it, right?
A new team with a lot of experience, I think is the best way to put it. But going up against Divine Mind, they're also a team with a lot of experience who have also been very consistent in just maintaining as a 4 for, pretty much the majority of these tournaments so far. So going into the game, Fraggers have a very tough match on their hands, especially CTF Aquarius. But again, we have seen a lot of upsets on this map before, so let's hope Fraggers can actually manage to pull one out once again.
Yeah, and if Chiefs don't manage to win the other semi-final, this is the one that you're going to want to win, right? You don't want to go up against Chiefs in the winners' final. They're always dominant in the winners' final, so if BBR are able to win it against the Chiefs, this is the game that you want to win. So Divine Mind and Fraggers, this is a big series for them, especially for Fraggers. If they can get themselves into the winners' final, they guarantee top 4 and straight into next week. The game is underway. Flex Reigns, he's heading straight to pink. He's got a player right in front of him, and he will take him down. Flex Reigns is still moving in. He finds a second. That's Berserk in front of him. Perfect shots for the double kill. So Flex is on fire right off the bat.
Flex with the perfect double straight off the bat. It looks like Slays, unfortunately, standing still. It looks like we might have had another player disconnect from the game. Not sure what the ruling is going to be here. Just looks like Fraggers is going to be able to take a bit of an advantage of this at the moment and run the flag for as long as possible. So we're going to see if some of the players actually manage to rejoin. We do have 2 dropouts from Divine Mind at the moment. So it looks like this might actually be a full reset here.
Back to Chiefs, baby.
Oh, come on.
Anyways, we'll get a restart. We'll get a restart on that game. Unfortunately, having some issues in that series, but maybe we can go back to the Chiefs. What do you reckon?
I mean, that's totally not on our hands, Hoggy. I don't have my fingers on the console,
nudge,
mate.
nudge.
If it was up to me, I might want to pull that out for you and I for our entertainment pleasure, because I think the stream probably loves watching it, but I think for you and I casting it, we probably love it just as much, if not more.
Yeah, well, that was a good start, though, to that game, right? Flex Reigns got off to a good start. It threw me off because I was like, Flex Reigns, what team is he on? I swear he's always on Chiefs. What's going on? And then, yeah, he started out well, but we're back on board with Barcode and BBR in the lead.
Yeah, once again, BBR look like they have the lead as we're sort of tuning in here. It could be sort of a curse of the stream right here, because Chiefs just do not seem to be performing in the manner that we would expect. That being said, they do have a good tram hold here. Madsy unfortunately does go down, but hopefully Barcode may be able to turn the tides of battle in getting these rockets. Does get melted immediately, and that's 2 players already down for the side of Chiefs, Hoggy.
Yeah, it's deja vu for Barcode. He goes in for the rockets and loses it once again. Praddy's is stuck at the top of B stairs, and he'll go down. BBR have a setup in tram again, and we've seen in the first round that they were dominant with this setup, and they managed to take the first round with it.
Yeah, up 20 points now, and that time is ticking away. We do hear a rocket fly in from the side. Barcode does get taken down, and that's 3 members going down for the side of Chiefs. There's just there's 4 down. There are just kills coming out from BBR. Such dominant killing power, even when they're just holding this top tram position, because they don't have as much overview as the map you would be expect. They have Ad's position on B Overlook, looking down at that mid position, but he's only 1 player having to do all that damage.
Yeah, Bulldog in hand. He'll find Braddles and make him one shot and will kill him.
On.
It's 3 down for BBR. It's 4 down for BBR. They're going to move the ball back to Tram, though, and maybe they can hold this setup, play the Bulldog real close to these stairs and get himself some
Barcode
free
just
kills.
called the cafe spawn as well, so they should be able to know where the players are coming from. They'll be able to predict and read this very well, but it looks like a bit of a mid-push, a bit of a cuts push is coming out from the members of BBR, which is not what you'd expect, Hoggy. You'd think that players that spawn sort of PDA, potentially even cafe side, would just go for the pink street rotation. That is so unfortunate for Barcode.
The timing on Barcode, he had his BR out. I called it. He could have played that angle with the Bulldog the whole time, but he had his BR out, and he was not able to get the kill. Ads gets one for the side of BBR. Pips is pushing in. The players of BBR up the top of B stairs. Barcode's going in. He'll take on Jackal 1v1, and he will get it. Jackal misses the melee. He's pushing in for another, and Pips will make him one shot. The thruster almost gets Ads away, but Barcode manages to get a double. The players are spawning up in PD, and Rockets are up in 2 seconds. BBR do have Tram control. They're looking bottom middle. They're going to try stop them from getting Rockets, and they do. Rockets are about to spawn. Barcode goes in and manages to get away. He does stay alive with one shot. Jackal can't get him for the second time. He does go down. Braddles will take him out. They do have the Rockets in hand. Praddies needs to get some kills here so the BBR can't get their hands on the ball.
Praddies just needs to deny this area right now. That was a very interesting grenade play coming from Benji right there. Actually nading the ball to himself, trying to get overall control. But it just looks like BBR don't have that arcade B-side control as much as they would want to. Barcode picking up the Sentinel Beam right now. Very interesting choice. Does unfortunately get melted faster than what that Sentinel Beam can do.
Give it to the milkman. He can get it. He can do anything. 5 seconds left. The ball gets thrown away.
Praddies gets taken down. That's 2 down for...
Oh, ball is down again. BBR's moving it out. There's only 10 seconds left. Barcode has to go in. Huge double kill with one nade. He finds Ads to get the triple. He won't be able to. He'll stay alive perfectly to play his life. Madsy's coming in to help him out. The ball is still down. There's only 4 seconds left. 9 seconds left. Ball is down all the way at the palms. Barcode's playing it slow. They need to get some kills, 1 for each team as they go down. Praddies goes down as well, though. Barcode's trying to get the clean up, and he can't find him. He's got a player above him. He grabs the ball. He's going to have to drop it. The players of BBR come in. Only 9 seconds left. The players from Chiefs are all down. Pips is going in. This is huge if he gets a double, and he does manage to get it. The ball will go down. He's picking it up. He's trying to milk it. There's only 2 seconds left. He won't get it. Madsy's in there as well. Can they get the ball? Praddies is trying to pick it up. He will. 2 seconds left, and they do it, I think. They do manage to take round number 2. So huge plays from the Chiefs to just milk the time right at the end and get themselves a second round.
Round 2 up. They are matching BBR, but very, very shaky performance, I would say, from the Chiefs, Hoggy. Not what we're usually used to seeing. BBR seems to be just putting them on the back foot right now, but a very good opening nade kill coming out from Madsy, and that should ensure that Rockets remain in the hands of Chiefs for the beginning of this game.
Yeah, Barcode's going to call out to drop this ball. He needs Pips to take it from him so he can use the Rockets. Perfect use of the slide across the map.
Oh,
he uses it to get 1. Can he get a second? No, he can't. He does, but he does take himself out. So 2 down for either side. Pips is just holding the ball. He's going to get as much time as he can. And they've got a player coming from Pink and a player up at Heaven, and BBR take control. They'll get the ball.
Yeah, that Heaven positioning really stopping the setup that Chiefs managed to hold there. I don't think they really expected for a player from BBR to be that confident and push that light, hold that position, and sort of lay those shots down. But it's that kind of pinch that's the game changer. BBR actually making some really good ball time right now, getting up to probably up to 7-point mark. They do drop it just before they hit 20, so they're not quite at that 7-point mark ahead yet. Good challenges coming out from Barcode. He's really prioritizing the Sentinel Beam today, Hoggy. Very aggressive with it.
Yeah, he's putting damage down, and a few players of BBR are down, so Benji manages to take out Madsy, though, and he's going to push in for the double kill. Jackal gets it, though, and they do have control again, so BBR managed to take down
very
Chiefs as they try to push in. Chiefs not really able to get a setup going.
Very unfortunate tram spawn coming for the Chiefs right now, because Ads has just been on this overlook position for the majority of the game. I feel like every time that we see him, he's always there just laying down damage. And as I say that, he picks off Pips, who was probably making a rotation through mid, trying to get to the vendor. Good flank from Barcode, but we do see members just go down from the side of Chiefs. Barcode needs to make the solo play right now on Jackal. Very interesting choice for him to switch to the shock there instead of just getting him with the BR, but he does manage with that dot damage to take him down from the grave.
Yeah, the ball's in PD. Madsy finds another on B stairs. They're pushing him straight for the ball. Yeah, perfect spawn. Rockets are up as well. Madsy will grab those. So they've basically had spawns on either side of the map. The side of BBR have been spawning all up over at Arcade. Madsy has Rockets inside tires. Barcode's just watching the flank and bottom middle. They're going to play it real slow, get themselves a setup. This is what he should have done before, and he's done it now. He'll take down Ads. He's got a player maybe behind him. He turns around to get shots on Braddles. Brady's take down one. The another player pushes through. That's Jackal, and he will grab himself the Bulldog, head towards back A. But he's in a tough spot. Two of his teammates have gone down. Jackal's the last man alive.
Ooh.
That's it. Well, 3 players of BBR are down, and they're all going to be spawning at Tram. Another good spawn for Barcode. They've had some really nice spawns in the last little bit of the game.
Believing in the heart of the cards, it seems the Chiefs to be doing here, because they're just drawing every good spawn at the moment. Barcode still actually managing to put so much damage down, even though we see some very aggressive push-in plays from him. But it's what we're used to seeing from Barcode. But he does go down during those exchanges, but he always manages to get good damage out on 2 plays even before he dies. Again, he's got this Sentinel beam out. Not sure what the new strat is for him here, but he seems to be using this so much during this game. I don't think it's a sign of a disrespect towards BBR at all, him not whipping out the BR as much as possible. But this Sentinel beam seems to be working so well for him at the moment.
Yeah, the players of BBR are pushing in through Arcade. Barcode's going to play a sneaky angle again. They know that they're coming in, and he tries to find one. Ads will get 1 kill on Praddies. So Barcode's staying alive as best he can. His teammate will clean up Braddles. They know that they're pushing through Arcade. Pips will get another. Madsy's trying to get up to heaven. The ball is down. They are not getting time. How the hell is Barcode still alive? He's just running around. Jackal with a double. Jackal's challenging for the triple, and he doesn't manage to get it. Praddies will take him down. The ball's still down bottom A, and it's just back and forth at the moment, Bluey.
Praddies looking like he just needs to play a little bit more defensive there. Wasn't prioritizing trying to grab the ball at all, because they don't really need it to stay around for the position that they had. It looks like they just want to hold on to the footing that they have as much as possible, trying to anchor as many players so they can get those good spawns, get the positioning needed. But it looks like Pips and Barcode both spawning Trend. They've got a long way to run in order to get back to where they were.
Yeah, finally BBR take them out of the spawns. They'll push through bottom middle and get themselves 2. The third is in front of him, and it looks like he has a player behind him. That is his teammate, though. He will grab the rockets. The rockets have just spawned. He's going to grab those and sit onto B stairs. Wait for his teammates to spawn up before he goes in. Get the call-outs in. He misses the rocket. He's got a first pocket rocket. He's got another pocket rocket. He doesn't get a second either. His teammates are behind him. Are they going to push in straight away? Praddies is going in for himself. Madsy will go down as well. Praddies is all by himself, though. He can't get the ball carrier, and he does. He jumps in. They get 2 of them. Ads takes down another great spawn for Barcode as he's instantly in the fight with Pips. He's getting shots down for Pips. Pips will get challenged and back down. He's going to try help him. He does save Pips, so Pips is still alive. The ball is down here at PD. Benji goes down as well. He gets shots on Jackal. Jackal's down. Perfect 4 shot from Barcode as usual. Braddles is down as well. And finally, the Chiefs had themselves a setup.
Barcode just turns Jackal into a walking 4 there. Absolutely massive for him in this gameplay. Huge fundamental, just holding positions, really understanding. See it really like strong understanding from where these players are coming from. And I did just want to point out, Formal just hosted Barcode's stream with about 2K viewers. So Barcode getting huge boosts from all end overall. He needs to be playing at the top of his game right now. He's got an audience in front of him, Hoggy.
Yeah, and he is playing at the top of his game. There's only 9 seconds left. He's still 1 shot, but he's backing down. His teammates will spawn over. Madsy gets taken down by a random nade. Benji's there as well. He'll have to back down. The players of BBR are all over Arcade and B stairs. Hopefully they can get a flank in. Barcode somehow still alive. He's getting hit by everything, but Benji does take him down. Pips has got the Bulldog in hand, and he takes the challenge for the second, and it's a huge win for him. The ball is being moved away from BBR, though. There's a 40-second gap, though. BBR do have the ball in hand, Blue, so maybe they can bring it back. The Rockets are up in 1 second. Barcode's going in for the 4th time this game to grab himself the Rockets. Can they do better than last time? No, they can't. He already misses 1. His teammates get 3 kills. He only has to hold it for 9 seconds. He has a rocket in the back pocket. He'll drop it for his teammate. Only 6 seconds and counting. Jackal goes down. The players of BBR are spawning on the other side of the map. They won't be able to get there, and the Chiefs will take down BBR in an extremely close series.
Extremely close for that. BBR putting up one hell of a fight against our ANZ Giants. That's a really good performance from BBR, and honestly, like, you can't help but sing praises for how BBR played that game. You know, you would expect just coming into that as an audience, seeing Chiefs just absolutely dominate that, but that wasn't the case at all. BBR came at that swinging, and they were taking down players from Chiefs left, right, and center. They were just too good, but they couldn't keep up with the pace that Chiefs had, especially in an oddball game. Very hard to bounce back from what the Chiefs were putting down.
I mean, what a start for
Great
Pro
series.
Series number 3, lads. That was an insane series. So thankful that we were able to jump into that off the back of Barcode streams. If you guys haven't already, jump over to twitch.tv/barcode_AK and drop that man a follow. I did just get gifted a sub as well as we're going through that as well. So everybody's winning all around here, lads. And I mean, what an insane series for us to watch. The fact that Hoggy, BBR have been stretching the Chiefs all the way towards the end, that you could see the stress that was coming through there for the Chiefs. It's been such a long time for us to see these guys get pushed so hardcore, and the fact that the Chiefs were able to pull that back from the brink and BBR sending them all the way to the brink is just insane for us to see, and I'm just excited for us to get deeper into today if that's how everybody else is going to be playing.
Yeah, no, hopefully. We spoke to Ads earlier, and he mentioned, like, this team's going to be good, we're going to be good, we're promising. They're promising today, right? They don't need the future. I promise we'll be good, but no, they're good today already. It's just crazy to see how well they played in that oddball. The fact that they brought it to a third round, and you could tell that it was still tough for the Chiefs in every single round. They had to fight for every round.
Chiefs were sweating.
BBR showing up.
Yeah. Chiefs were sweating, which I think is one of the first times we've actually seen them being put in that position. You know, BBR already took the first round for them, and for them to have to go to a game 3 and for it to be as close as we just saw, like, I don't think Chiefs have felt that kind of pressure the entire time that they've played. So going in now, I feel like Chiefs have another team to watch out for. Barcode was singing the praises of Immunity last week. Immunity aren't here to play, and it feels like BBR are just filling their shoes, if not to an even greater extent.
Yeah, and I think it's just insane for us if we're able to chat to the Chiefs boys a little bit later on just to get their insights on this series. It's been absolutely nutty so far. Even after that formal raid, he just got gifted 100 subs as well. So this man is absolutely having the best day of Halo in his entire life. Barcode popping off
He doesn't need to win anymore. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care at this point. His stream's popping off. He's having a good day. So I'm excited for us to see any more of the Chiefs boys, if this is how it's going to be working out. And even for BBR as well, although they're going to be dropping into this elimination bracket, you've got to be shaking in your boots as well, boys. I also did hear in my ear a little bit before we jumped out of Barcode stream, 1620 Kings beat the Direwolves.
Yep,
what?
I mentioned it.
Yeah.
I mentioned that the 1620 Kings, you can't sleep on them, and they're taking down Direwolves.
Wow, that's all right. Yeah, jeez. That's an upset.
It's ridiculous. And I did also just see, again, that he got gifted 100 more subs, as we were just talking about.
Holy crap.
Today has been an absolutely insane day.
Okay, so discussion time. Will Barcode retire after today's stream? That's where we need to look for in the future.
I mean, every single time we talk to Barcode about Halo, he is just in love with this game. And I think even if he got gifted 1,000 subs today, he's still going to be playing and still popping off.
Okay,
in these HCS
let's see what
series.
happens.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to be able to drop another 800 subs in his channel, okay? I haven't made that much money, right? Maybe some oil prints in the chat right now might be able to walk over to Barcode stream and drop a couple hundred subs in there. But right now, this is an absolute high for us all to ride right now. We've completely forgotten about the fact that we're supposed to be jumping into Divine Mind versus Fraggers series right now. Fortunately, there still is a lot of issues with it, with the servers and all that kind of jazz between these two guys, so we haven't been able to jump into that just yet. But we've just had the most insane day for us to start out today. The fact that we've got so many different storylines for us to touch on. BBR coming in and pushing the Chiefs all the way until the final round of an oddball in a best of 3. Now we're looking towards this series where, you know, we've got the Direwolves who aren't even in the competition anymore. We've got 1620 Kings who are starting to punch their tickets deeper into that elimination bracket. Unfortunately, Immunity won't be able to be a part of today. Imagine if Immunity were here as well, Hoggy. Like, what kind of storylines we would have had if Immunity were in here playing these series? Maybe we would have seen BBR take down Immunity and we'd be talking about a completely different thing. But I mean, we've got another week of these Pro Series to look forward to, and right now it seems like we've already reached a pretty high peak for us.
Yeah, no, for sure. The fact that BBR have come in with a new roster change, and Ads is talking about how good they possibly can be, it's just so good to see a team come in and do well. And then on top of that, you got 1620 Kings in the lower bracket, or the elimination bracket, that have taken down Direwolves. And they're still a top team. They've made the top 8 every week, and finally they're able to get themselves into the top 6. So hopefully they can push even further. It's a day of upsets, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, but the scary prospect is the fact that we've got big teams like BBR that are now dropping down into that elimination bracket.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a rough show here for 1620 Kings to try and move forward in this bracket. But I mean, they've taken some big scouts for today. And I think a big thing for us to touch on, right, Blue, is we've talked about a little bit. These Open Series teams, even the teams that didn't make it in the top 8, we've still got some big boys that are floating around. I know one big team that we didn't really get to talk about is Nebula. These guys have been really starting to perform all across these Open Series. And I think it's insane to think that we've got this top 8 that is so close, and then still even teams that are just outside of that can still make their way into this top 8 if things go their way.
Yeah, very interesting that you bring up Nebula. I've actually managed to spend a lot of time with their players, just like jumping in on their streams over the past few days, and then watching them go through Open Series on Sunday. You could see how far that team has progressed in their comms, like in their general gameplay. This is a team that's like improving monumentally. So if you have the chance, if you're in the ANZ region or even in the global region, and you want to look at a team who sort of floats around that Open Series bracket, is about to make their way in, I would say, into this main stage arena, keep your eye on Nebula. Those boys are coming stronger and stronger every time they play a series. And if the last weekend is anything to go by, I think next week and the weeks following, they're going to show even more and more improvement. They're a group of 4 very, very dedicated players.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what those Nebula boys can start to put forward here. Lads, we do have the updated bracket, so let's go and have a look at it here for Pro Series number 3 and see what kind of weird shenanigans have been going on for today. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to start the Divine Mind versus Fraggers series. Apparently, it is Berserk that is having some issues here with his game, so he's holding everybody up here before we get into that semi-finals. But a 2-1 there for BBR. Like, the fact that BBR weren't able to get the dub here, it's still something that we talk about, Hoggy, right? It's not about getting these series victories. It would have been a massive upset if BBR were able to get that series against the Chiefs. They pushed the Chiefs, and I think that is just a massive check here for the BBR lads, the fact that they have improved week to week here, and now moving forward, even looking towards, week number 4, they might even be able to get themselves a top 2 here today, but moving into number 4, they've got a lot they've improved across, and still so much more to learn. They can almost start to challenge for the belt. Yeah,
extremely promising against the Chiefs, and even last week I said that immunity without much practice still looked promising against the Chiefs. It was not as close as what BBR has gone here. And we've seen in the past, BBR has taken a game off the Chiefs. They had a series where they took CDF Aquarius off the Chiefs. I can't remember if it was a best of 5 or a best of 3, but it's not unusual for BBR to take games off Chiefs. It's not the same BBR team, but it shows that they can take games off Chiefs, and they have done it before. So this is pretty crazy today, especially going into the elimination bracket with BBR.
Exactly. The fact that, looking at this elimination bracket right now, we're looking at a BBR who was almost able to take a series up against the Chiefs. And then you've got teams like the 1620 Kings who take down a big scalp like the Direwolves. I'm super excited for us because we might be able to potentially jump into that elimination quarterfinals between BBR and 1620 Kings. So we might be able to see the boys jump here on the stage because Cat fans, they're still awaiting the loser of this Divine Mind versus Fragger series. And I mean, even moving forward into that, the winner of these next 2 series in these elimination quarterfinals, Blues, that's a top 4. And then we're looking at week number 4 where this open qualifier bracket is going to have the likes of the Direwolves are going to be floating around in there. Unfortunately, Immunity are going to have to play in an open qualifiers as well if they want to come into Pro Series number 4. And then you've got teams like 1620 Kings who are taking down some big scalps. So, I mean, even after the crazy day that we've had today, next week's going to be just as wild.
Yeah, the thing to watch out for, though, is hopefully Direwolves can sort of put on a bit of a stronger performance than what they have. It was really good to see them coming through the open bracket because they did play very, very convincing games, very strong games. But them coming into these matches today, very much not what we expected. If we could rewind and watch when we opened this broadcast, we were kind of singing the praises of the Direwolves there, being like, we believe that they're going to come in very strong to this week and their games. And now it just seems like they've crashed down a little bit. But that being said, they are one of those consistent rosters. It's very, very easy for them to go back, establish what they've been doing wrong as a 4, communicate that properly, and then take that into next week. Hopefully they come back stronger. I would love to see it, and I'm sure the NZ region would love to see it as well.
Yeah, and I think that's something for us to talk about, right, is the fact that these guys have stuck together since the start of Halo Infinite. And now, even albeit might not be a result that they wanted here in Pro Series number 3, though, Hoggy, these guys will be able to recoup and come back into Pro Series number 4. I'd imagine they're going to easily be able to get through that open qualifier bracket and be able to come into Pro Series number 4 with a little bit of a fire under their bells and see what they can really bring into Pro Series number 4, because I feel like it is kind of something that sometimes you really do just have a rough day, and I think it could be another scenario where maybe 1620 Kings Kings are just having an exceptional day where, you know, this could be the time where they finally get the shine and they get to go onto the main stage now and really spread their wings. Who really knows, because we didn't get to see that series, but I think Direwolves are able to recoup their losses and certainly will come back stronger for Pro Series number 4.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see them again. I'm sure they'll have a strong open bracket showing next week and get themselves back into the top 8. But I do want to touch on the 16-20 Kings for a second, because they're going up against BBR, and they actually played BBR in the open bracket. So they've already played each other technically in this tournament in the open bracket, and BBR did win that series. I don't know if it was a 2-0 or a 2-1. Maybe we can somehow check the bracket and double check what the score was. But the fact that 16-20 Kings have already played BBR's got to be confident going into that series, especially after almost beating Chiefs. But the fact that they're versing a team that they know that they've already beat before, they'll be confident that they can get top 4.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing right now, right, is they're running on a high of almost taking down the number 1 team in ANZ here with a 2-1 scoreline. But now they drop into the elimination bracket and everything is on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break and we're going to jump into a new series here. We're going to be looking forward to the 16-20 Kings and BBR going head-to-head. So I'm all excited to see what the boys of 16-20 Kings can do here. So we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
What is the Arbiter's real name?
Dude.
I would have no idea.
I'm out. There's no way.
I don't even know how to say it. You giving up?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, it's Felverdam? Felverdam? How do you say it? It's TH?
Felverdam? I did not know that either. I thought his name was just...
What is the Master Chief's actual rank? Just guess.
5-star general. They called him by his rank once in the campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Master Chief? Yeah.
Is that like a trick question?
No.
This is Master Chief, that's his rank.
Yeah, it's Master Chief Petty Officer.
Yeah. My bad. Alright, how many Halo rings are there?
How many Halo rings?
Come on, even I know this.
Aren't there like 12? I know it's not more than 10.
7.
Yeah. 9?
7.
I wanted to say that.
What are the hunters made of?
Oh, I knew that. Oh my god, wait.
You would know this?
They're made by like loads of individual cells, but like how are they called again, man? Like these orange things, man.
How do you know this stuff? Like their armor?
Not like what's inside the armor?
I'm just gonna say they're made like by millions of cells.
I don't know. I thought they were just made of armor. Worms? No, there's no way I would have ever knew that. No.
I want to know what pro players get any of these questions right.
Just barcode, take 1, Mark.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2?
Delta Halo.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2552.
What is the species name of the elites?
St. Healy.
Who created Cortana?
Dr. Halsey.
What are the hunters made of?
Legolo Worms, Master Chief, Petty Officer, Spartan Falls, Truth, Regret and Mercy, Thel Vadum, Sergeant Johnson, Pillar of Autumn, Gravemind, The Vanished, New Mombasa, The Librarian, Dr. Halsey and Captain Keys, Carter, George, Emil, Kat, June, Noble 6.
Boy, it's a good day to be a Halo fan today. We've had an absolutely insane start to the HCS Pro Series number 3 for ANZ. One of our poster boys has had an absolutely insane day on his stream. And we've had an insane day of Halo ahead of us as well, lads. We welcome everybody back here because we're starting to sink our teeth into this elimination bracket. We finally get to see 1620 Kings on the main stage, Bluey. I'm so excited that we actually get to see them. These guys have been consistent in the Pro Series, making a top 8, and this is their first appearance here on the main stage.
Yeah, it's really good for them as well because especially after, I mentioned it before, I believe, watching their games on Sunday in the Open, it very much clicked with me why these guys have been so consistent. And it's super good for them to finally be able to be presented on the main stage, and hopefully they can hold on to that consistency and bring it to them when we've got them on the cams, because it might be a little bit embarrassing for them if we've been gassing them up in the way that we have and then coming up to main stage if they don't perform in that way. But I have confidence that they will. That being said, very tough match to have to go up to against BBR, especially after today. My word.
Exactly. I think that's something for us to touch on, is this BBR squad is in some red-hot form today, pushing the Chiefs all the way to a 2-1 scoreline. And 1620 Kings have got an uphill battle to make that top 4. Those of you with a keen eye can see that Divine Mind have dropped down into this elimination bracket and will be playing up against the Cat Fans. That's due to the fact that they weren't able to field a full 4-man roster after a certain amount of time in their series against the Fraggers. So the Fraggers, lads, they've secured top 4. They're going to be here for Pro Series number 4. Whether or not they lose their series against the Chiefs, they're going to fall down into that elimination final. And Hoggy, we're going to see the Fraggers for a little bit longer here in HCS Pro Series.
Yeah, they started strong in round number 1. They get a fortunate DQ win going into the winners final. So for them, they're back next week. But it would have been nice to see that matchup, right? Because they took down Direwolves already. It would have been really, really nice to be able to see them play Divine Mind. But now they've got to fight Chiefs. Maybe they can just do a BBR, and then we can have a good series against the Chiefs.
Yeah, who knows? There's going to be a full best of 5 as well, so I'm excited for us to jump into that. But that is into the future, lads. We're in the now right now, and that's where we get to talk about 1620 Kings going up against BBR. And Bluey, this BBR squad right now, albeit those guys are in this elimination bracket, they have put up some big numbers today. They've made a little bit of a roster change going from Series 2 to Series 3, but they are looking red hot today.
Oh, they're on fire. And after we had, I was a part of an interview with Ads on Sunday. Hoggy was there as well. We've interviewed Ads today. He's talked about how confident they feel though this roster is going forward, and I think after taking that match against Chief to the utmost, they were making Chief sweat. We could see on Barcode's stream he was screaming at his teammates with those comms because they were feeling the pressure that BBR was putting down. And I think coming into this game, very, very tough match for 1620 Kings, because BBR right now, they are looking like absolute giants in the ANZ field.
Yeah, they're really looking scary today. And on the other side, we do have the 1620 Kings here, Hoggy. And these are guys that have been consistent in our Pro Series. They've been making it into these top 8s, grinding their way through these open qualifiers to consistently come into Pro Series. And this is the first time we get to see these guys going together. And I'm excited to see what they can do after a 2-0 victory against the Direwolves.
Yeah, they're riding a high as well. Both teams are riding a high going into this game. And 1620 Kings, they finally get themselves into the top 6. They could potentially get into the top 4. obviously we just saw BBR against the Chiefs, but the 16-20 Kings, they've been consistent, and I think that they deserve this chance to get into the top 4. So the fact that they're going up against BBR gives them a good chance to potentially get there. They're obviously riding a high just as much as BBR, so maybe they can use that to their advantage as well.
Exactly, and as you said a little bit before we went to the break as well, these guys have played up against each other in the Open Qualifiers, so it means now that they've got a little bit of info on each other, but now it's game day. Now it's time to perform, and lads, we've got some maps for everybody to sink their teeth into for this series. This is a full elimination series, ladies and gentlemen, so the loser of this is out of the tournament, winner of this rockets into top 4, and we will see them next week, guaranteed. We're going to start out here with an oddball Bluey. We've had some oddballs today, we've had some insane oddballs today, and BBR show that they can tangle with the best up against the Chiefs.
Absolutely. We also had a very, very convincing recharge game coming out from BBR, especially of those early minutes in their game against Cat Fans. So let's hope they can take that same kind of strategy that they have for this map from Strongholds into an oddball game. I think it's going to be really easy for them to do so. Hopefully I'm not, shouting out the horn too early, but they seem to have a really good just fundamental reading of that map overall, taking it into an oddball game. I don't think too much of that changes, apart from having to make those rotations a little bit better, a little bit faster, and of course, like juggling the oddball in tandem with that.
Yeah, and I think a big thing for us to touch on as well is the fact that we haven't really seen all too much gameplay from the 16-20 Kings here, Hoggy. So we're not really sure about how these guys really play all too much. Obviously, we had a little bit of an insight through those open qualifiers, but main stages is a completely different beast. Going up against BBR is a completely different beast, and this is where everything comes down on the line. Winner of this series goes in the top 4. Loser is out of the tournament. 16-20 Kings and BBR starts now.
Yeah, BBR versus 16-20 Kings. BBR are riding a high, but so are 16-20 Kings. They want to get themselves into the top 4 just as much as BBR does. We're going to jump in on recharge. Bluey, big series for both teams. BBR riding an extreme high, but 16-20 Kings, they still have a chance.
BBR, I feel as though, are going to put a lot of pressure on 16-20 Kings here. They're going to take the same mentality they had going up against Chiefs, and they're going to take it into this game. Unfortunately, if that's the case for 16-20 Kings, I feel as though they might get a little bit crushed under the weight of BBR, as we see 3 go down already.
Venom
Make that 4.
live.
That's insane. Off the break, BBR with that amount of pressure just coming straight off the spawn to take 3 down from 16-20 Kings. That's the kind of dominance that we would have thought coming into this series already, and it looks like that's what we're going to have further on.
Big kill. Yeah, big kill from Ads. He's got another player down at long haul in front of him, but the player has pushed over to play. He doesn't even know he's there. Venom has not looked at him, and he hasn't. He's just taken him down. Sway's last man up for 16-20 Kings, and he's right behind Ads. He will clean up that kill. BBR do have the ball, but they haven't got much time going yet, and they finally do grab it.
16-20 Kings were 3 down once again in that scenario. Super unfortunate for them. That's not what you want to see, Hoggy. That's not the position that you want to be in. You don't want to have the game opening up and you losing your entire roster in those first few minutes. That's super unfortunate. It means that you have to push so much harder to give BBR the answer that you feel as though they deserve. BBR making a very strong top gold here. Top gold hold here, I should say. Just sort of waiting it out. Jackal with the ball. Just leaving his team to try and get the kills necessary. He is going to play it because he does seem to feel some pressure from Pipes, and that was a good call because you can see Lolly on the side of 1, and other 2 members of 16-20 Kings just pushing out mid. Make that 3. That's a lot of pressure for Jackal to have to take care of on his own.
Yeah, Jackal will find one. It felt like BBR could have rotated the ball. Obviously, on our screens, we can see that 16-20 Kings have all gone elevator. It felt like they could have rotated it through to long haul and dark haul and just got some more times. But now the ball gets reset. No one's picked it up. I think it got thrown off the map. BBR have a small lead of 15 points, and 16-20 Kings somehow break the setup of BBR, even though BBR felt like they had full control.
Yes, 16-20 Kings managing to get into that top gold hold position there, but you have to ask, is it worth it? They break the hold, but by that time, BBR had already made a bit of a rotation and played the ball. The ball has just been sitting there stagnant for a while. That being said, during my discussion in those opening sections there, BBR did go down 3 players. So 16-20 Kings are seeming to answer back with the slays enough. You can see by looking at both of the scoreboard, both of the kills on both teams are pretty neck and neck. Oh, Plasma,
no,
unfortunately, just fumbling that grapple play, but he's going to make the best of it with Bandit there. Bandit does have camo. They're going to make for a top elevator hold here, as they do see the members of BBR have spawned over C long haul. Hoggy.
I was about to say he's walked away with the ball scot-free, but instead of juggling it, he's walked away and he's got taken down. Sways will push out too far. The ball will get thrown out again. Won't quite go bottom middle. He'll fight Jackal and take him down. Bandit thinks there's a player coming in, and it is. There's a player underneath elevator, and that's Benji. He'll take him down. 2 players of 1620 Kings go down. Brattles is pushing in as well to try help out Benji. He knows there's a player there. He'll grab himself the Mangler. They'll jump up to top elevator. Last 2 players for 1620 Kings are above Brattles. Can he go on the flank with the Mangler? There's only 1 point the difference now, as 1620 Kings have brought themselves back into the game. The flank from Brattles will get 1. He will get the second with the Mangler. Can he get the triple? There is a player down at batteries. He looks for him. Can he get it? He does. He gets the triple. The overkill's right in front of him. Can he find him? Gets the Mangler shots out, but doesn't manage to get the kill. His teammate will push in and try get him, but Brattles doing work for his team. Perfect flank. They now have the setup.
That is enough work there from Brattles. He can rest easy for a little bit right now as he's just sort of pushing in Lolly on the side of B-Boxers. Going to take a little bit of a breather here. And we do see Sways. He did manage to make a repulsor play on ads right at the back of Hydro there. So, again, it's not as if the Slayer scoreboard is too blown out. 2 members of BBR going down in that moment. Make that 3 ads. The last one left alive. Going to have to make for a pivotal ball push at the moment, as he does see Bandit taking it top gold. And it looks like 1620 Kings also got a spawn in pipe. So they have the advantage. They're going to be very difficult for ads to push in on his own.
Yeah, Ads is in a tough spot. He knows a player's going to push him, and that's Plasma. He's coming straight out.
Ooh.
He jumps off. They both jumped out. Brattles cleans up the kill for him. Lolly will get a sword kill onto Jackal as well. Benji will take another one. They do have camo for the 2nd time this game. Benji doesn't use it too well, as Ads is the last man up again. You said it before that he was the last man, and he is again. Sword in the hands of Lolly. The ball will go in favor of 1620 Kings, and the game will tie itself up.
Lolly right now making that top gold hold. We saw it before, but it seems as though now the sides have flipped. It's going to be interesting if BBR can actually manage to make the same push that 1620 Kings did on them. But as I said before, I feel as though it was a bit of a mistake. By the time they actually broke that setup, it didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was getting a player out of there. But in one of these positions, the ball is still sitting in gold. 1620 Kings may have made a bit of a mistake here, not playing that ball. It looks like they're going to get pushed from another side, but Lolly has the sword. He's going to be able to take down Benji right there. So it is going to cool down right now. But as I say, this BBR just making their way with the ball. 2 players there, and they do take down Lolly. It looks like BBR have the hold in pipes.
Yep, Jackal with sword in hand. I like the way Lolly was playing that, but he pushed out too early and he was still weak. So Jackal took him down. Jackal's going to jump down straight for a kill. He will get it. The sword is out. He'll have to back down. Benji will get a kill across map. They trade out 2 for either side. Jackal's playing his life. He's got a player in pipes. The ball is still in the hands of BBR, though. They are racking up some time. Not sure if it got played bottom middle. His teammate spawns next to him. Jackal knows it's time to move out, and somehow BBR still had the ball blue
coming in.
The team shot comes out. They'll take down 2 of them. Sways is weak. Tries to repulse her out, and they still have the ball bluey somehow. They've moved it all the way to long haul, and they are racking up the points. Still 20 seconds left.
Yep, still have the ball. Make that 15 seconds now. They kept those members of 1620 Kings so pinned on that C side, that Hydro side, that there wasn't anything 1620 Kings could do in order to get the ball out of the hands of BBR. BBR only have 10 points remaining. Going to take it tower side. Probably rotate it Hydro here as the shots come in on Brattles. He's going to play the ball, but it doesn't matter for them. There's only 5 seconds left, and all it's going to take at this point is 1 player to make a cheeky pull. And enough of a position to hold. That was 4 down for them, but they still have a few resets left in for them, Hoggy.
1620 Kings have the setup. If they can hold it and slay up BBR at least 1 time, they should be able to take the game back. Bandit will get himself a kill, so they'll take 2 of them. Perfect repulsor used to keep himself alive. Brattles will get shots on him. There's 2 down for either side now again, and Bandit's the last man alive. Brattles will take him on and back him down. His teammate spawns right next to him. Perfect spawn for Bandit. His teammate will clean it up. That's Venom Plasma. They're going to run the ball away, though, and they only need 4 more seconds. Ads is going to get this. BBR's going to take round number 1.
Nothing that they could do from 1620 Kings side there to be able to stop BBR. I don't think there's too much you can say from that. BBR just had the better positioning, and they also had that cheeky little play, jumping from pipes, going up that window, being able to run it around bottom mid. There's just too many angles if you're 1620 Kings that you have to be taking into account for in order to stop that ball from ticking up.
Yeah, camo for Ads, but he gets taken down by a rogue nade from Bandit. Random nade that hits him, and he'll go down. Benji's up, the last man alive for BBR, who'll get shots across the map. But 1620 Kings start out this round hot, and let's see if they can get some points going and maybe hold a setup, because we haven't seen too much of a setup hold this game, except for BBR a little bit in the first round.
They do have the ball, again, in that gold position. Bandit with the ball. Bit of a change of script here. Last time we saw it in Lolly. He's going to manage to take out Brattles here. Brattles jumped 1 shot. That was very unfortunate for him. Sway's picking up 2 kills, but Mads is behind Bandit the whole time. He has his number dialed in. A 1v1 between Sway. Sways manages to come out on top of that with that Mangler damage, all too powerful for Ads to be able to handle. And 1620 Kings playing very smart here, not really ticking up too much time, just milking it for a couple of seconds here and there. Plasma playing a bit of a scout roll up on top tower. He's going to call out Brads right now on top elevator, so the members of 1620 Kings are going to know where they are, but they do go 2 down in this moment, Hoggy.
Oh no, he tries to get on the flank, but Brattles catches him out. He's the last man up, and he'll go down as well. So 1620 Kings can't hold it for very long before they take him down. They do get themselves 30 points. Ads is pushing in with the Mangler. He won't get close enough for the melee beatdown.
Oh.
The Mangler beatdown, but he will back down. Lolly's trying to stay alive. Ads is trying to stay alive as well, and he will get out. He's got another player in front of him. Can he take down Bandit? No, he can't. He misses the shots. Venom Plasma's pushing in. He misses the Mangler shots again, so Ads struggling with the shots for now, but they do take down 2 of them. Sways will push straight in bottom middle to take him down. Benji's up as well for the side of BBR. They still have the ball. Sways is the last man. He's trying to play his life, and he will get away. The ball will be rotated to tower. The players of 1620 Kings will spawn down long haul, 1 down 3 the team. Sways is in a tough spot, and he'll go down as well. So the ball is still in the hands of BBR, and they have caught up. They've almost tied the lead.
Yeah, for a long time there, BBR didn't actually pick up the ball and soak up some of that time. They were just playing for kills, which I think in their position is fine. Brattle's just kind of accepting defeat there, managing to hold the ball in a pretty annoying position for BBR to have to catch up to. But at this point, I don't think it matters. 1620 Kings have the ball. They're going to be running at top elevator, but Jackal does feel a bit pressured, does feel a bit spotted out. Going to grab camo and grapple hook, so let's see if he does manage to make a play here.
Yeah, this is another camo for the side of BBR. Jackal's trying to be really, really sneaky. He does get the back smack. He's got another player in front of him. His teammates are pushing in. They'll take down Lolly. He's got a 3rd in front of him to backs him down. Bandit's next to him. Bandit's the last man alive. He's right below him. They'll take 4 players down from the 1620 Kings, and Jackal knows how to use the camo.
That is just excellent execution coming in from BBR. They pushed in as a 4, and they took down 4 members of 1620 Kings. That's what you want in the position. None of them went down during that exchange, which means from this point on, they have the stronger hold. And now with Jackal just going in, securing that kill for them, they're going to be able to soak up a ton of time here.
Yeah, Jackal's on a killing spree. There's a player in pipes. It's Sways is going to find him, make him 1 shot. Can his teammate get in? No, he will. He will be able to jump back out and take him down. 3 players over a tower, all looking at him. The ball will get played back to bottom middle. Can he get the headshot? He does. Perfect shot. Another one? No, he can't. Bandit manages to get behind the wall. He will go down for the ball, though, straight away. I like this play. Can he play his life, though? Bandit's trying to take him down. Bandit is doing a perfect job to stay alive for his team. Jackal as well. Bandit challenges him, though, and does take him out. Jackal was not expecting it. Sways will get another. He'll get cleaned up in the end. The ball is still down bottom middle, so BBR play the ball, but 1620 Kings have moved it away.
There is no way that Jackal should have been allowed to stay alive for as long as he did. Plasma also just scavenging for the ball there. You could see he had to take just a second to back up. He was trying to reach for that ball, but it did tip off the edge. So now BBR just have the perfect reset, with Jackal being able to grab it straight from mid and jump up to gold with it. They have more of a hold right now, Hoggy, and that score is just ballooning out in favor of BBR.
27 points the difference. I'm pretty sure camo is up. Jackal will get a kill on Bandit. Plasma's going in, but he's got 2 players right in front of him. Sways his 1 shot, and he gets flanked by Brattles. So 1620 Kings get nowhere in that push. They're going to get 1 more opportunity to get in, but Benji has himself the pulse rifle.
Good stuff for you to say, Hoggy. They've got 1 more push really left in them at this point, 1620 Kings do. So they really need to make this one count, especially because BBR is not giving up that ball control. They're not dropping it for anything, and I think we'll see that going forward now that they only have 10 points left to capture. Venom does go down, a trade between both teams. This is going to be a huge kill. Coming out from Benji here, if he can't secure it, he does. The beatdown, the brawler himself does get taken down by Lolly on that grapple position. Another trade coming out, and there's just trades back and forth, Hoggy. BBR do not have the opportunity to take the ball apart from now.
Yeah, that whole time, BBR weren't even holding the ball. 1620 Kings were trying to push in. They only needed 10 seconds. They probably could have milked a whole bunch of time there and got themselves really close, which would have been the win right there. But 1620 Kings, they've come off respawn. They're stopping BBR the best they can. Lolly's trying to do what he can. He's the last man up. Benji's trying to take him on. He will grapple up. His teammate nades him. Brattles is coming in to grab the ball. Can they do it? They only have 7 seconds. Bandits trying to get in there. Shots across the map from Ads. 3 seconds left. This will be it for BBR. They'll take game number 1 against 1620 Kings. This is what they want. They want to get themselves into the top 4 first week into the Pro Series.
Absolutely, Hoggy. I would say that was a really good game overall coming out from BBR. Very, very strong plays, very strong holds. even in where they were in positions where you might feel as though that they were down a little bit, they managed to come back strong. They were breaking the holds of 1620 Kings immediately, and also holding 1620 Kings in really tough positions that the team of 1620 couldn't even just break out from. There was a whole section in that first round where 1620 and every player was just pinned on that C spawn, that hydro section, and they couldn't break out from it. There was no way that you could make up for any ball time in that position.
Yeah, look at the slays from Jackal and Benji. I know Brattles and Ads are happy with that. That's exactly what they wanted to be doing. And I spoke about it earlier, Jackal, he's just a slaying machine.
Look
I'm
at
so
the
glad
damage.
to see him playing still, even though he decided he was going to potentially give it up. He is back and he's playing, and I'm glad to see it. 27, 14, and 12 assists.
Good stuff coming from Jackal. I do want to point out in that exclamation I just made, all the damage was so even across the board. Even the players that were a little bit lackluster. Look at that. Again, only 500 points between their top and their lowest, which is nothing in terms of how much damage these players are feeding out for each other. That means that just as a team, they were working so well together, and they were putting down the team shots where it really mattered.
Yeah, well, double-digit assists, it's not something that you see all the time in Halo Infinite. There's not a ton of teamwork in terms of how many assists that actually go onto the board when it comes to that teamwork, right? So the fact that he's got himself double-digit assists and double positive as well, he is on fire. And obviously he was on fire in the previous series, and BBR together, they know how to play together.
He's doing the work for his team, Hoggy, and like I don't think, you know, especially in our experiences, we're not with teams, we just generally play matchmaking. You never see coordination of this tier, you know, everyone's just sort of playing for themselves, but at no point did I think that any of the members of BBR were doing that. Oh, such a good perfect. It's such a good time coming out for Jackal there. There was no point where I thought that BBR, there was one particular player that was playing as an individual. They seemed really switched on as a four, as a team.
No, definitely, for sure. I think BBR kind of proved what they'd shown in the previous series against the Chiefs, right? There was times when 1620 Kings were on top of them a little bit, but they didn't really let 1620 Kings get too much control in either of those rounds, and 1620 Kings are not a pushover team either.
No, absolutely not. We've talked about in the bracket, in the open bracket run, how consistently 1620 Kings were playing. But I don't think that's enough to match up to how consistently BBR have been playing today. For them to have such a good series against Chiefs, we said it before this game even started, they have so much momentum going forward into these matches against 1620 Kings. We're on a Slayer game next, and I think just looking from the scoreboards of that previous game, how on point, how in sync all four players were as Slayers. There wasn't one main Slayer there overall in terms of damage. All members were one and the same. So to go into a Slayer now, like 1620 Kings have a lot to answer for. They need to really put it on themselves as a four to go in this strong, get the comms up, focus up with the team shots. Matt, you got a game on your hands, boys. Like, I'm wishing the best of luck to you.
On top of that, they've already played each other in the open bracket, and let's be honest, even BBR, when I spoke to them, said that 1620 Kings were the hardest team that they came up against. So the fact that they're giving the praise to 1620 Kings shows that what they think of them. So they're not taking them lightly. They think that 1620 Kings are a good team, and that they were the hardest team that they faced on the weekend, even though BBR went through the bracket undefeated.
Like that being said, I think the BBR that we're watching now is a completely different team.
I think they've stepped it up just
than
a little bit.
Than what we were watching on the weekend. Like, this is ridiculous, the performance that we've been seeing from them today. And it's fantastic that all the stuff that Ads was talking about in both of his interviews is shining through here to the fullest. And now we're going to be heading into live fire. Hopefully they can take that shining beacon and put it on the sniper for one of their players. I want to see a member of BBR absolutely pop off with a power weapon that we don't get to see too much of. I think this is going to be a huge turning point, especially on this map for them. There's no objective to have to worry about here, Hoggy.
Yeah, can 1620 Kings turn it around against BBR? BBR have shown how strong they are today. Lolly's going straight in for bottom middle. He'll get himself a heat wave. He's going to flank around the side of BBR. He'll find one. He's got another player right next to him. The three players of BBR have all pushed through dummies like we saw earlier today. But Lolly, he gets himself the heat wave and calls out to his teammates where they are. He's going to try and get back into bottom middle. I don't think he let go of the sprint button right off the bat, Bluey.
Jackal was one shot then, and
Triple
he gets
kill.
the triple as well. One shot that whole time, had the backup from his teammates to be able to come back, secure the double, and then the triple to top it off. And on top of that, the cherry on the cake for Jackal, he has this snipe now. now. Oh, come
my
on,
God.
Jackal. What are you doing?
Oh
what
my
are you
God.
doing, Jackal? Oh, come on, buddy. Absolutely putting on a clinic right now. Good stuff from Jackal. He ate that cherry well, Hoggy.
Yeah, that is what I am talking about. That's why I'm so glad that he's still playing, because he's shown up previously in the past. He's already on 5 kills. They only have 6, Bluey, and he's got 5 of them, and he's had to pull off 2 critical no-scopes to keep himself alive. So Jackal stepping up again. Number 2, he finds another. He's got 2 in front of him, and he says, sit down to Plasma.
You can't keep doing it to him, Jackal. These people have families. They've got mothers, they've got dads, and they've got audiences that they need to play for. You can't shut down these people's careers as fast as that. And just as I say, Jackal is unfortunately shut down in front of our eyes, but such a good run coming out from the start for him.
Yeah, Jackal starting out hot. The scores are tied. For some reason, there's only 2 players of BBR left in the game, but it's Bandit's trying to push in as he does some 360s. Lolly will take down Brattles. So not ideal for BBR. Hopefully they can get the 2 players back
I have just gotten word in my ear, Hoggy, that they are trying to figure out what they need to do in this position. It looks like 2 unfortunate disconnects back-to-back after such a strong opening. Not entirely sure what's going to be happening here. It looks like all players have pretty much conceded to the fact that they want a reset, but for the time being, 1620 Kings pretty much have the stomping ground of the map. We're going to have to see what happens from this point going forward.
Yeah, the game
we do have a reset.
Ended.
We do have a reset. Okay.
The game does get ended, but Jackal was starting out so hot.
Come on!
So unfortunate,
What is
man.
that? Come on!
Come on!
The Infinite Gods are not nice ones. They're not fair. That's just not... Jackal had everything in his back pocket there. He was making the plays where they counted. He was absolutely showing up where he needed to be. Those 2 critical no-scopes, like, that's the kind of composure that Ads was referencing, I think, before. In a situation like that, you probably see the POV of a player sort of flicking around way too much, the panic setting in, but that whole time, Jackal just knew that he had the advantage. I've got the snipe. I just need to hit a shot, and that's exactly what he did, back-to-back. Man,
it's always tough when you miss the first no-scope, right? Because, you know, if I don't hit the second one, I'm dead.
Yeah.
And both times he missed the first one and hit the second one.
Especially with the, you know, like when he peaked that mid position again, and there were in fact 2 players of 1620 Kings looking down that barrel. As soon as Jackal hit that no-scope, that other one was out of dodge. He said, okay. He goes, I know what needs to be done. And he did a 180 and he turned right around, which I think a player in his position is exactly what you need to do. So it's going to be interesting to see here if off the reset, Jackal can put on the same kind of performance, you know, because he even had that triple kill coming in straight off the bat. And that wasn't just his solo performance as well. He clearly had the backup from his team coming in behind him, reinforcing him after he was one-shot in that bottom mid position for so long. That BBR they've blown us away today, Hoggy. I think I can feel my voice going. I'm running out of breath, man. It's too much. Luke is back with us. Luke, can you get me a water or something, mate? I need salvation.
You want this?
Yeah, I can try. Thank you.
Right,
Thank you.
There you go. There's your water for today. Obviously, lads, it is a bit of a rough scenario that we do have some of these, you know, issues with, you know, the servers and whatnot. So we're just trying to get this all sorted so we can have a fair fight between 1620 Kings and BBR. I mean, Hoggy, this is exactly what we expected from BBR, right? We expected these guys to be able to come in here, get this series done, and move forward into the rest of this top 4 going in for Pro Series number 3. I think 1620 Kings are still putting up some good numbers, though. I don't think this is really going to be a massive blowout here for BBR. They are starting to look hot, but I think 1620 Kings are really starting to show us why they made it in the top 6 this time around and why they've consistently been able to make these top 8s.
Most definitely. They put up a good fight in the first game, and even in the second game, it was close. And the fact that Jackal had to get, 7 kills off the bat without dying just to keep them in the game shows that the 1620 Kings are in this for sure. It's just how well will BBR start in game number 2.
I wouldn't say that was just a solo performance coming out from Jackal, though. Again, like that triple kill comes off the back of him backing down, being able to make the appropriate calls for his team to follow up on his shots and then him get the triple kill. So yeah, he was the one putting the numbers on the scoreboard, but I think collectively it was BBR providing enough support to enable a play like that from Jackal. But then of course, you know, you put that in contrast with what he did on his own when he flanked on his own with the sniper and he just gets 2 hard kills straight off the bat. So we're going to be on board with Jackal straight away, seeing if he manages to get himself that sniper, and he does. And we do see a bit of a turn from the 1620 Kings because if you remember last game, they immediately turned for that bottom mid push, and unfortunately Jackal does get shut down.
Yeah, we saw both teams change up their strategy off the bat. BBR sent 4 players towards dummies of the first game, and Lolly ran bottom middle by himself. So both teams changing up their starting strategy as Brattles will take down Bandit. The score is 4-3. Jackal is trying to find one. Can he continue from the previous game? No, he can't. He gets turned on by Sways. How does Sways manage to get that? That's a Mangler OP right there.
Unfortunate trade coming out there to tie up the score overall. Brattles is going to be dropping and pinging to his teammate. That's so cute because he knows that he has the sniper. He doesn't need the heat wave as well. We do see a top mid push come out from 1620. Brattles, can he make the kind of sniper plays that we saw from Jackal? But it doesn't matter because Lolly's behind with the OS making the back smack play. Such a convincing play coming out from him, and that's such a good flank from Lolly. Even with that OS, the OS coming in handy as he challenges that member of BBR over on that Pillars Courtyard side. Takes him down, and they are up now 2 over BBR.
Yeah, Lolly with the perfect flank with the overshield. It was unfortunate timing from BBR. They had a player just jump up from Garage that missed the Lolly going on the flank from bottom middle, and he got a perfect flank in the end. Snipe
Sways
from
has snipe.
Sways to get ads. Lolly's in a fight bottom middle with Jackal. He will run away, but Jackal does find him. Overshield will be popping momentarily as Sways is keeping control of dummies. He's got a player right above him. There's another one bottom middle, which he will clean up. 2 down for the side of BBR. The overshield is up in 13 seconds, Bluey. So if 1620 Kings can grab this, maybe they can get themselves a healthy lead.
Sways, they're fundamental to making that positional hold on the OS, and it looks like he's even going to make for the shield play in order to just buy time to get this OS. It should be coming up in a second now. He does has it, does pop it as well. Strong team shots coming out from BBR though, but they do go 1 down, and there was just another flank coming out from Lolly in order to take out ads there. Not too much BBR seems to be doing in this position. 1620 Kings currently up 3. BBR are going to have to make a really convincing play here as they have not been able to get a solid hold of any of the power weapons yet, Hoggy.
Yeah, Jackal starting strong with 6 kills again. The Repulsor and the Overshield in the hands of Sways. He's got himself a killing spree as he goes up against another. A Repulse adds away. Throw a nade for good measure, but will he be able to take down Ads? Ads is trying to be real sneaky. He knows he's here. He's going to push in. The team of BBR do take him down. Lolly is spawning on Nest. Bandit, his last teammate alive, is over at A, and he will get taken down. And BBR, it felt like they haven't really been in it from what we're watching, but they're only down by 1 kill.
Yeah, big stuff coming out from BBR just on that little catch-up there. But, you know, it is still such a long way to go. And judging by how 1620 Kings have been playing, just in how they're doing the rotations overall, how they're holding these positions. Lolly with a very comfortable commando play there. Not sure if he's going to be able to get away with this one. I think 1620 Kings just seem to have a little bit of the upper hand here. Sways with that sniper again, hitting a very, very nice body shot for his teammates to be able to clean up on, but it doesn't look like that quite happened. He's on his own and he's going to play this sniper.
He says, Jackal, you cannot have this sniper, my friend. Oh my god, Ads grabbed it.
Wow.
What?
Wait, how did he catch that?
I think he must have been close enough to grab it because he's grabbed it. Jackal's got himself the heat wave as well. And now Ads has the sniper in hand. He's going to help Jackal push top middle. He gets the 1 shot off. Jackal will take him down. Brattles is there as well. He'll have to back down. Ads is just going to sit top tower, and he's going to look over top middle. As Brattles goes there again, they're just going to keep rotating through teammates as to who's going to push top middle. It looks like they've tried to go in BBR, but Ads has not moved forward to help them. 2 of them will go down, and there's another player left up there.
Have made that play, Hoggy. I don't think that was the right move. I think they were in a better position with Brattles, with this sniper in Tower 3, to just hold this spot. Doesn't manage to connect the headshot there, so now the OS is in possession of 1620 Kings. Hoggy, I think it was very, 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 just not good of them. I'm trying to put this lightly. I don't think it was very, very good of them to give up that positioning that they had. Okay.
Snipes. Can he get the double? He does. Ads gets himself 2 kills. The last man's there. That's the triple. That's a killing spree. So as soon as BBR push in and kill themselves, 1620 Kings have done the same.
It's a feeding frenzy for both teams, and by that I mean both teams just seem to be inting each other kills. So we'll have to check with the refs if there's some collusion going on here. Maybe they're just making this look tighter than what it should be. But BBR right now, they have these positions that are holding well, but again, I'm looking at the scoreboard, Hoggy, and 1620 Kings are managing to make the kills happen where they need to. You know, BBR can never make a hold well enough for themselves to be able to get a good scoreline blow.
Yeah, on top of that, it feels like the heat wave's been in the hands of BBR the whole game. Braddles has it in his back pocket. 2 in front of him. He'll push out, get himself a kill with it. He finds the second one. Can he out BR? His teammate helps him out. They've got 2 more to his left. He pushes out. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. His teammate cleans it up, though. There's 1 man left at B for the side of 1620 Kings, but Sway spawns up to try help him out. Bandit will go down. So BBR doing a nice job to collapse in on 1620 Kings. They'll take a 5-kill lead.
Yep, 5-kill lead here for BBR. And they seem to have been holding this back B warehouse position for a very, very long time now. It looks like Lolly does have... Oh, no, that's the Commando. Sorry, I was about to call Snipe. Couldn't quite recognize the silhouette of it there. But yeah, BBR actually playing a very defensive game here. We're seeing a double rotation come out from Brad's, but he does unfortunately get taken down there. So that push probably not looking to be in their favor. OS is up now. Jackal making a push for it. And we're going to see a little bit of a rotation come out from BBR here in order to try and secure this OS. This is pivotal for them. They need this in order to keep the scoreline bloating out as much as possible. But Jackal with the snipe doesn't seem to be pressuring them as much as what they need to be, as Lolly seems to have already popped this OS and is making a push for Jackal for this tower position right now.
He's headed straight in with the overshield. Jackal has retreated all the way around to Nest as we can see him. Lolly's going to push top middle. I'm sure he knows that the players of BBR are all over here. His teammates are on the other side. So he knows they're here. There's a player in front of him. Adds with the Mangler. Gets the 2 shots in to take off the overshield. 3 players of 1620 Kings are going in. Oh my god, the turnaround. Jackal with the double. Can he find the triple? No, the player backs down. They're both top middle. Bandit will find a nade kill on Benji. Jackal with the snipe. He's a menace, isn't he? The 3 kills ahead now. Player from top middle, it's Bandit. Jackal can't take him down, or can he? He
secure
does.
it.
Can he get the snow scope again? No, he can't. 3 players of BBR go down. Benji last man alive. The sniper is down. It'll go into the hands of Plasma.
Plasma with the snipe now. Good overall trades and good damage coming out from Jackal there. He is 15 kills on the board for his team. Only 3 assists though, so he is playing a bit of a vacuum. Overall, like securing those kills where they matter, that double kill with the snipe, very, very huge for him. That being said, 1620 right now. Oh, come on, God. Plasma with a very, very sharp, very crisp no-scope from him, hitting it where it counts, and good trades overall coming from. Look how close the scoreline is right now, Hoggy. 39-38. Both these teams are neck and neck. None of them have managed to take a convincing enough position or lead for us to be able to call where this game is going.
Yeah, 1620 Kings have taken the lead. They're only up by 1. Flanks coming in from Braddles. It's a perfect flank as he takes down Plasma. He's got another player under him. Lolly will go down as well. Sway's Bandit, last man alive. Braddles somehow gets himself taken out by a stick. Bandit's trying to stop them from getting overshield. Benji must be one shot. He hasn't jumped up yet. The nades will come flying in. Ads will get down. Benji's still there though with the overshield to get on the flank. He's on the flank of Braddles and Benji. They'll take him down. They're in ahead by 2 now. They will get the overshield. Bandit's doing work. He's got 18 kills. Tries to grab the overshield and he does manage to take it from his teammate. He wants 20 kills.
Bandit here with the OS. It's going to take him being the front man. He needs to tank a little bit here for his team because it looks like BBR is falling back on that warehouse hold. This is what was instrumental before to BBR being able to catch up that score a little bit more. Does look like we can see from our position that BBR is working as a very strong 4. Braddles is down here on his own though. Benji during this time takes up a double. Adds backing him up. And Bandit not being able to do anything with that OS Hoggy. Not a thing at all.
Yeah, that's not ideal for the side of 1620 Kings. They weren't able to use the overshield at all. BBR are trying to take control of the game. They're taking them down 1 by 1. They're up by 3, now 4, now 5 kills for BBR. They only need 2. They're both spawning over at tower. Jackal's one shot and has to back down. The sniper's in the heads of Ads. Is he going to try and drop it for Jackal?
Ads, he's our man. Come on.
Let's go, Ads. You only need 2 kills, mate.
2
Just
kills.
Headshots.
Crispy
Jackal
double.
will find 1. Jackal's going in for the second, and he gets it. Jackal is on fire.
Very nice.
Gets himself 21 kills for the game, and BBR take down 1620 Kings.
Jackal dropping 21 kills on a Slayer. You know, I would say you can add those 7 kills from the previous game before the reset as well. Let's just give it to him.
He's always got a 30 bomb.
Because, you know, like he nearly hit a 30 bomb. I think the kills that he got in that first game before the reset there were too good for him to let go. Definitely put them in the highlight reel, man. But just overall convincing win from BBR. You could see that so many points BBR just had the better control of the game.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show that, you know, the kind of teamwork that we're seeing here from BBR, the fact that it was 43-41 at one point towards the end there, and then it just blew all the way out to a 50-43. So the fact that BBR right now are able to corral around each other and really be able to get that teamwork going to where they're able to end a Slayer the way they did and not let the pressure get to them. Whereas, you know, going into this series, if you lose this map, then it's all on the line with the final map against a team that you should be beating here in this elimination bracket. But BBR, they hold strong, they wipe the sweat off their brow, and now they're moving forward into this top 4. BBR, they don't have to go through their open bracket anymore. They're already in the Pro Series number 4, and they can just breathe a sigh of relief here, Hoggy, because now any other positioning in the rest of Pro Series number 3 is just an added bonus here for the BBR boys.
Yeah, you know that they're gunning for top 3, top 4, top 2, sorry. You know that they want to get up there. And today, I think they've proven that they can get there. Can they get there today? We'll have to see, but Jackal wants to get there, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, these boys are putting up some big numbers here for BBR, and the fact that they're able to make this a 2-0, albeit 16-20 Kings, they put up a good fight here, Blue, but on the backside, we've just seen how strong BBR are today. These guys are putting up some big numbers. Jackal is having an absolutely insane day today, and the fact that now them in this elimination bracket, their backs against the wall, and they don't let it get to them. It seems like these guys are nice, cool, calm, and collected, and moving forward into this next elimination final, it's going to be very hard for any team to take them down.
It's exactly those points that has been touching on in his interviews. They just remain cool, calm, and collected in those times where it really matters, and that's exactly, you know, what we're seeing right now. The players on BBR are just working so well together as this fundamental four, and they're not cracking under the pressure, even when you think another team in their position might be. They're able to bounce back from it and take those games really convincingly, and now, you know, I think they're probably just looking forward to getting a potential rematch with the Chiefs. I think they want to put another one up on the board.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing for BBR right now, is looking forward to potentially trying to get themselves into a rematch with the Chiefs. There's still a whole lot of Halo to get through before we start seeing if that does pan out, because right now we're looking up towards that winners final, and that's where we're seeing the Chiefs as well as the Fraggers, who are going to be going head-to-head very, very shortly. But BBR right now, I think they're on a really good trajectory here, Hoggy, to try and secure themselves at least a bare minimum top 3 today. I think they performed well enough to secure themselves a top 3. So whether or not they can crack into that top 2 for today is the big question mark for me.
Yeah, the other thing is we've seen in Slayer games, they like to go down by 10 kills.
Yeah.
And then bring it back, which is not really what you want, because when you play against the better teams, you're going to struggle.
It's a bait.
They're just luring you into a false sense of security, right?
Yep.
But against the top teams, it's hard to do that. You can't consistently go down by 10 and expect to always come back. And we've seen that almost every week that they do that. They go down by 10. I think last week, they were down 12-0 on a Slayer and Aquarius. They can't have that happen. You saw at the end of the game, they go, 10 kills or 9 kills for none.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be down kills when you're doing that. You want to be up kills already and then getting 10 more kills on the other team. You don't want to have to be coming back from 10. So BBR need to shore up their Slayers a little bit, because it'll be tough going against the likes of Divine Minds and the Chiefs if they're down by 10 already, just even off the bat.
Yeah, exactly, and that was kind of the game mode that the Chiefs were able to take away from BBR as well in that in that winners final. So being able to look towards that, that's where you're starting to look towards BBR, where maybe the Slayer game types might be their kind of weak point for them, but they're still able to get these series under their belt. So Blue, another side of things before we do say goodbye to 16-20 Kings, I want to touch on these guys one more. They're getting themselves further in these brackets, and I think that is a big positive for them, being able to get a little bit of extra exposure here on the main stage and getting that extra position up here in the Pro Series just gives them that extra bit of momentum, that extra bit of confidence in their play as well.
Yep, oh, absolutely. I think for them, this isn't a point to sort of rest on your laurels and look at this and be like, oh, okay, well, now we can afford to take a bit of a break. You know, this is where you need to really start refining where you are as a team and push forward and just do even better coming into the next weeks, because I know for a fact that these guys are going to turn up in the weeks to come, as they should, but it just means from this point on, you know, take time to do VOD reviews. Take time to look back at how you played your games. Take time to how you to review how you communicated what worked and what didn't, because from this point on, you're a team that has so much potential and can only move forward and be stronger from this point.
Exactly. I think that's a big thing looking in the future for 16-20 Kings. It is awfully bright, so keep at it, guys, and we'll see maybe someday they'll be able to crack into the top 4 for these Pro Series. But lads, time for us to talk to our winner here. We've got Benji on the line from BBR, so let's bring him in and have a yarn to the man who win another series to get themselves into the top 4. Benji, mate, it's good to see you back here in HCS. This time around, playing on a completely different roster, coming into BBR, you being the fresh man on the squad. How does it feel, and how is the kind of, you know, adaptation between you and the BBR lads to kind of come into this red-hot form, it seems like, for Pro Series?
Yeah, it's definitely different. I've never played with Halo players before. So this is unreal. These guys have been playing since I'm 2 years old. So it's unreal. Like, they're teaching us everything. Well, me and Jackal especially. They're definitely very helpful.
Yeah, how do you feel sort of like Ads and Brads have been taking off that teacher role? You know, obviously we've spoken to Ads a whole bunch about adding you guys into the roster, has given them as older players so much more confidence. So how do you feel as though you're feeding into each other with that sort of old and new dynamic?
Oh, it's great. The experience is helpful. Like, they always calm the maps down. Like, we're going, like, for example, we always go down in Slayers for some reason. We always start 20-0 losing, and they're always calming us down, like always trying to reconnect with a teammate, always helping us out. It's great. Like, if I wasn't playing with anyone else, I'd be getting smoked.
You can't say that. You're on Vanguard Escapees. I felt like you guys put up a good fight in those first tournaments. But anyway, you guys going up against the Chiefs. What happened? What made you guys do so well against the Chiefs, right? The oddball game was there for the taking. Yes, I agree. It was there for the taking. You could have won. How do you think that series went for you guys? Going from, if you could start at game 1, 2, and 3, that would be amazing. Like, go through it.
2 seconds. That's all we needed. 2 bloody seconds. We started down the Slayer. Once again, we started the Slayer 0 and 10. I don't know what's going on. Then we bring it back to 45 to 50.
Yeah, okay.
We win the first map, and then a bit some like dodgy calls in the second round. Oddball, but we get through it. We should have won. I'm a bit mad about it, but we'll play them again later. Don't worry about that. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see if there is going to be a rematch between you and the Chiefs. So I guess that leads into my next question for you guys. How's the feeling in the BBR camp right now after that series for the Chiefs? Do you guys feel like you can take not only the title today, but even in the future? Where do you feel like this BBR roster is going to end up in the future?
Yeah, definitely. We can, like, putting up a good fight against Sam is unreal. Like, it's very scrappy though, to be honest with you. Our games are very scrappy. We should be winning by a lot more, and we're not. There's definitely lots of room for improvement, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I think all of us here can echo that sentiment. We're super excited to see what this PBR roster can do. You guys have put up an amazing day today. I'm super excited to see what else you guys can do here for the Pro Series. So, Benji, thanks for the insights once again, and good luck for your future series.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate. Being able to hear from the horse's mouth is always good here. We were sitting there watching. We know, everyone knows what that feeling is like, right? When you just need those extra couple of seconds on oddball. And I'm sure it would have been gutting for those guys on BBR. But Hoggy, the fact that they're able to make it so close, and even in their own minds, they know that they should have won that. So that's certainly got to give them the confidence going forward that they can beat anybody here in ANZ.
Yep, and then on top of that, he mentions, we were down 10-0 in the Slayer. Who would have thought? And they lose by 5 kills.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do that against the Chiefs or a Divine Mind, you probably got way less of a chance of coming back than you do against the lesser teams. So they can't be going down 10-0 in the Slayers and expect to come back against someone like the Chiefs. Because if they didn't go down by 10 kills at the start, maybe they could have won. It was only a 5-kill difference. So, and you saw it in Oddball. That was so close. So the fact that they're such a new team and they're able to take on Chiefs, and you can even tell from Benji, he thinks that they should have won. Even though it was scrappy,
he could
thinks
feel
they
it,
still
man.
should have
You
won.
could tell as soon as you asked that question, you could see it in his eyes.
He was like, "Oh man."
Yeah, you can really feel the confidence that these guys have in each other, and it's super exciting to see what BBR can do today. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to yet another break here. We're going into our winners final here. We're going to check out the Chiefs and the Fraggers going head-to-head. One of those members is going to go into the grand final. The other is going to drop into our elimination bracket. So make sure you join us after this on HCS.
Alias is Dante, full name Luke Green, and on and off competing 17 years now, so it's been a bit of a process, but we're still here. I started off playing Halo 1 and then competitively I jumped into Halo 2. The biggest thing would be Team BBR. That's sort of where we established our name individually as well, so that consisted of me, Ads, Hacks and Berserker. Played all the way through basically Halo 2 undefeated. Halo 2 was definitely my game. I could consider myself being the best in ANZ. I'm sure people can vouch for that. I sort of wasn't as passionate as I was with Halo 2 towards Halo 3, so I sort of skipped Halo 3 and the rest pretty much up until Halo 5. Yeah, start of Infinite, we brought BBR sort of back. I was grinding a lot more as well. Had an opportunity to jump on Divine Minds, play with the boys through some of these series, and yeah, I've sort of stuck with them and didn't really want to hold the BBR boys back, you know, because I wasn't committed to anything. Yeah, for now, happy to keep chipping away and prove my worth, definitely. I would also probably consider myself a bit of a sneaky sort of playmaker. Yeah, a lot of people would take me for the sword guy. I don't know, I've sort of ran with that for quite a few years, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't really like how much I abuse it. I'm considering, yeah, putting in a lot of work for it, grinding it out. Competitive wise, yeah, I want to sort of be at the top. One of my big goals would be go overseas. Considering I've been competing on and off for 17 years, I actually haven't been internationally. Yeah, that would definitely be one of my biggest goals, to head international and, you know, put in the work over there and see how far we can get.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 3 is getting towards an inevitable conclusion here. We're starting to get deeper into the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. That means we get to start to talk about more Halo Infinite here. Bluey as well as Hoggy are back by my side one more time. Lads, we've had an absolutely gnarly day today. I don't think you could have told me at the top of the show we would have been having half the stuff that's been going on today. We have had some crazy series. We had Immunity who weren't able to play to start out today. We had Barcode, he got himself like 700 gifted subs or something redonkulous like that. We had an insane series between the G's and BBR, and now we're looking towards things that are just absolutely haywire and everywhere. And Bluey, I'm just excited that we've seen something completely different for this Pro Series, because I think Pro Series 1 and 2, albeit a few different storylines came through it, it feels like it's been much of the same.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Luke, but I feel like every week we come back here, things escalate like a little bit more and more. Like last week, we felt as though we had some really good games on our hands and some really interesting storylines that started to develop. And this week, I feel like it's that tenfold. You know, even just we can't stop talking about it now, but touching on that Chiefs v BBR game, like that is a result or a game that we never expected to see. And now how BBR are just climbing up the ranks, showing such dominant performance right now. So good for them. It's insane.
Yeah, it's insane to see those guys, and obviously those of you who are paying attention here, Divine Mind, unfortunately, were not able to field another roster here in this Elimination quarterfinals, so they're out. So they're going to have to play through the Open qualifiers to go through to Pro Series number 4 here. Unfortunate circumstances there for the DM lads, but I'm sure they're going to be able to bounce back, and at no point am I expecting them not to make it through that Open qualifier, but it's about now that these seedings are going to be all skew for that Pro Series number 4, lads, and this is where we get to set our sights towards the winners bracket here. This is where we get to start to talk about this winners final, where the winner is going to go into the grand final. It's going to be Chiefs taking on the Fraggers here. And Hoggy, we're starting out with the Chiefs here. These guys, like we talk about these guys week in, week out. They have been the top of ANZ since the start of Infinite, and these guys don't want to slow down.
Yeah, the Chiefs are here again, as usual. They're back to the top. They're up against Fraggers this time, bit of a different team. But this team is just leaps and bounds ahead. And today, we saw BBR potentially take down the Chiefs, or almost take down the Chiefs, as we saw in Benji's interview. 2 seconds was all that they needed to take down the Chiefs. And the Chiefs were able to still come through and win that series and head themselves into the winners final against the Fraggers. So the Chiefs have an interesting matchup, right? They're going up against the Fraggers, who are a bit different compared to Divine Mind, and it's a bit different for us to watch today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for us to look at this, especially because we're looking across this Chiefs roster and they have had some big fraggers in and of themselves. Last week, we saw Madzi come back into the roster for the Chiefs, and now we're looking towards Pro Series number 3, where this man, the Shark, is able to take over Pro Series one more time. So we've got to play a highlight here for Mr. Madzi.
Yeah.
One thing has changed since the break, for sure. And I'll talk about it in a second, because Madzi's about to go off, apparently. Oh, and he does!
I'm Madison Madzi Stone. I've been competing for about, been nearly 10 years now, actually. Yeah, I'm a country boy. I grew up in a little town called Thierry. Been living there for way too long. I worked in the mines for a few years, and yeah, now just gaming full time. Well, I first got an Xbox for my 4th or 5th birthday. It was Halo 1 on the original Xbox, and yeah, just ever since I've loved it. Probably off the top of my head is my triple kill against Divine Mind on recharge. So I was pushing Tower 1 and I seen a guy in front of me. I beat him in a gun battle, and then I seen another player going for sword. So I shot him, he fell off the map, and then one came up behind me and I outbeat him as well. So I got a triple kill. I think a good reasonable goal is top 8. Yeah, ANZ's never broken into the top 8, which yeah, would be incredible to just get ANZ into that top 8. And me individually, just grinding as much as I possibly can, honing my individual skill, just make sure I'm up to par. Oh, obviously nothing beats a win. It feels pretty good. Compared to a loss, it's more of a learning curve, you know, like what can we do better next time to get that win. Yeah, we just want to do the best we possibly can and try and put ANZ on the map. Shout out to all the ANZ community for cheering us on and supporting us, really appreciate it.
Heard it there from the Shark's mouth, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing is better than a dub here in ANZ, and I'm sure the Chiefs have got plenty of those. They've only lost one series to the entirety of Halo Infinite, by the way, Bluey. I think that's pretty ridiculous that these guys have been able to put up such big numbers, and looking towards a team like Fraggers, they've got a colossal task ahead of them to try and take down the Chiefs. Only Divine Mind have been able to do it in the past, and the question is now, can the Fraggers do it?
Yeah, Fraggers here, it is a monumental task, as you said. You know, we pointed out before that they have a roster with them. You know, obviously Ninjestix getting a video highlight before. This is a stacked roster. Don't get yourself wrong. They are a team that has very experienced players, and then a smoking young gun in Lucas. We saw him last week and how he performed, and I think he surprised us all with how easy he was able to adapt with what was going. But you know, on the other end of the spectrum, we also have an amazing long-time player like Flex Reigns, and I think Flex, for how we've seen him sort of bounce back between team after team, always perform consistently, even play for the Chiefs at one point, and on that end, he still put up numbers himself. He still put up fantastic performances overall. Flex is always a player that you can rely on. He's always a very, very consistent player, but not only that, he can turn into a main slayer if he wants to on a dime. So coming in today for this Fraggers roster, it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of role Flex manages to take for this particular series.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting thing for us to touch on here for the Fraggers is what kind of roles are these players going to really start to mold into here. You know, we haven't really seen all too much from these guys just yet. Unfortunately, they did get the 2-0 default win up against the Divine Mind lads, so they really haven't had that much time to be kind of, you know, hot and warm for today. They're going into a series right now, Hoggy, where they're going to have to perform really, really well to try and take down a team like the Chiefs in a full best of 5. And having that little bit of a cold start, yeah, you might be doing some matchmaking or maybe even some bot warm-ups on the way there, but nothing compares to a competitive series rolling in and in going through the entirety of this Pro Series. So maybe the Fraggers might be a little bit cold coming into this series against the Chiefs.
Oh, for sure. And then on top of that, you got the Chiefs who have just come off a almost loss. So they're not happy about that. But the fact that the Fraggers have taken down Direwolves already, they got to be confident in taking down Direwolves, and then moving into this series, they need to take that confidence into this game against the Chiefs. Because you know that if they're sticking together and they're going to stay together, that they want to play well against the Chiefs. Even if they are not able to take them down today, they want to be able to use this as an experience to push into next week.
Exactly, and we've seen what Confidence has done today here for the BBR lads, being able to push the Chiefs all the way to a third map. But let's jump into our maps and see where we're going to be ending up here for this full best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the interesting caveat for us here, Blue, right? It's a best of 5 this time around, so you're going to have to push the Chiefs through 5 of these maps potentially and play a long day of Halo Infinite. And that is a very, very big storyline for both these teams. If we start going a full best of 5s, that's going to be a whole long night for a lot of these teams, and then it starts getting into the realms of mental fortitude, mental kind of strain, and seeing how far these guys can really go.
This is, unfortunately for Fraggers, the Chiefs' comfort zone. Like, how many times have the Chiefs been put in a position where they've hit a first best of 5, even had a bracket reset, you know, of their own accord, and then have to go straight into another best of 5, and then taken that series so cleanly that it doesn't even look like they had to play another set of best of 5 before that anyway. So this is, I feel like, the Chiefs' stomping ground. They don't want a best of 3. It feels like they want the game to go for as long as possible because that's where they feel most comfortable, because they start to get into those grooves. You know, all players, I feel, on the Chiefs roster are very based in that idea. So Fraggers, again, a monumental task ahead of them. They're in the Chiefs' stomping ground, so they're going to have to pull some very, very hot tricks out of the bag in order to make the Chiefs slip up.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we haven't really talked about all too much, is the Chiefs get into their own element the longer these series do go. It's a beautiful way to put it here, Bluey. So lads, let's jump into this winners final. We've got the Chiefs and the Fraggers going head to head.
Yeah, it's the winners final. The Chiefs versus Fraggers. The Fraggers have brought themselves all the way up to the winners final against the Chiefs. The Chiefs are the dominating team in the ANZ region. You've seen Barcode many times. Pips, Madzi, Praddies. We've seen them all. Now they've got to go up against Flex Reigns, their sub, their coach, and let's see what they can do, Bluey.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do off the break, and immediately it's just a slaughterhouse. Both teams, nades coming in from every direction, but it looks like the Chiefs were the ones to come out on top of that exchange. Even though so many players on both ends looked like they were taking so much damage, it was the Chiefs that managed to get away with 3 players instead of going down 2. Do see Madzi come up on behind Rated here, and he manages to get a little bit of a stall here on the point, but Madzi might look to be the one that gets eventually taken down.
Yeah, the Chiefs just trying to get map control off the bat. They do lose C and A, so they don't have a point. How the hell is Madzi still alive? Madzi's doing the do-si-do, but he does get taken down. Somehow he stayed alive for ages. 2 dead for either side. Praddies has the camo in hand. Pips will get himself a double. They will get B. He'll get himself the pulse rifle. And they will stop C. No, they won't. So Fraggers will get themselves some points on the board. So the fact that the Chiefs haven't jumped out to an early lead is good for the Fraggers.
You can definitely tell that they're playing it a little bit slower, though. They're just trying to get good map control, sort of lock down Fraggers spawns as much as possible before they start to go for those all-important, like, triple caps, because that's something that I think we see the Chiefs do very, very aggressively in a lot of Strongholds games, especially on Recharge. They are playing a little bit more passively than what we're used to, but in that being said, it looks like they're just getting the momentum up. Madzi and Pips both landing kills back-to-back. Rated, the last player on the side, left alive for Fraggers as Flex Reigns comes up, and this is that triple cap that I was talking about before.
Yeah, they've got the triple cap. They've taken down 3 of them. Lucas is stuck at top gold for his team, and he will get the spawns down at long haul. The side of Chiefs know where they're spawning. They have got the long haul spawn and the gold spawn. Madsy's just playing a cheeky little spot to get the shots on the feet of Flex Reigns. I think that was Barcode's looking for all the players of Fraggers, and he cannot find them. They've pushed through C. He's going to go straight for bottom middle and try to get the flank. He can't find one. Lucas will take down his teammate. They do get 2, but he does grab camo and he'll get away.
Barcode with the camo. That's not a combo that you'd like to see with the Mangler as well. So he's going to be looking for some very fundamental positions here. He's going to look to be as sneaky as possible. He doesn't have to worry about that pinging that B position because the Chiefs are still in control of it. So he can play as sneaky as he wants down bottom mid. And that's exactly what he did, jumping up 2 pipes, taking down Flex Range, and making a little rotation, trying to stop this Ninjestix from getting this pull. And he Spider-Man's right in, smacks him 1-2, takes him down. He's laying down that pressure on that top gold position.
Ninjestix just wanted to get them the A points so they didn't have a triple
He
cap.
just wanted it,
but
man.
Barcode flies straight in like Spider-Man and takes him down. So the players of Fraggers are down, and that's 4 dead again for Fraggers, dominating from the Chiefs. They do have a trip cap now. Barcode did not want to let him take the A point.
Look at the scoreline right now, Hoggy. You know, we thought it was ridiculous watching BBR before on this Strongholds map, but it seems like Fraggers are falling into the same kind of situation. They just can't manage to hold a point every time they get themselves on A. There's a player of the Chiefs willing to shut them down, take them out, and ensure that that triple cap is still ticking up, and that's what seems to be happening here. They only have 40 points left to go, Hoggy. This game is not in control of the Fraggers at all.
Flex Reigns gets himself onto B, but look at the teamwork from the Chiefs, taking him down straight away. They know that they're coming in for C. Pradis does the hold this, and he's going to jump straight back in for another. Will he get it? No, he won't. Lucas takes him down. Madsy's there to clean it up. There's only 15 points left. Fraggers are in C though, and they are in A, so they've stopped the points bleeding for a triple cap, but B and C is in the hands of the Chiefs, and Chiefs are going to take game number 1 unless the side of Fraggers can get across the map to C, and they won't be able to.
Cannot.
Chiefs are dominating game number 1.
Okay, that's disgusting. That is not fair. That, you know, I hate to put it out there already. It's a bit toxic, but that looked like a bit of a matchmaking game from the Chiefs' perspective. Am I wrong? Like, look at the dominance that they had on the entire map that whole time. They were showing the same kind of aggression that we saw from BBR when they played Strongholds Recharge, but tenfold, because obviously we're watching the Chiefs' perspective now, and all players on that roster are just insane. They're so in tune, and, you know, as a collective 4, they just read each other so well.
Look at the kills.
Yeah.
There's 3 and 1 kill, 10 kills, 12 kills. There's not too many kills in a game that goes 250 points to 2. And the side of the Chiefs just had their spawns on lock pretty much, right? They got the triple cap.
Hoggy, even me looking at that score right now is ridiculous. Like, surely that's edited, right? Did somebody go in and sweep this in Photoshop before they put it up on our screens? Because there's no way that's a real score at this position in the gameplay. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, they got the trip cap, and they just knew exactly where they were spawning. And it felt like almost every time we were on a different player from the Chiefs, they had a Mangler in hand, right? They had a Mangler every time. And it was almost like if a player got taken down with the Mangler, it's like, oh, the Mangler's down, go grab it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there were even positions in that match where 2 players on the sides of the Chiefs would have Manglers. Jeez, Praddy's coming out with that no-scope. So they were just showing just dominance in, you know, Recharge. Not really a map where you'd say that there's a particular power weapon like the Sniper or the Rockets, but they were treating the Mangler in that way, and it was just working for them so well in all of those engagements, in all of those positions. Every time there was a player from Fraggers on A, it was just a simple sweep around with the Mangler and taking them out super easy.
Yeah, the Chiefs were the dominating game number 1, and they dominated them in the Slays as well. And obviously we're moving on to a Slayer in the next game. Wasn't too many kills coming out for either side because of how quickly it ended.
I feel like that just went by so fast. It almost feels like a fever dream. I don't know where I am right now, I'm going to be honest. Like, I thought we'd be on that map for longer, and now we're already going to a Slayer on streets. Like, that's... Chiefs? Are you just trying to wrap this up early? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, the Chiefs, they've got the spawns on lock on Recharge Strongholds. I'm sure they've got the spawns on lock on Street Slayer.
God,
We've seen Immunity do it. I think Chiefs can do it as well. So I think Chiefs know exactly how to play this map.
We did see them, though, you know, before on Streets, albeit it was an oddball game, but Chiefs were definitely looking a little bit shaky. They didn't have as much control as what you would expect them to on streets, just spawn-wise, even, you know, like power weapons-wise, it seemed like when they were going up against BBR were actually managing to sweep the Rockets under their feet so many times when they just shouldn't have. So hopefully they don't take that, you know, going into this next game. But going up against Fraggers, like, it's a completely different story. It just looks like Chiefs are just miles ahead of what Fraggers are at the moment.
Yeah, Barcode's bottom middle. Madzi will get a kill. He'll get taken down by a spike nade from Flex. Rated will get another. They trade out 2 kills each. Rated goes to bottom middle. Can he get the double? He forces the player to back down. Rockets are still there. So Fraggers are going to have to overlook that, not let the Chiefs get that in their hands. They're still up. Praddies gets away with the Bulldog. Flex Reigns is heading bottom middle. He wants those Rockets bad. His teammates are all down there at bottom middle. No one's really going for a flank. As I say that, Flex moves towards Tyres. He tries to come around. 2 of his teammates go down, and he's the last man up. The Rockets will be in the hands of Chiefs now.
Even with Flex having that position, he does pick up a double kill there, but he had to back down against Brady so fast. Madzi now in control of the Rockets, and he's going to be able to... No, he won't. I thought that was definitely a kill on Ninjestix there. He does manage to get it from the grave, but that is not the kind of turnout that you want to see after fighting so long over those Rockets.
Yeah, score all tied up. Flex Reigns, he's moving down P. He's got a player right in front of him. It's Pips. Pips is going to challenge him. He gets a perfect nade. Flex somehow stays alive and backs down. Another nade hits him. He's got a teammate right next to him. They'll start pushing up. Praddies gets a kill on the other side of the map. His teammates are on the other side of the map as well. Flex Reigns goes straight in to get a kill. He's going to have to take on a second. He won't get him. His teammate Rated is one shot next to him as well. He's trying to stay alive, but he's the last man up, and he's going to get flanked from multiple angles. The Chiefs know where he is. They're swarming
with the Sentinel beam once again.
He
what
loves
is with his favoritism on this gun? I don't quite understand it. Is there something... Oh, it's in the hands of Pips now. Is there something that you and I are understanding with the Sentinel beam? Because I feel as though that's a gun that's virtually untouched.
There was a secret patch, Bluey.
Yeah,
no one got to see.
Patch, right?
Doubled its damage.
Good stuff, though, coming out from the Chiefs now. They do have 5 points on the board, and this is where we might see things sort of snowball from this point on. They're keeping that 5-point lead pretty convincingly, but Lucas managing to get a little bit of a cross-map kill there on Prady's. Sort of kills coming, trading here and there, but no team managing to catch up on one another. The Chiefs just holding this 5-point lead overall.
Yeah, Madzi gets the Rockets, and he does manage to get a kill, but he will lose his own life in the process. Barcode's one shot, trying to back down. Flex Reigns will chase him. Flex Reigns and Lucas get themselves 2 of them. Ninjestix is coming in for the Rockets. He knows they're down. He's got 1 left to work with. Pips is trying to push him, and Pips will take him down. Can Pips get himself a double? No, he won't. Rated will take him out. Rated has to back down, though. The nades come flying into Tyres, and a player pushes him. He gets a second one pushing him, and he does manage to get a double.
Oh, with the smack,
with the punch to the body. But Pips, he's alive in PD, and they're still up by 3 points.
Rated staying alive then and you know, for as long as possible, managing to pick up 2 kills is such a good little tide turner for Fraggers because the score is still so close. Only 3 make that 2 points of difference with Lucas picking up a very nasty double kill, possibly a triple kill on Madzi. Can't quite put the damage out and does manage to get taken down himself. We did have a lot of members of Fraggers over on that PD side, over on that APD side, but unfortunately they got wiped so quickly off the face of the earth.
Yeah, Chiefs are all over Arcade. Madzi takes down Lucas. Barcode is pushing in on the other side of the map. He's going to find 2 and get taken down himself. Brady's trying to get shots out, but will have to back down. They've split the map. Flex Reigns comes in behind him with the Bulldog for the double. He's got the triple in front of him. Can he get it? His teammate takes the triple. What are you doing, Rated? That was his triple.
Still lives, though, even though that is stolen valor, a stolen triple kill from Flex Reigns, sorry, he does manage to stay alive. You know, that's very, very important. As one-shot as Flex was for so long, he had his team to back him up, and now we're seeing Fraggers just come in with a dominating performance. They are now leading the Chiefs 3 kills, and I feel like this kill run has been going for a little while now, Hoggy.
Yep, they managed to find the spawners, and they've found the second lot of spawners. Rockets are up any second now. Flex Reigns going in with the Bulldog. Doesn't kill him somehow. Somehow he gets taken down. He does manage to trade, though. The Rockets are in the hands of Ninjestix. He'll trade out a kill as well. Lucas, last man for the side of Fraggers. Pips will have to back down against him, and the Rockets are down. There's 1 left. Let's see if the Fraggers can grab those and use them to their advantage, but they've got a 2-kill lead.
Was there 1 rocket left, Hoggy? I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see them fall to the ground, but if so, that probably is core. Yep, Rated does have rockets, so that's why they were fighting for that position so much. The rockets do go in the hands of, who was that, Ninjestix? Yep, he does manage to get it. Gets a triple kill off the bat. Where did this come from, Ninjestix? This performance is exactly what you need to be doing at this stage of the game, and he's already just pushing down B. He does meet Madzi. We could see it. Madzi was just on the other side of that pole. And he does go down. Good call from his teammates there, but he does go down as well. So very, very good play coming out from Ninjestix. That triple kill is one of the key factors in them being able to keep up this score lead. But as I'm saying that, Chiefs are managing to tie it up.
Yeah, getting the Rockets has been huge. The Fraggers have somehow managed to keep the lead just by 1, though. Barcode is on the flank. He's got a teammate next to him, probably pushing up through driveway. That's Pips. He'll grab himself the Sentinel. He's got 3 players in front of him. Flex Reigns is loving the Bulldog. 3 of the players of Chiefs go down. And Flex Reigns is loving the Bulldog this game. He's been popping off for it, and he keeps them in the lead by 3.
I told you, Hoggy, did I not mention the Flex Reigns play before? You just prioritize that Bulldog on vendor side, throw the shield down, and that's what he's doing. He's taking priority, throwing that shield down, getting the Bulldog in hand, trying to get CQC in their face with it. Give him a face full of buckshot. That's exactly what he's doing here, and he's going to do it again, just providing that support to Pips. And it's just huge. Like, these plays that Flex are making right now, he's just zooming around this map like he's Sonic.
Yep, only 5 kills left.
Oh, come on.
Hits the body with the melee. 3 kills the difference. Can the Fraggers hold out here? Rockets in the hand of Pips. That's the comeback that they need with the Rockets. Madzi will get another. Score is still only 2 points the difference. 4 kills left for the Fraggers now. Barcode's trying to find out the last player. It is back here. It's Flex Reigns. Flex Reigns manages to get a kill before he gets taken out. 1 kill the difference. This game could slow down a lot here, Bluey. Lucas is weak. The day might take him out. No, it doesn't.
We've seen Chiefs in this.
This is going to slow down a lot. Madzi cleans it up. It's a tied game. 3 kills needed for either team.
We've seen Chiefs in this exact same position before. They know when they need to tone it down, play a little bit less aggro, and just look for the team picks. This might be one of those scenarios where we could even be waiting for another rocket rotation to come out in order to secure those last few kills. But that being said, it's going to be so hard for these players to take position, to grab those rockets and move forward. Barcode picks up a kill on Flex Range. Only 2 more kills to go down, but Barcode needs to back down. Stuck in cuts, Lucas picks down. And that is the game. Another player goes down in top tram. How do you let that happen if you're Fraggers? They had the positioning, they had the overlook in that scenario, but the team shots from Chiefs were just too strong.
Yeah, Pip's playing really sneaky at the end of that game at the bottom of C-Stairs. Flex Reigns runs out like a madman and gets shot by both players. Barcode and Pips working on the teamwork to get a kill. Then Madzi on the other side of the map pushes in. Barcode takes a free kill, bottom C. And they manage to get the other, but
Lucas as well, like
right
he was completely pushed out of position. He was staying in that garbage side, that back of tram, and then when they knew that Pips was making the push in after Flex Reigns went down, he had no option but to run out front door. What can you do in that position? Because Barcode's already looking right there, waiting for a player to slip up and make that mistake, and that's exactly what happened. Those 3 kills came in such fast succession. There was no way for Fraggers to be able to react to that last little bit in the game there.
Yeah, the Shark is back. The blood was in the water. He managed to get himself 19 kills in that game.
Jeez.
So Madzi stepping up to keep them in it. They've managed to take game number 2. 3 kills the difference, though. That's a good start for a good comeback, you would say, for the side of Fraggers, right? They've been dominated in game 1 to almost winning game number 2.
Yeah, that was, a good bounce back from them. Hopefully they were, after that first game, they came back to each other in the comms and realized that they needed to slow the game down, because I feel as though that's where teams succeed playing against the Chiefs, is being able to slow the game down, where the Chiefs have to start reacting off you a little bit, because I feel as though every other team has to react off the Chiefs, and doing that against such a fast-paced, breakneck team is not the easiest thing to do, especially in these high-paced kill scenarios. And you had players like Rated, you had even Flex, in that game as well, being able to take control of their own lives so well every single time against such a dominating roster in the Chiefs. Like, this is how Fraggers needs to be playing against Chiefs right now in order to stay in this competition.
Yeah, and you saw how many times Flex Reigns had the Bulldog in hand, and it was one of the reasons why they stayed in the game, and they only ended up losing by 3, and they could have easily taken down the game. So the fact that they were able to use the Bulldog to their advantage as well. Flex, I felt like, even though he didn't have the most kills on his team, felt like he stepped up. He's tied with the rest of them, as you can see in the replay, but the fact that he was able to step up for his team in the moments that mattered, and that was what kept them in the game at certain points.
there were those situations where both him and I believe it was Rated just managed to stay alive for so long, make as much use out of their lifespan as possible. You know, at this level of play, those are those critical moments. They're certainly in an objective game, you can kind of play, you know, a bit crazy, throw your life out, as long as it's worth something. May that be a little bit of ground, a little bit more of a hold on an objective. But on a Slayer, you want to try and be, you know, maintaining your lifespan for as long as possible. Keep that average life as long as possible. And that's exactly what Flex and, again, I believe it was Rated, managed to do throughout that entire game. And if they can manage to take that into... next we have CTF on Bazaar. On this map especially, Hoggy, because I know you're such a fan of this map, staying alive for as long as possible is one of those crucial elements to playing this particular game mode and map.
No, definitely. And this is the winners final where the Fraggers want to put up a good performance, especially in game number 3, because this is so crucial for them. They have to win this to stay in the series. Can the Chiefs take down the Fraggers in game number 3? Fraggers put up a fight in game number 2. Can they do it again, though? The Chiefs have to take them down to get themselves in the final. Can the Fraggers bring it back, Bluey?
Yep, it's going to be tough ask for Fraggers. CTF on Bazaar. Fraggers have to be able to control the pace of this game well. If Chiefs start to snowball out here and start to capture flags in rapid succession, Fraggers is not going to be able to answer back in the manner that they want.
Yeah, right off the bat, Barcode goes bottom middle, and it'll go down. The overshield is still down, I'm pretty sure. Ninjestix up on balcony. His teammate flies straight in. That's Rated. Rated has to fall down, though, and he will get taken down. Doesn't manage to kill the player at bar. The rockets are in the hands of Madzi. I don't know if he has 2 left or 1. They also have the overshield as well. He has 2, and they have the overshield. They push in and find 1. Pips will get the other with the overshield. The 3 players of the Chiefs are all here, pushing in through balcony. Madzi doesn't know that there's a player below him, though, and he will push in. He does find 1. His teammates are already in the base. The player right behind him, and he gets taken down. Perfect flank. Pips takes him on and takes him down. The flag is moving, though, for Chiefs, and the players of the Fraggers are overextending. They're already in the Chiefs base.
Praties, yeah, already running that flag, but as you said, Fraggers have 2 on their side base, looking to stop that flag as soon as possible. Barcode does manage to pick off a kill on Ninjestix, already making a very clean pick there, and you can see the Chiefs start to collapse in their own base, trying to ensure that flag gets in that capture as fast as possible. Lucas making a good extension into their palm tree, and they do return the flag there, I believe. Was that a oh no, it is Chiefs that does manage to capture that flag. There was a flag return there. Good stuff coming out from Chiefs. A very, very hasty play having to be made there. Some tough, rapid decisions to be made for both teams.
Yeah, Lucas is still in the base of the Chiefs, though. He'll go down. Ninjestix is there as well, and Barcode finds him.
Oh, no.
So the Chiefs knew that they were there, and they took them down, made sure that they cleared out their own base. Rated was the last one up, and he's trying to play real sneaky with his Mangler. We know how strong that these can be. He's got a player in front of him. He'll get the back smack. There's a second one across. That's Praties. Mazzy's there as well. He gets the double. He's going to back down for the triple, though. He doesn't want to challenge. Praties is going to back down into the lockers, and he'll come back. Raiders is trying to work with his team to get middle map control, because that's what matters the most on Bazaar. You want to have the middle map control and get the enemy spawning in the back of their base so that you get the rotation going and get the flag moving. He's got a teammate next to him. Will go down. Another one there. He goes for the double. Can he do it? No. Barcode. You see the strafe, the usual Barcode strafe, and he'll take it down.
Really good holding there from Fraggers. That's the kind of gameplay that you need to see for their team to be able to progress in this match. You know, they are down a flag, so they're going to need to make use of the time that they have here in order to start going up, start getting some points on the board. And as Lucas, you know, pushing into their base, you don't want to get caught out by Praties just as you did, because all that ground that you just made with your team is gone. That's a complete reset that you need to make for Fraggers. And now Praties is going to be sitting on these rockets, and it's going to be very, very unfortunate for Fraggers, because that just means so much more objective control.
Yeah, I really like this play from Praties. He's gone straight in with the Mangler to get himself a kill, to secure these rockets. The players of Fraggers are trying to come in. He'll get himself a second one. Pips will grab the rockets, though. So the space that Praties created, even though he's gone down, has allowed them to get the rockets. And Pips is in the tunnel.
Oh, come on!
I thought for sure that might hit the top of the roof, but it doesn't. He'll take Flex Trains out and play it really, really slowly. I'm pretty sure there's another player around him.
Flex should have known at that point that if there was a player there, they would have had rockets. I mean, I don't think taking that challenge was the best thing, especially being in such a confined space. with, you know, a heavily explosive weapon, but it doesn't matter though, because even in open spaces, Pips is just going to run at you with him. He's got no regard for it. The Milkman himself making a delivery to the front door of Chiefs base, it looks like, as he is able to run the flag. And I say that so convincingly because Chiefs have such good middle map control right now, but 3 players for Chiefs do go down in a matter of seconds. The kills coming out from Fraggers, Hoggy.
Yeah, Overshield about to spawn as well, so Fraggers will get that for themselves. The Chiefs could not stop the Fraggers spawners, and they managed to stop the flag from moving up. Pradis will find a free kill. I don't know what he was doing. He's just turned his back on Pradis, and Pradis takes him out. They didn't even get the Overshield, Bluey. They got full middle map control, and they still haven't got it.
Yeah, but neither did Pradis there. As you can see, 2 members going down for the side of Chiefs. Flex Reigns on top of their side bar with the Mauler. And we're going to see, yeah, Barcode be last man. Looks like OS will be in the hand of Fraggers. I think it might have been Lucas who grabbed it. So we hopefully see Lucas make a very convincing push in. The reversal from Flex Reigns with that Mangler beatdown. This should be a flag pull here.
Yeah, he's in a tough position, though. He doesn't have too much help. He'll find 2 players from the Chiefs.
No.
And as I say it, he doesn't have any help from his teammates. His teammates try to get in there, but they won't be able to help him out. Madsy goes into a fight, bottom middle. They get cleaned up by Ninjestix. So back and forth, Bluey. Every time it feels like we're jumping on with any member from either team, they're getting team shot or cleaned up instantly.
It seems very even overall. You can look at the kills too, and it's very even across the board with how both teams are trading kills back and forth. But what I will say here is it just seems like Fraggers can't get good footing on Chiefs' side of the base, and that's where Chiefs succeeded before in their first cap. They managed to make a wipe on Fraggers, get into their base, hold their tree side, get another wipe, and that's where the flag came. But every time Fraggers manages to pull into the red side, Chiefs side base, they can't hold that position. They get immediately wiped and then have to just do a full reset, which leaves them wide open for a count cap.
Yeah, Ninjestix is the last one up, but Barcode's going to grab the flag and start running it. Can he play his life? No, he can't. Rated will take him down. So Ninjestix doing just enough to keep the flag from moving any further than bottom middle, and they'll get the return. 3 of the Chiefs went down as they tried to pull it. So the Chiefs are not looking too strong in Bizarre CTF, game number 3.
That's that positioning again, though. Like you saw it right there, Hoggy. They took down 3 members of the Chiefs. They moved into Calm side and sort of that balcony side, and then they immediately went down. You would hope from this point on, Ninjestix might be able to make some pretty game-defining moves with those rockets, like momentum-wise, but they just couldn't do anything with that. Lucas being the last one alive to be able to make some footing on the map. He pushes up to under their side balcony, but what are you going to be able to do from here? Flex Reigns taken down as well. Lucas goes down. Once again, Ninjestix being the last one alive on the side of Fraggers, and he is pushed all the way back in their flag.
Yeah, while these kills go down, Pips is already on the side of the Fraggers. Pradis will push in and get taken down. The players have spawned back Thruster, and they'll take down another. Madsy's pushing in, though, to try clean up the kills. And he does get one. Lucas is last alive. Barcode's alive as well, with the Pradis as well, and he's going to be running at bottom middle. He's got the PP in hand. I'm not sure where the last player, Lucas, is. Oh, he's in the base. You can see him. He's hiding. He's grabbed the flag, and he started moving it. They're moved it too far, though.
They're going to try and make sure that they buy themselves a little bit more time with this flag. Lucas trades out with Pradis, so it's going to take Barcode here to get the confidence from his team to know that he can take this flag, but he gets ticked down by that dynamo grenade. They're going to have to work very hard to be in order to get this flag. Flex Reigns, sorry, the last one alive, to be able to take on that position on the flag, but it looks like Chiefs should be able to maintain this momentum and get another cap here.
Barcode's the last one up, and this is him on your screen.
Oh, no.
He's trying to take down one, and he can't. The flag's going to start moving for Fraggers. They're moving it down through Trench. So the players of the Chiefs are going to be all spawning up on Elbow and the Library side. Ninjestix has already got it over halfway. The players from the Chiefs are surely overextending, but he's got a player behind him. Madsy somehow spawned on that side of the map.
3 dead for Fraggers.
The Fraggers have not been able to move it any further. The flag will almost get reset. No, Ninjestix gets a grab, but it should get a reset now. The nades will come in from the side of Fraggers, but Fraggers won't be able to stop it. The flag will get reset. They do spawn at their own thruster, so they do have their flag control, but the Chiefs are trying to push in.
That's so unfortunate. I really like the play from Flex Reigns there, just sort of disregarding everything else that was around him to try and capture that flag, but unfortunately he didn't have what was left of his team to be able to back him up, and unfortunately that's the OS already done on the field. That it just got green gunned immediately. All of it's done, so no plays can be made with that whatsoever.
Yeah, Barcode's got the plasma pistol in hand. Raided's already pushed into his base. He's got 2 players right in front of him. He challenges one with the thruster. Playing his life, but the
Oh
nade
my
catches
God.
him. He wanted to go back in. You could tell that he wanted to take the fight, but it was not the right play. Madsy's coming back up. See if he can get the kill. The flag is still down there. Can Pips get a grab? He does manage to get a grab, so there's no reset from the Fraggers. And Madsy's got 3 in front of him. He's got 2 one-shots. There's a third player in front of him. He finds another one down at his pillars. Gets the shots out. His teammates are running the flag, and they push out for the pillars kill. Madsy's going to find one right in front of him and take him down. The players from Fraggers are all spawning up. I don't know how they didn't get the reset. The flag will go in. It'll be 2-0 up.
Oh,
They're trying to get
come
away
on.
with the Rockets, but Madsy's still alive. How is he still alive, Bluey?
The Shark, in fact, he's Jaws himself, just making his way through the map, swimming so elegantly and picking up these kills one after another. Even that challenge up on Rockets did manage to secure himself a kill and rocket control just before he died. Pips knows that the Rockets are there. He's got both the Rockets and the Bulldog in hand, so it looks like this is going to be another push into the side of Fraggers' base coming from Chiefs, and they should be able to take this pretty convincingly, Hoggy.
Yeah, he's going straight in with the thrust, and he gets it from the one shot. He reversals him. Lucas is up, and he's down a trench. He's trying to overextend. Pips fumbles the flag. The players of Fraggers are most likely going to be to his right here as he pushes out through double doors. There is one player right next to him. He doesn't turn towards him. He does have the Bulldog. Can he do the reversal again? He gets help from Praddies, that is, to take him down. There's a grapple hook in front of him. Will he use it to fly straight up? And he does. He's got the Bulldog in hand, and he will take out another.
Jeez.
There's another player behind him trying to get the reset. Both flags have sort of been stopped, but the flag will try to get moved through double doors.
Somebody
Pips
stop
is
this
putting
man.
in work. He'll stay alive as well and fly top middle. He'll get shots on Ninjestix, who's going to push up in front of him. He's just been juked by Ninjestix, but he will back down. Pips is somehow still alive. He uses the grapple to get close enough to Ninjestix and take him down. The flag is moving, though, from the side of Fraggers. It's already through double doors, and this might be a cap.
Pips the Milkman just making deliveries right to our door, clip after clip. Fantastic work from Pips. Unfortunately, his work goes down by the wayside as Fraggers do actually manage to make one up on the board. They need to continue the pace that they have, the control on the map that they have at the moment, and it looks like Rated will go down just as I'm saying this, with that footing that he had all that time now just down the drain, as he is going to be sent back to the spawn screen and have to reset. 1 minute left on the clock. That is 60 seconds left for Fraggers to be able to make one more cap, Hoggy. Can they do it?
Yep, only 60 seconds left. They're using the teamwork to get into the base of the Chiefs, but Barcode comes through to clean up one. Rated going to push out to help his teammate, and he misses the melee. Pips misses it. Rated takes him down. 2 dead, 1 dead for the side of Chiefs. They're both trying to push through double doors. Rated gets another kill. Praddies surely knows he's one shot there, and Barcode will clean it up. They'll push through. Ninjestix is there as well, and he'll go down. Lucas trying to overextend. See if he can get it. Oh, this is Pips, actually, not Lucas. So Lucas is back in his own base, and Chiefs have control of mid-map. There's only 24 seconds.
Doesn't look like Fraggers are going to have enough time here to make anything happen unless Chiefs decide to overextend a little bit, pull a flag for their own. You can see Lucas currently juggling the flag. He's desperately running it. You can see how quickly he's juggling that flag. Barcode is going to be on the flank again, making sure to put a stop to that flag run as much as possible. Lucas, the young gun, is going to have to make a play right now with flag in hand. He's going to have to pull out that BR and make a show. Another one goes down. That's 3 dead for the sides of Chiefs. Fraggers, they can put this in. They can make it happen. Rated, chasing down Madsy. He's going to take him down. Fraggers
have done it.
They've made the cap, and they're pushing it into overtime.
Fraggers with the huge plays right there. Lucas managed to get in, get the flag pull. They move it all the way to their double doors. Barcode was there in their base. They took him down and moved it in as they took down 3 players from Chiefs. So a super, super tight game. We even said it earlier on, Bluey, that it was going back and forth.
Yep.
And the Fraggers just decided to dominate after, 10 minutes into the game? They thought, now we'll start playing. Let's get ourselves some
Now we'll
caps.
start pulling some flags. 30 seconds is all we need, boys. You know, they perform just as a high schooler does just before he's got to hand in, his final assignment, only doing it an hour before it's due. That's exactly how Fraggers seem to play. And already off the break, both teams in each other's bases, pulling flag, trying to make short work of this game. Neither team is going to want to be in this deathmatch for so long, but it looks like Fraggers is already 2 down. They're going to get the cap here. It looks like Chiefs are going to be able to take this one very convincingly. They do. Another game to the Chiefs.
The Chiefs will head into the finals with that win. They had to go into overtime. Fraggers putting up a good fight in game 2 and game number 3, but Chiefs move themselves back into the grand final, Bluey, as usual.
I'm honestly so sad, Hoggy, because that final run from the Fraggers in the end there, like, that's what they should have been doing all along. It's unfortunate that so long, and I feel I reiterated this many, many a time. They had the kills, they had the pressure, but as soon as they got past that halfway point on the map, headed into Chiefs' side of the base, they just lost everything. They crumbled because Chiefs' defensive pressure was just way too much for the side of Fraggers to handle.
Yeah, it really did feel like that, it's getting to a point where maybe it's a little bit too little too late there for the Fraggers going into that map number 3. Maybe they could have, got something done a little bit earlier on, but the fact that they actually pushed the Chiefs to overtime on a CTF is good in and of itself here.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately for the Fraggers, they're going to drop down into that elimination final now, and they're going to be going up against either the Cat Fans or BBR, who are still going, by the way. They're going all the way to the 3rd map, final round of the oddball as well, so they're still waiting for that result to come through. But right now, the Chiefs getting another clean 3-0, lads, and I think so far these guys have looked basically untouchable. Teams have made them bleed, though, Hoggy, and I think that's a good thing for a lot of these teams to start to take away from these series today, is the fact that Chiefs, albeit they might be players and a team that has felt basically untouchable for the entirety of Halo Infinite, but these guys, people seem to be starting to figure out the Chiefs right now.
No, definitely. Fraggers put up a good fight in game number 2, only losing by a few kills, and they took this game to an overtime, so Fraggers are showing up. We haven't been able to see too many teams take on the Chiefs, right? We've sort of had the Chiefs taking on very similar teams the whole time. They've had to take on Divine Minds a lot of the time in the winners final and then back into the final. So to see Fraggers come through and put up a really good fight against the Chiefs, even though they sort of left it to the last minute in the final map, it's good to see another team coming in and putting up a fight against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing, right, is being able to make sure that a lot of these series are competitive against the Chiefs, because right now, we talked about it a lot across every single tournament we've had so far for Halo Infinite, ladies and gentlemen, but the Chiefs are untouchable, and there's a reason why they're at the top of our scene, and every team is trying to beat these guys, and only a few have done it, and now we're looking towards some of these teams that are actually starting to make these competitive series, and I think that is a big positive for us looking forward to Pro Series number 4 here, Bluey, and even into the Super, that the teams are starting to close the gap. We're getting these teams that are starting to come together, they're starting to close the gap to the Chiefs, and we're going to eventually get to a point here where the Chiefs might not be so indomitable. Yes, they still might be at the top, but we might be seeing some series go different ways.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think as time has progressed, and I believe that even as we were coming into like our second week of, back in 2021, the end of 2021, and looking at the Chiefs and how dominant they were, it's never an if, it's just a when. As time progresses, these players, these other teams underneath the Chiefs are going to start to figure out more and more ways in which they can sort of make the Chiefs crumble. They can start poking more and more holes in their armor. And, if they may, if the teams want to be a little bit ballsy with it, they can get together as teams themselves and sort of start talking about how can they sort of do a little bit of a collaborative effort and realize that, okay, on these maps, Chiefs don't perform in this way. How can we share around this information? But of course, they have streams to see that stuff too. So there's enough VOD reviews, there's enough information there for themselves to start looking at this stuff for the team. So yeah, it's again, it's not an if, it's just a when, and I feel like we're getting closer and closer to it.
And it sounds like maybe there might be a new coalition, the coalition of against the Chiefs here.
The anti-Chief squad.
Anti-Chief squad. Who knows what these guys are going to come together, but it certainly seems that the Chiefs are well and truly above everybody here in ANZ. But lads, we've got our winners interview here. We've got the coach of the Chiefs to talk to here. We've got Shrekman on the line, so let's jump in. Let's have a yarn to him and see how he feels about that series. Shrekman, mate, it's good to have you back here on HCS. This time around, you're a bit of a coach instead of a player. So I guess the first question for you is, how is it coming in to coach a team that has been so untouchable in ANZ so far in Halo Infinite?
It's pretty easy, to be honest. Like you said, they're pretty untouchable. So, I just time a couple of things and keep them focused on spawns, and the job's pretty easy, to be honest.
Hell yeah.
How do you feel about the other teams progressing in the manner that they are? Like we've seen today, BBR really give it to the Chiefs overall in that best of 3. So are there teams now that you have to start looking at with a sharper eye and sort of realize that maybe your team, the Chiefs, isn't going to be as untouchable as they are as the future progresses?
Well, as other teams progress, it makes us look at ourselves quite a lot. Like you actually have to lose to learn. So the more competition in the region means we're going to improve a lot, and in those close games, they actually they show a lot, and it's good that they're progressing as well. As the whole region, we need to get better, and it shows.
Yeah, as you were in on that
Doesn't
whole
help
series,
that Pip just choked every kill as well. Sorry.
Oh no, don't do him like that.
Come on.
He choked the flagpole with a... Did you see it? He missed the grapple on the
Yeah,
flag.
we saw that,
He
yeah.
did get the back smack, yeah. Just blame Pip.
That's all right. That's all right. Like we saw in the first game that you guys dominated, right? Dominated 250-2. Dominating performance. What happened in game number 2 and 3? Is it the fact that Fraggers came back, or what is it from your perspective and the Chiefs' perspective?
Well, yeah, the Fraggers played a lot better in the second map. And
yeah,
it's kind of like we get in, like when we're in control, like the games are really easy, but when we get put on the back foot, we kind of like domino deaths because we like try to play too fast almost at times, where we need to like reset and like slow the game down. And yeah, like when we slow the game down and we actually like play fundamentally correct and help teammates, it's pretty easy. But we have a bad habit of just like playing a bit too fast sometimes.
Yeah. And we can see that sometimes in the way that these series go, and that kind of leads me into my next question here, Shekman, before we do let you go. A lot of the times that we've seen the Chiefs be pushed all the way to the brink has been on streets, and specifically in the Slayer game modes. Is that something that you guys are kind of looking towards now to try and eke up, tighten a few of those bolts coming into a few more of these series? Because it seems like a lot of those Slayer series have been going all the way towards the edge here.
Of course, like we need to sharpen up a lot of maps, but streets has been a bit of a pain point for us, I guess. And it's just, like I said, it's just like, it's probably the fastest map in the game. So it's like easy to get into like a domino where you just come off spawn, you try to help a teammate that's already dead, and then you die yourself, right? So it's like, that's one map we really need to work on, and like getting the weapons, slow the game down, and like have a focus on the map. We rarely ever get rockets as well, and it costs us.
Yeah, well, it seems like you guys certainly have the kind of future mapped out for you guys, and it's good to hear your insights as well, Shrekman, and I'd like to say good luck for the grand final for you guys once again.
Cheers, mate. Should be easy one.
Cheers. I was waiting for something to be as simple as, yeah, it's going to be easy. I was going to say the Chiefs don't need any luck going into any of these series so far, but it is good to see that these teams are starting to push them blue, and I think that's a good thing that Shrekman said as well, right? If they're able to get pushed, then they go to the next level, and then teams have to catch up to them again. And this is where we start to really raise the bar for everybody here in ANZ. If it's just the Chiefs bopping absolutely everybody in every series, nobody's going to learn anything, and then the Chiefs are going to be the one that goes over internationally and be able to do any damage. So now that we're able to start to have these series where they're super close and we don't even know who's really going to win, that becomes all important for these teams to improve.
Yep, it's definitely a trickle-down effect, as the top team progresses, so do the rest of the other teams, because not only are they playing each other in these main stage events or in the opens, they're also scrimming as well, and that's something that all these teams do all throughout the week. If you see any of them on Discord or anything, they're pretty much always on the game doing 8s, and that's what's super important for this region as well, because we've seen these teams communicate with each other on Twitter and say, pretty much like, stop going into matchmaking as a 4. It doesn't count. Get into some 8s. That's where you're going to learn to develop your fundamentals, be stronger as players, and actually push yourselves as a team forward and the region forward as a whole.
Yeah, and it really seems like the boys on the Chiefs as well are happy to, have those 8s going and being able to lift everybody here in ANZ. And it's beautiful to see that we have such players like that in ANZ so far to be able to elevate everybody here in Halo Infinite. But lads, it's a special brand new time for us here on the HCS decks. It is time for us to jump into our first AMD Power Performance. This is going to be Madzi coming in from the Winners Final. The Shark, the one, the only, coming into this Winners Final here. Overall KDA 1.5, 17 average kills per game to Hockey. This is for the Winners Final. He was basically topping every single one of those kill charts throughout every single one of those maps. This man coming back into the Chiefs roster has done wonders for the Chiefs.
Yeah, step aside Barcode. Madzi is here and he's taken over. Where's the Madzi stream? We need a Madzi stream for the final. But yeah, Madzi, he stepped up today. I think even in the final game, right? That was the only game that Barcode put the most damage at.
Yeah.
And usually we're seeing Barcode putting the most damage in every game. And that was not the case today. Madzi really stepping up for his team and putting in the slays. And obviously Barcode's still there, but Madzi proving why he's at the top.
Yeah, exactly, and being able to be our first AMD Power Performance. Got to come with a bit of accolades as well, and I think certainly looking forward to a lot of these HCS Pro Series, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players are going to be trying to aim for that coveted accolade as well. And Blue, I think, it kind of comes as no surprise that somebody like Madzi has been able to top the charts so far in a dominating series that the Chiefs have had today.
Yeah, for sure. I think, back when It was Flex Reigns filling in for the Chiefs. Unfortunately, Madzi wasn't able to play due to sickness. And we had a post-game interview with Barcode after that, and Barcode simply was just gushing to us about playing with Madzi and how good that feels. And I think it's very easy to see. If you watch closely, you can always see that Barcode and Madzi are playing as a pair. Like, it's this dynamic duo that you have always on the map. They're always there to follow up each other, and they play so well together. It's this, it's one of these like brotherhood player dynamics that I think is one of the first that we've seen in this region. It's typically something that you see span throughout NA, especially in the lifetime of Halo. We've seen so many, and I think this is one of the first like really big ones that we've seen in ANZ, especially for Infinite.
Yeah, first little bromance here for ANZ. It's a beautiful one in and of that. We've got Barcode and the Shark who are holding hands here, going all the way to potentially another tournament victory. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to another break here. We've only got 2 more series before we determine our belt here in Pro Series number 3. Our next is going to be the Elimination Final. It's going to be BBR and Fraggers going head-to-head in a full best of 5.
I'm 22 now. I've been competing in Halo for 4 or 5 years. Currently doing an IT degree as well, and working on top of that. So got my hands full, but yeah, getting a bit of Halo in on the side. It's been cool.
I was about 5 years old when I first picked up the controller, and I started playing Halo CE campaign at about 2 o'clock in the morning because I wasn't allowed to play shooters at the time. Didn't really get into the competitive and multiplayer scene until about Halo 4.
I would say I am a bit more aggressive on the map. I like to think I'm doing a lot more damage, and kind of, trying to, direct the team on like where we should be kind of going and playing for. I'd say I'm probably, doing the damage, calling out the players and, trying to find those opportunities. BR and pretty much anything I can really get my hand on. If a preference, probably the Mangler. I like running up into someone's face and just smacking them with it and putting them in the ground. It's pretty cool. I definitely think we're seen as the little guys, but we have the talent, we have the players. If you have the right mindset about anything, nothing's really going to get in the way.
Hello everyone, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 3 is getting ever so close to being able to crown a champion one more time here in ANZ. We've had a long night for us here, lads, and we've still got more best of 5s to get through, and I'm excited for us to see where this does end up, because we've had some twists and turns throughout the entirety of tonight. Just looking across this bracket, everybody who haven't even paid that much attention to tonight can certainly see that we've got some weird results here. Immunity started out with a DQ. Divine Mind go down 0-2 there to Fraggers to some unfortunate circumstances. And now we're looking towards this grand final where the Chiefs are sitting there nice and pretty and waiting for their opponents who are going to be in that elimination bracket right now, where we see teams like the Direwolves fall out early on. 16-20 Kings in this elimination bracket have made a little bit of a run as well. And now BBR being able to take down Cat Fans in that final best of 3, set their sights here on this elimination final where they can take down the Fraggers and they can have a rematch in that grand final, Bluey. And I think that is what the boys of BBR are looking for today.
Absolutely. I am hoping there's a fire in my soul right now that BBR have kept the fire in their soul ignited after how well they've played today. And, you know, Fraggers, no laughing joke either, you know, not to point the finger and laugh at them, but, you know, them having to come up against BBR after that loss against Chiefs, their loss wasn't as close as what BBR had before in that best of 3. Yeah. There's a monumental, we keep saying this, a monumental fight ahead of Fraggers in order to secure a rematch with Chiefs right now. But BBR been strong all day, and I feel as though they're going to be able to hold that coming into this best of 5.
Exactly, and looking at the maps that we've got here so far, Hoggy, for this best of 5, BBR and Fraggers, I feel like this is probably going to go to a 5 map. We were talking a little bit in the break there where it's getting pretty late here in Australia, especially on the eastern coast of it right now, and we could be going all the way until the AMs if this goes all the way like it probably should be, because Fraggers and BBR, they've both been stepping up today, and I feel like going head to head, it's going to be pretty tight. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a fast one for us to jump into. We want to keep the pace from tonight. We want to see who's going to meet the Chiefs in the grand final. Is it going to be BBR? Is it going to be Fraggers? I'll leave it with the boys to find out.
Yeah, it's the elimination final. BBR and Fraggers, they've both stepped up massively today. Fraggers almost taking games from Chiefs. BBR taking a game from Chiefs, and BBR 2 seconds off beating the Chiefs early on. They want a rematch. So do the Fraggers. We just saw it. Who can win it, Bluey?
You know what, Hoggy? I don't want to put bets down. It's too hard. I don't want to be caught
BBR
with my pants down. But BBR are looking to be the strong team right now. We have seen them just play on fire the whole game. Jackal immediately grabbing those rockets, putting them to good use. He should be able to secure himself a kill here. Almost spoke way too fast. But now his control of those 2 fundamental sort of power weapons that we have on streets as 3 players of Fraggers go down. And BBR secure themselves A and B.
Jackal's got 1 rocket to work with. The players of Fraggers are pushing through pink. They'll trade out a kill each. Jackal's got no one to contend with. He's got Bulldog as well. Will he drop it for his teammate? He does.
He does.
Picks himself up in BR. But they have looped all the way around to A, and he'll throw out a bucket rocket, but he will clean it up. Ninjestix is there as well. He's trying to get shots down.
He's got no ammo.
Give me back the Bulldog, please, as he goes for the melee. 3 of his teammates go down as well. Benji's the last man alive.
I feel like, Hoggy, it's very rare that we see players completely run out of ammo for the BR, and you can see why that's a position that you never want to put yourself in, because unfortunately, you are just going to get rolled over. You've got nothing to do apart from melee, and you know, in those times where you're getting plinked across map, you can't exchange. There's no damage to be had at that point. 2 players going down for both teams. It's pretty neck and neck at the moment for the break of the game.
Yeah, him running out of ammo is really unfortunate for BBR, because I felt like they lost a little bit of control that they would have gained from it if he'd had any ammo left. They're trying to take A, but they won't be able to get it. They'll get taken down. Flex Reigns is last up, and he's in tram. They're going to get A, and they're going to have to trade C for B. So Ninjestix jumps bottom middle, makes Brattles 1 shot. Brattles went to back down. Rockets are up in 14 seconds. He's got Jackal next to him. He'll try to get shots out across on Lucas. Rockets is still up in 7. There's a player pushing through cuts. Trying to get in. Brattles will find nobody. Jackal will get a kill as well. He'll get shots on Ninjestix. Rockets are up now. Jackal's going to grab them, and he's going to head towards tree.
Jackal may have got control of the rockets here. Does only manage to get 1 kill and unfortunately take himself down as well. But during that whole time, Fraggers captured B. They capped B and tied the score all up. They have C wiped. now as well. BBR was on top of C, sort of capturing it, but it doesn't matter. Even if BBR, there's a trip cap coming out from Fraggers right now. I was about to say, even if BBR get B, we do already have Ninjestix on A capping that as well. So now we have trip cap points start to bleed in.
Yeah, on top of that, they get a split spawn, so Brattles is by himself. He's got a teammate next to him, but Brattles will get cleaned up. They've spawned over at Cafe. They'll have to at least try to take A if they can. Ninjestix knows that, though. He's going to turn himself around and get the shots down. They should let him take A here and try to collapse them if they can.
It's going to take a very coordinated 4-man to be able to take down the members of BBR here, because if BBR get the upper hand, it's going to be a very easy rotation for them onto B. Rated does take down Ads. So they are down one player. Make that 2. Kills coming out from both sides, but unfortunately, Fraggers are the ones that come out on top of that, as all 4 players of BBR go down, and Ninjestix is on a killing spree, keeping himself alive for the long term.
Yeah, I said that they just needed to collapse in on BBR. That's exactly what they do. They'll take down the 4 members of BBR, and now they're forced to spawn. Looks like they're spawned right near B, and they'll start taking it. Shots on Jackal. Flex Reigns is on the flank, though. Perfect shots from him. He'll turn around on Ads. Can he get the reversal? No, he can't. Not quite. Flex Reigns will use the Bulldog to take down another, though. And they'll get themselves the B point, and they'll hold on to C. Ads is going to take A for the side of BBR.
Still during that whole time, 2 caps for Fraggers, and again, 2 caps again, both B and C. BBR having that Cafe A control is not really doing much for them if they can't make footing and positioning, but 2 players of Fraggers go down, the ones that were located in Tram side. Now we might see a bit of a flip come around here as Fraggers, Flex was the last one left, secures that kill, manages to hold on to B, a fundamental point for this map. This gives them mid-control, but BBR is going to collapse onto him. They know he's there, they know he has the Bulldog, but Lucas's Rain of Death with the grenades is too strong for them as 2 members go down by his hands.
Oh no, it felt like BBR had a good chance when they had the rockets, but Lucas, he throws nukes at the side of BBR and takes down one of them, and they will get the rockets. I'm not sure exactly who has it. I'm assuming it's someone from the side of Fraggers. Lucas has the Bulldog in his back pocket, but the points are still ticking up. They're over 120 points, 25 points in the lead. 2 players of BBR are trying to push in. The rockets will rain out. They will clean up 3 of them, all down for Fraggers. They'll take B, but it feels like every time they take down the players of Fraggers, they're not in a point to potentially cap all of them, as they're going to lose C. They'll get A at least, but how long can they hold it?
They're going in for the A-B hold here, which I feel as though is much easier for BBR at this point. If they can just keep the players of Fraggers locked down in Tram, I think they're going to have way more luck holding that than their PD side, because that did not seem to be working out for them very well at all. This could be the momentum shift in the game, because from now you can start to take control of those spawns a little bit more than what you had previously.
The nades just come flying in, and Benji will go down. Ads knows there's 2 players in A. You can see Brattles going for a flank, but Brattles might be a little bit too slow as the side of Fraggers are pushing in on B already. Ads is not going to be there to assist. Brattles is trying to get the flank on, and Ads is still here. Not doing too much for his team, unfortunately. 2 of his teammates will go down. Jackal will have to drop down to B stairs and try to help out Ads. Jackal's just getting challenged from multiple members, and he will go down. Raiden will fly in. Raiden gets himself a double. Ads is able to clean up 1, but Ads wasn't able to do too much for his team. Benji will spawn up, clean up Ads' kill, and he'll get himself a double. Can he get up into B and try to take the B point and get themselves some points? They're still down by over 100.
Yep, he has to push in for B here. BBR has to make sure that they coordinate his team and take this point. All 4 members of Fraggers are located on PD side. If they can manage to make themselves a good wipe here, they could have good footing, but unfortunately, both players from the side of both teams go down. Rockets coming out from Jackal on Ninjestix, picks himself up a freebie, and he's looking down at Rated. He knows he's in ball cut spawn. A pocket rocket comes out. He does get the cleanup on him as well. And all the players of BBR right now seem to be holding a very good positioning on the map, making sure that their team shots are strong enough. But Lucas gets away with that kill somehow.
That feels like it sums up the game, right? The Fraggers have just been flying in, and they're somehow living. The players of BBR cannot get the shots down that they need. Raiden will be made weak, and he will take down Brattles. He'll have to back down. He will get taken down. He's got 2 teammates there that are going to push towards B. BBR have managed to hold on to B for the time being, but now they're stuck inside Tram Bluey, so the points will go back towards the side of Fraggers.
Being stuck in Tram and BBR's position is not what you want, and you also don't really want to find yourself holding both A and C because it's so free for the other team to push out from their B position. Just looks like it's what we're probably going to see here. Ads is holding A as strongly as he can. He has that Bulldog, so it means that any player that manages to run up on him is probably going to get a face full of buckshot. He's challenging Ninjestix. He runs into 2 players down bottom mid. Flex Reigns does manage to pick him off. And 2 players from Fraggers are pushing onto PD Sign. Huge gunfight going across. Benji picks up a double kill. Jackal going to be pushing into Tyres here, looking to see if he can make a little angle peek. He's probably going to run into Ninjestix down in red room. Ninjestix making very good backoffs here. He knows the plasma grenades are coming in. And if Ninjestix can play for his life here, that's actually huge.
Yeah, big plays from Jackal and Benji to anchor on A. They keep A for themselves and push in to get B. You'll find Ninjestix again, but Ninjestix managed to trade out. Adz is the last one up, and he's trying to get A, but he'll go down. They do have A and B, so this will stall out the timer for the for a little bit of the side of BBR. So big trade for Adz to manage to get A.
It looks like BBR are going to once again trade B for C, and they're going to hold both A and C only for a short while, though, as we see a member of Fraggers immediately get on that A point as soon as C starts ticking up as well. There hasn't been a really strong exchange in the last couple of minutes points-wise. Brattles does get taken down by Ninjestix. Ninjestix picking himself up a double kill, and the rocket should be in the hands of Fraggers now. Hopefully Flex Reigns can see that the rockets are just sitting there for free in Tyres as he pushes down Adz, and Adz has to sit back and eats Flex Reigns grenades. He does go down. Now all members of BBR, unfortunately sporting in Tram, they're going to have to push up this B street.
Yeah, Ninjestix is having a great game so far with 18 kills. Flex Reigns is left alone on B though. Raider does have the rockets and will take that jump. He pushes it for a second and he does get it. Manages to clean it up. 2 players still up for BBR. Raider's going to loop back around. He's got Benji in front of him. They have taken B. The side of Fraggers is going to take C for themselves. Jackal's running in. He didn't know the Raider was there. Raider will get himself a killing spree. Ninjestix gets another as well. He'll go in for B. He'll get flanked though and he'll go down. So he's doing work for his team. Brattles will go down as well. They will push in for B, and they got C as well. So only 50 points remaining for Fraggers, but BBR have kept in it. They're back within 60 points.
Jackal's just going to push out mid. He's going to head up B stairs. It looks like BBR is really fighting for this B position. As I say that, they're halfway ticking up C. It does get wiped, and it looks like they're going to get cleared off the point as well. Jackal goes down, trying to make a sneaky little entrance into C. Raided up on top balcony. Lucas vying for his life right now. Is he going to do work with that Stalker Rifle? He unfortunately gets taken down in sneaky on top of B stairs. Rockets are coming up in about 20 seconds. This could be a fundamental turning point. But Flex Reigns picking up that double kill, making sure that hopefully those rockets fall into the hands of Fraggers.
BBR do manage to get a hold of A and B. They've got a big comeback to make, but all you need to do is get in one of the points of the other team and you can stop the points from ticking up. Flex Reigns has got Sentinel in hand. Benji will take him down. Benji gets a second, though. He gets raided as well somehow. Luca is taking in a challenge. He doesn't. He goes down.
No.
3 players dead, 4 dead for Fraggers. Benji's coming in for C. Can they get a trip cap? Oh, and Adz has rockets as well. The comeback is on Bluey.
The trip cap could be where things turn out here, especially when he's getting kills. A double kill coming out from Adz with those rockets is crucial right now. That buys them enough time, even with only 2 points, to be able to tick that timer away. The closer that they get to that 200 mark, the more comfortable they're going to be at turning this game around, and they take down 2 players of Fraggers, buying themselves more time.
Yeah, BBR, they're doing the same as they usually do in Slayers. They go down by 10, but they're doing it in Strongholds instead, and they're probably going to make this comeback. Will they be able to do it? Benji will get himself a double. The call out from Jackal, you can see
20 seconds left to catch
Benji's
up.
Trying to stay alive. Oh, only 20 seconds the difference now. They're trying to push through Cafe. It's Flex Reigns coming in. Jackal calls it out. Flex Reigns is trying to be sneaky though. Adz is also being sneaky. You can see him. Will he challenge though? He jumps down. Flex Reigns has the Bulldog again.
The timer has stopped.
Flex Reigns loves that Bulldog and the tie. The scores are tied again.
Scores are tied, unfortunately. Fraggers just needs to get up on top of A to capture it. Time is ticking up very, very slowly. BBR now in the lead after falling behind for so long in this game, but Fraggers now have B and C. It looks like they're going to take A as well. If BBR does not stop a triple cap from coming through, unfortunately this game will be done and dusted for them. Benji trying to stay alive, gets outboxed. Huge kill for Ninjestix. 5 seconds left to go on the clock for this Strongholds game. BBR needs to make a play right now, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, getting on top of B and A. Can they reverse it? Kills coming out for BBR. Adz needs to stop Lucas from making anything, and rockets do come up now.
Yeah, Ads is in a big battle here if he can take down the player of Fraggers. No, he can't. They just need to take this B point. It's only 5 seconds left. They'll start ticking over. Rockets are in the hands of BBR, but I think this will be it. Fraggers will take game number 1 against BBR.
BBR were doing the classic there, Hoggy. They were down for so long, but then in the last few minutes of the game, they start to turn it around. Unfortunately, it's not enough. You know, they didn't have as many holds on the map. They weren't as in control of the spawns as what they probably would have liked to have been. And Fraggers were just all over them at every angle, every time on the map. They seem to have, you know, one player off in a very odd position and just taking BBR by surprise.
Yeah, and the Rockets seemed like they were getting used one at a time sort of thing. Players didn't really get too much control of them, and when they did get control of them, they put them to good use. But it felt like for the majority of that game, players would get the Rockets, use one of them and die, and they sort of just dropped onto the ground. We saw a few times where the Rockets didn't quite come in, but we could see the stats. Ninjestix, it felt like every time he was on our screen,
yeah,
he was doing work for his team, and you see it in the scoreboard as well.
Ninjestix having a huge game for himself there. Massive numbers being put across the board. Even for BBR, though, like they were putting up a very, very strong fight, holding positions when they needed to be, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. It seemed like the steam ran out of the train a little bit near the end. As strong as a fight that they were putting up, they just didn't have it in them to make a good push for one particular capture point or another particular capture point. You know, they were always just trading, especially all those times between A and C. Those aren't the 2 points that you want to hold, because pushing out from B onto one of those points is so much easier than having to literally run across the map from one to the other.
Yeah, this game was so back and forth between both teams. The game was so even. It felt like Fraggers were dominating the first half, and BBR managed to bring it back as usual, right? BBR managed to bring it back somehow. It wasn't a Slayer, but they've done it in the Strongholds, and just crucial kills coming through from both teams to keep their team in the game, right? There was multiple times where we were on board with a player, and they had to get the kill to keep their team in it, and they were doing it almost every time.
People making like the right kills at the right time, but it just came down to, you know, a team can only have a certain amount of wrong time kills, and that's where I feel like BBR was lacking. Like Fraggers just managed to capture those opportunities so much better than BBR did at a lot of points in those games. And even though the score came down to being so close at the beginning, I think it was those early game blowouts that led so much of the pace overall.
Yeah, no, for sure. Ninjestix coming in hot in game number 1, helping out his team to get the W against BBR. But we spoke before the series, and we think this is going to go to a game 5. So that was pretty much what we were expected, right? A really, really close game number 1.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I probably would have swayed that more on the side of BBR, so I'm actually a little bit surprised that Fraggers managed to take that game and show themselves a little bit more in composure than BBR did in that particular set. But going into this recharge game now, man, Hoggy, I don't know who I would put my numbers on. I feel like it's way too close in this position. I think that's why we're sort of predicting it's going to go to a game 5.
Well, if Ninjestix can do the same work that he did in game 1, it's going to work even better in a Slayer as we're on board with Ads. Grabs the Mangler, he'll go down from nades of the Fraggers, and Jackal's the last one up already. And he does manage to get a kill, but he does get cleaned up. The camera's in the hand of Lucas as well, and he grab a Mangler for himself.
Lucas is probably going to look to play very sneaky with this Camo Mangler combo. It's very easy for him to pick up a kill or two here and there, but it's not that easy when he manages to whiff 2 shots on it and not even get close enough for the melee. Does get a nade kill, but in my opinion, that is not the best use of Camo, especially getting a grasp on it and a Mangler so early on in the game.
No, definitely, but it's only 1 kill the lead. They've tied it up. BBR have managed to get themselves the lead. They've tied it up again. So BBR, they don't go down 10-0. As usual, they don't go down 10-0.
Yeah, setting the pace pretty well for themselves already, but maybe it's that that going down 10 magic that they need.
Yeah,
maybe they
need that.
This could spell, you know, their name on the Death Note page, Hoggy, right? Like, they may not be able to recover at any point from this, and Fraggers may just blow them out. But we're not seeing either team really make good enough of a hold, like any positional holds. We're not seeing like a classic Chiefs, let's just hold Hydro, especially on a Slayer match. Jackal picking up a double kill there. There's not too much in terms of positioning that the teams are doing right now, just sort of making small rotations back and forth.
Yep, the players of Fraggers are all over long haul and tower. Jackal's going in. He gets help from Ads as well. He's got another player in front of him. It's Lucas. He will push him. For some reason, Lucas turns around, gets himself the double and the killing spree. Brattles will grab another. Raided's the last man up. Jackal just trying to play the spawns. They want to force spawn them through long haul. Jackal knows they're there.
Looks like
teammates
exactly
are pulling out. They've split as well. They're going to push in from flex range. They've grabbed one of them, which was Raided. Can they get flex range? Flex range manages to stay alive. He's got himself at single stack and he's jumped back around. Ninjestix in front of him. Jackal will take down Ninjestix as well. He'll shoot the nade as he tries to throw it. And they blow out the lead to 9 now, Bluey.
Yep, very, very convincing lead that they've managed to gain themselves here. You know, I would say in a Slayer, this is not what we're used to seeing BBR do. They do go 3 down there momentarily. So it's not over for Fraggers yet. We've seen how strong they are. Misses both melees on both other teams' ends. They do play the smart thing, though. I like this play from both of them. Backing down, not trading any more shots, not going in for another melee. They're just trying to hold positions at the moment. BBR knows that they have a bit of groundwork here to play with.
Yeah, BBR are split at the moment, so Brattles and Jackal are going to work together to get top gold control. They've got one player to deal with. Can they take him down? No, he manages to get away through to batteries. Jackal's going to loop around. He does have 8 kills already. This will be his 9th if he can get it. He does grab it. He'll grab himself the pulse rifle. He's running hot with the 9 kills. He couldn't get the kill on Lucas as a player at bottom tower. He will make him one shot. Can he clean it up? It's almost taken him 3 shots from the pulse rifle to kill him. 1 down for either team. Ninjestix off to a rough start as well. He's only got 1 kill, Bluey, but 7 kills still the lead.
Having that shock rifle in play is huge for Jackal, and he manages to get away with his life, but he does get picked off from, I believe that was top tower position, which is very, very unfortunate after how long he had been alive. Ads is now wrapping around through long haul, going up to gold, so 2 players on the team of Fraggers are sitting up there at the moment, and that nade may have been too much to give him away, especially when Raided is going to drop down and just collapse on him instantly. Brattles and Jackal sitting back Hydro. They are pushed in a little bit here, both Lucas, Flex Reigns, and Raided collapsing on top of them. Jackal does manage to pick himself up another kill. Raided flipping himself down in this bottom position. He's going to be looking to get the flip on Jackal. Doesn't get pulsed away quite quickly and manages to get the kill on Jackal there. Little bit of a reversal coming out from him. Good shots from Raided.
Yeah, Fraggers playing that a little weird. Raided had to turn around and try to look for his spawners, but he did manage to get down there to get the kill on Jackal. He almost got reversed on, but it didn't happen. He'll find Benji as well. The camo is up. He's going to leave it for his teammates. He knows the 2 players are down at elevator, and he's pushing right in. He'll find Brattles. Can he get the 4 shot? No, he can't, but he still gets the kill. He's on a killing spree. Jackal's down there at the bottom tower as well. His teammate cleans him up. He's trying to push in to help out his team. I'm not sure where the camo went. Surely the side of Fraggers were able to grab it, but Raided's on a killing spree, but he does go down. They've managed to bring it back, Bluey.
3 members down briefly there for Fraggers. Not what you want to see at this point in the game. Of course, BBR hitting that 30 kill mark. They may be able to snowball things a little bit more. They have a collapse. They have a flank. Raided throwing his grenade and shooting it for the kill. Don't know if that was intentional, but very well played for him. 2 members of Fraggers do go down. Little bit of a trade in positioning for BBR and Fraggers. Jackal dropping the Mangler. Not too sure what he was doing there. Getting some shots out on Ninjestix. And there is a challenge for this mid-contest. Not sure why Ninjestix was putting himself down there. He was stuck in the pit there for a minute and does get taken out. Unfortunately, Ninjestix is not having a hot game at the moment. Hoggy, 4 and 11 on the board for him.
Yeah, a little bit unusual going from game number 1, but Jackal's going to use the grapple, get behind him. Ninjestix gets himself a double kill. Maybe he can use that to sort of bounce back in this game. BBR still 6 in the lead. Jackal's got the sword in hand. There's 4 players around the corner. He's jumped around. There's one below him as well. Flex Reigns is trying to play sneaky. He will drop down. The player below him starts shooting him. He's going to use the grapple to try to get out. Can he get the sword off the map at least? He manages to play his life and he's still alive. Benji takes down Flex Reigns in the meantime. Ninjestix gets another. Jackal's still got the sword and he's just playing his life. Bluey, he's got Flex Reigns over at A. He jumps in behind Lucas. He gets shots on Ninjestix as well. He'll call it out. There's another player across. That's Raided. Ads is still there. He'll probably get himself a double kill. He will drop
2
down.
assists, very
so
well
Jackal
done.
is playing doing work for his team, even though he hasn't even used this sword yet.
No. I mean, Jackal's picked up a few kills here and there, but what he's doing is he's just taking positioning and making sure to work with his team. The grapple hook comes out, slice and dice. Get him to the kitchen because he's going to be fried up. Very good play coming out from Jackal. He's just been managed to stay alive for so long. Brattles now has camo and the Mangler. So we should see some good positioning come out from him. Not even choosing to take shots at that play, but he does get spotted out.
He rings out shots across the map. He'll get the call out there. He knows there's a player that was at single stack. He's got a player behind him. He hasn't used his camo too well in the end. Raided somehow takes him out. Can they clean up Raided? No, they can't. Ads will get Ninjestix though. Raided's pushing in for Benji. Gets the shots down. His teammates clean it up. He's trying to push in, but he doesn't know where the players of BBR are. They're all over tower side and they've pushed in. He's getting the call out. He'll find Brattles and get some shots out. But he'll have to back down. So Fraggers playing it a little slow. They're just trying to keep BBR exactly where they want them.
BBR now has enough of a lead where they can start playing a lot slower. Flex Rain's picking up kill after kill with that shock rifle, which is exactly what he needs to do in this position to get his team back in the game. And it looks like that those kills do ring out on the scoreboard very well. Only 4 kills the difference for Fraggers to make. And as long as they don't get pushed out of their positions too much, they should be able to put themselves back in the game. Raided playing very sneaky with this Mangler, waiting for any opportunity to take down one of the players of BBR if they come through pipes, but it doesn't look like that's what they're going to be doing. 2 members, Ninjestix picks himself up a double. Flex Range does get taken down, Ninjestix picks himself up a 3rd kill. Players getting cleaned left and right on both sides, Hoggy.
Yeah, you were talking about Ninjestix early on with a few kills. He's up to 12 already. He's got himself 12 assists. He didn't pick up where he left off. Took him a little bit to get going, but he's back in it now for Fraggers, and they're only 1 kill the difference. Benji is stuck down at bottom elevator. Camo's up in 9 seconds. He'll find Flex Range to put the shots out. Benji just needs to play his life. He'll find another, and Raiden, I don't know what he's doing. Raiden's been caught out. Benji's been caught out as well. He'll have to call out to Brattles that there's a player pushing from batteries. Ninjestix playing his life. He'll grab the grapple and get himself out. There's only 1 kill left for BBR. BBR trying to push. They can see them all over at elevator side. Can they get into the tower and get themselves a kill? This game's going to slow down a lot now, Bluey. There's only
all it
2
takes
kills
for
left
BBR, though, to
get
one very convincing team shot right now. Fraggers are choosing to stay stuck in this top gold position. They do not want to give this up. They don't want to give BBR the angles, and BBR don't want to give the angles either. Lucas pushing out right now. Might not be so good. Flex Range picks up a sword kill, well, and that's huge! The flank from a tie? Wait, what? In a Slayer game? 50-50? How does this happen? What?
The timing on the kills.
What is going on? What has happened right now?
The timing was just perfect on the kills. Flex Range with the flank, thinking that he had the kills his team needed. Jackal turns around and takes him out. And it's 50-all.
Have we ever seen a tie in a Slayer? What is this?
Could it be any closer though, right?
Oh my
Could it be
God.
any closer?
Like, I thought that Flex Range coming up from that flank, getting that sword kill would have cemented their win right there. But clearly, like, all these players have got to be laughing. I could only imagine being one of the players in the teams right now. You've just got to be having a laugh. There's no way that you're not having a chuckle. Like 50-50. Not even like a 49-49 and the timer runs out. It's 50-50. Both teams completed their mission, and now we've got to go to a game 3. That game might as well be null and void, Hoggy.
Yeah, and if we look at the scoreboard quickly, Ninjestix with 5,000 damage. So we called him out earlier on in the game that he was struggling off the bat, that he had all of the assists, and then he said, no, it's my turn to get some kills, boys. I'm going to stop assisting you and start getting some kills. So Ninjestix is showing up for Fraggers, and it's probably the reason why they came back into that game, right? He probably got kills when he really, really needed to going into the second half of the game.
That is absolutely ridiculous. The amount of work, the amount of pressure that both teams were under in order to secure those kills and tie it up 50-50 is just insane. It's unprecedented, Hoggy. You never see this.
Yeah, we'll probably see it here in the replay right at the end. Exactly what happened, but Flex Range just went for the flank and Jackal turned around with the nade to get him, and Lucas pushed out. The timing, though, on Lucas pushing out, right? Jackal instantly turns around as he comes in. He didn't even take down Flex Range. It was somebody else.
Hoggy, hold on. There is rulebook ruling right now. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to get a whisper in my ear, but if a Slayer game results in a tie, they have to replay the Slayer game. So it means we might potentially be seeing the game again, and I am getting word in my ear from our producer. We are restarting the map, but we are in an overtime kind of setting, a sudden death kind of setting. They only played a half the score, so to 25 kills. First team to hit 25 kills is going to be the one taking this map. So it's essentially a Slayer game to 75 now. But, man, if you are either of these teams in this position, I mean, you and I have got massive grins on our faces right now because this is... Oh, okay. Sorry. Another word in my ear. They play the full game out. So take that from what you will. Is this the first time that this has happened? Like I'm speechless. This is absolutely ridiculous. Both teams have to play. I'm reading the rulebook messages that I'm getting in right now, just from our producers and such. That yeah, both teams are playing it to the full. TLDR, it's a full replay. If it ties again, the next replay will be for 25 points. So both teams, if you're listening right now, can we not do a 50-50 tie? Because we are going to be here all night if you manage to back and forth these teams. But if anything, Hoggy, this shows how closely these teams are tied in terms of skill. To tie up a 50-50 Slayer, to have to play it again on recharge, we've never seen this before. And they're going to have to run it back. Let's do the full run back. We're going to get into it, Hoggy. I am flabbergasted. Wow.
Can't we just play to 1 kill?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Hoggy. I'm sure that'd be absolutely fantastic viewing for everyone who's watching right now. Yeah, just make it an absolute sudden death to 1 kill. This is why you are a caster and not in charge of the rulebook for HCS.
I used to be an admin, so is that a sad thing for me to say?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm so glad you're not the one making the calls right now.
Well, we're back into it, and Brattles has already got himself 1 kill, so that's BBR with the win. We'll go into game number 3. Now, BBR get 2 kills off the bat. 2 players go down for Fraggers. Jackal is already in a sneaky little spot. He's got a teammate with him. His teammate does spawn an elevator as well, so there'll be 3 of BBR trying to push through Turbine. Ads will go down above him. It's Ninjestix trying to take him out. Lucas will get another. And they do have camo in the hands of Lucas, so Lucas using that to get themselves the lead.
Lucas with the camo very early on. Used it to very good measure to manage to get that little flank on, get the team shots required for his team, and pick up 2 kills for himself. Assist coming out for Fraggers on him. Benji picking up a kill on Flex Reigns cross map. Ads also getting a kill on Raided. They are wiping out the members of Fraggers from that position. Lucas, unfortunately, tunnel vision. They're trying to secure that kill, but gets beat down himself. So BBR now up 2 kills on top of Fraggers.
Yeah, I don't know about that play from Lucas. He saw 2 of his teammates go down, and he still moved in himself. Maybe he was just trying to trade out a kill, but it probably would have been better if he played his life. You can see Ads playing really sneaky. He gets the double. How does Ads manage to stay alive? Brattles helps him out. Ninjestix could not do anything to help out his team. He's got Brattles trying to push in, but he'll back down. He can't get the headshot. BBR's up by 4. 0 kills for Jackal. 0 kills for Raided.
Really needs to make this shock rifle count if he wants to start getting some quick and easy kills in favor of his team. Unfortunately, he hasn't been hitting the shots that I think he'd be hoping to see either. A very, very close one on Benji there. Doesn't quite manage to finish him. He does, though. That last shot, Killjoy. Benji, in fact, was on a killing spree. He had 5 kills. That was his first death in the game, Hoggy.
Yeah, Benji off to a hot start, and that's probably why the BBR's up by 4. Jackal's going to grab himself a sword. I swear we've seen Jackal have the sword for too much in this Slayer. And the Fraggers...
Well, we have seen, to be fair, Hoggy, we have seen 2 Slayer games unfold before our eyes right now in the same series. So, that's probably why we're seeing a little bit of extended Jackal sword time.
Most definitely. He's trying to play his life, but Raided drops down with the nade. The sword will be dropped. Lucas is pushing around to try help Raided. The players of BBR are all on the other side of the map. He won't try to push into elevator. He'll wait for his team. Just get the shots out. His teammate goes straight in, though. Ads will clean up Raided. Lucas is going to have to back down. I like this play. This is much better than what he did earlier where he pushed in.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing a little bit smarter with his life than he did before. We are seeing a lot of members of Fraggers go down very, very quickly in succession. One after another. Raided and Lucas have a good little position here, and they had to keep... Benji was just pinned down in pit after he dropped. There was nothing he could do. Lucas with a bit of a sneaky flank. I don't think he'll win this trade. He does manage to get away with his life. He's going to need some support from his team, and he does. Brattles goes down, and an assist coming in for Lucas.
Yeah, he's in another fight here. He'll find 2 of BBR. That's what it feels like at the moment. It feels like BBR are always going into most of their fights with 2 players. Flex Reigns will clean up Benji. He'll get shots across the map. Ads has got the sword in hand. He'll take down Raided. Ads is around the corner trying to be real sneaky. Jackal is playing there as well. Ads is across map. He's got the sword here in top gold. They are up by 4 points now, so Fraggers have kept it close. We're almost 4 minutes into the game as well.
Slow pace game already. I'm sure these teams are going to be playing very, very much so.
They do not want 50-50
on their toes. Yep, they do not want 50-50, Hoggy. Exactly right. They're going to try... BBR is going to try and hold this lead for as long as possible. and just get the team shots down where they matter. You can see how stalemated both of these teams are. There's complete no man's land at the moment, and none of the members of either team are trying to cross that no man's land.
Yeah, well, Camo's up in 5 seconds. Even the Sword's up in 5 seconds. So that combination will be enough to get you back into the game. BBR have sent 2 across the elevator. They're going to send 2 down long haul as well. Ads is coming in. The players of Fraggers have gone down for the Camo. Benji will go down next to him. They will trade out 2 kills each. Camo is in the hands though of Fraggers. I think it might have been burnt. Ads is trying to push around. He's got a player behind him, but Benji cleans him up. And Ninjestix does have Camo. He's managed to grab it.
Sides have been swapped, Hoggy. Look at this. Now the members of Ninjestix are on the gold side, but we do... the members of Fraggers, sorry. 2 focused on Ninjestix right now with the Camo Mangler. Easy beat down for him, and this is where we should see the members of Fraggers take advantage of the power weapon that they hold within their hands. It is the Mangler. Hopefully they can catch up on a little more kills, but as I say that, BBR still keeping that 5-point lead, Hoggy.
Yep, the 3 players of Fraggers are going to be stuck at Hydro. Ads is going to spot one out. He nades himself, though.
Oh, no.
He gets taken down. Perfect shots, though. The nade does hit. Ads has got the sword, but the sword has taken him down. Flex Reigns has it as well. Flex Reigns will push straight in. He's got a teammate right next to him. He's going to use the grapple to get in close to the player at gold. He's going to head up, but Braddles is running away. He knows that he's coming. He's got a player next to him. That's his teammate. Braddles is trying to get shots down on Flex Reigns. Flex Reigns has run 1 shot with the sword. He's going to play this angle. This is what we see all the time with the sword, Bluey.
Very passive play. In the hands of Flex Reigns now, not Jackal. But the same kind of play style being adapted from sword to sword. Making sure he can just hold this pass position, and he does, taking down Benji. Benji a little bit too aggressive. And gets punished for it near immediately. Will Flex Reigns be able to take down Braddles? He's lost where he is, but it looks like he's going to be able to get the assassination down. Braddles does get taken down because he was just peeking that midsection too aggressively. So many shots coming down.
How is he alive?
On Flex Reigns, but he does manage, repulses himself for that little bit of extra momentum. He manages to keep himself alive. Full rotation of the map nearly as he tries to collapse on the members of BBR.
Yeah, he's going to push in with the sword. 2 of his teammates go down. The Camo is up. Ninjestix grabs it again, so Ninjestix has another one. He's tried to drop the sword for Ninjestix, is what it felt like, and he will go down, and Ninjestix will go down as well. They were trying to trade the sword out, but they weren't able to do it. Double kill for Jackal. The last one up is raided, and he's down as well. Teammates are spawning across the map. So BBR take the lead, and they're 5 kills up now, Bluey.
5 kills up once again, but we've seen Fraggers close this gap, even in this game. Once, maybe twice before. So both teams just playing so passively, getting aggressive at stages, but it comes and goes in small bursts. There's never sort of continuous gunfire going on. Another trade coming out for both teams. 4 kills makes the difference in the hands of BBR. They seem to have more control over the game, but Lucas does have that shock rifle and gets a good long-range pick. Lucas needs to continue making these plays, but as I say that, he does unfortunately get taken down. So shock rifle should be in the hands of BBR. Let's see if they can make some plays with it, if any.
Yeah, very back and forth game. Still 5 kills to lead for BBR 6 as Jackal's getting shots across the map. His teammate is over there, and that's Braddles, who like to take a fight with Lucas, who does have the shock rifle. He's going to try to get in behind him, and he does manage to get there. Can he get the kill, though? He doesn't. Lucas reverses on him. Raiden has the sword. He's trying to come in to save him, and he won't be able to, but they do trade out the kill. Only 4 kills the difference, but every time it feels like the Fraggers are getting kills, BBR's managed to trade out some kills somehow.
Every time Fraggers gets 1, BBR gets 2. That's what the narrative seems to be right now. And that's going to give them, you know, such a step ahead. Braddle's getting a really good nade kill there. Does fumble the jump on window, but he manages to get up, keep himself alive. He should be able to pick off Lucas here. Oh my god, how is Lucas staying alive? Finally manages to pick up that kill. Come on, Braddles. What is going on there? Member just manages to run past him with the sword. Going to be a kill off of Raiden. Flex Reigns and Lucas pick up a kill there. They are managing to eke this score more and more. Only 6 kills left for BBR. Let's not make it a 50-50, boys. Please, let's not do that.
3 kills the difference. The sword's down. The camo's up. 3 kills left for BBR. As I say it, though, 3 of them go down. Lucas will grab himself the camo and the sword, but no, the nades come in. It's only 2 kills left for BBR. Ads is going to try push in. I think there's a player right below him, but he doesn't know that. He's going to push through. He's trying to get the flank on with his team. Camo goes to Flex Reigns. Braddles gets a kill. It's only 1 kill left. Flex Reigns wants the sword and the camo, but there's only 1 kill for BBR. Can BBR get it? Flex Range is trying to move around. And
Jackal,
that's it. Jackal gets it.
Ninjestix with a Mangler. It's done. Hallelujah. Not another 50-50. Let's go. Wow. I mean, that was definitely the kind of play that you wanted to see coming out there from BBR. To keep control of that game for as long as they did, it always seemed like they had 5 points up ahead. And you could definitely see, I couldn't imagine being a player in their shoes, having to play 2 Slayers of the same back-to-back. Don't want to do that for a third time. Definitely don't want to be playing for, 125 kills? Not a chance. So good stuff coming out there for BBR. They take another one. Yeah, wow.
And Ninjestix again with 15 kills. 15 kills for Ninjestix, so he doesn't stop there. He takes his same sort of play style and killing power into the replay for Slayer.
Adds with a triple kill and a Bultra on the board. Sorry, I didn't even know that that medal existed in this game, because it seems every time you go up against a player with a sword, you just die. So that must be a huge accomplishment for him. The first Bultra ever. Well done, Ads. Good stuff, mate.
Yeah, it looks like BBR got like a small lead early on, and they sort of held it the whole game, right, Blue? It was always a 5-kill lead, basically, the whole game.
Yep. Yeah, never at one point did they let Fraggers sort of catch up and hold a lead of their own. Even when Fraggers would get a couple of kills and sort of eke that score further and further, BBR just held that 5-point lead and managed to hold it through the entirety of the game pretty much. You could definitely tell that it was on for these players. They knew that there was maybe some little fundamental mistakes coming out from both teams that they just needed to adjust on, because there's no way that the game should be all tied up 50-50. You just don't see that. So, yeah, playing very well, both teams. I think it was pretty equal all around, especially for how close the score was for the majority of the game. But at the end of the day, BBR getting that 5-point lead and just being able to hold that through and through just means that they had more control, more composure on the match overall.
Yeah, it felt like such a scrappy game, right? It sort of like slowed down. And it got to the point where it was playing so slow that when they sort of traded out kills, it was just like 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3. And they were just trading back and forth. So the slowing down of the game sort of put it into that favor where it was just trading each other.
Yep, sure thing. Looks I'm getting a little message from the producer. It looks like there is going to be a restart on this game. So they will be coming back to us. And Hoggy, with how closely these teams sort of match each other, especially bracket-wise, did you see these scores going back-to-back? We did predict it going to a Game 5 in the end, but I think both games have been so close overall. Have you seen little sparks of one team being stronger than the other at all in both of these games that we've watched now?
It felt like the Fraggers played very well in game number 1, right? And at the start of game number 1, and they sort of fizzled it out a little bit in the middle and we managed to bring it out in the first game. And then in the second game, we had 2 opportunities to see both teams play.
Yeah.
And both times it felt like BBR were just that 1 step ahead in game number 2.
Yeah.
And it was just in the second replay of that, they were able to hold on to that lead the whole way through.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like whether one team slowed it down and didn't play into the other. It felt like both teams could sort of play either style. As you saw in both games, right? Because even in Strongholds, for example, it speeds up a lot, slows down a lot, speeds up a lot, and both teams are just know how to play both ways, it seems.
Yeah, for sure. But I think at the end of the day, I'm looking at it and I'm looking at BBR being able to take control and hold composure for those longer bursts than what Fraggers are. It feels like Fraggers just has that element of crumbling a little bit more than what BBR does. BBR are actually able to put themselves into a position where even when they are down, they can communicate well enough to put the game more so back into their control and back into their pace. And I think we definitely saw that come to fruition in that second Slayer game. And even in the first, the Strongholds match that we had, because there were a lot of moments within that game where Fraggers just had a little bit more control, but BBR still managed to take control and sort of blow out the score more in their favor. But then, of course, that fell to Fraggers at the end of the day. I am looking at it more so in favor of BBR. I think they just have more experience, they have more composure overall, and that's what's more important in these particular scenarios.
Yeah, and we've seen BBR play on live fire a couple of times today, and their opening strategy has been push through dummies and sort of get that flank going off the bat. So we'll see if that's the play. And you do not want Jackal to get the snipe.
No, absolutely.
We've already seen that.
We saw what he's done today with it. He's an absolute handyman with it. And yeah, I think it has to come down to You know what? We've talked about in this in the past, and maybe it was the Open Series on Sunday, where BBR doesn't take into priority power weapons or the power-ups on the match as much as they would like. So hopefully, now this being a best of 5 with so much on the line, they do take that a little bit more, and you can see Brattle straight off the break, pushing for that sniper with his team, putting Fraggers on the back foot, and in fact just pushing all the way into C spawn. Jackal does have the snipe in his control, had the ball for just a second, does unfortunately get taken down, but Fraggers are all 4 down at the moment, giving BBR plenty of time to set up with the ball.
Jackal was taken down. Surely he'll get himself the sniper. Benji's got it. Benji might want to drop the ball for his teammate if he can. Brattles will take down Lucas. The camo is up. Flex Range is pushing in to try grab it. 2 players of BBR have already pushed top middle to go on the flank. You can see Jackal who goes down. Ninjestix is going to grab himself the camo. Benji is left all alone with the sniper and the ball. No one's on him, but Ninjestix has the camo with the heat wave.
Brattle's backing him up here though. Benji might not have to sack his life. He does spot out the player with camo. Unfortunately, Ninjestix, the camo's all he needs, and a pair of his fists. He goes in swinging, picks up himself a double kill, and now we see the tide of the game turn a little bit more in Fraggers' favor. But we do see a very interesting spawn come out from BBR as they spawn B-Bend Courtyard, and they're going to push up on Rat's Nest immediately with 2 other members of BBR just pushing down top mid.
Yeah, Ninjestix still has the heat wave and the camo. They'll trade out a kill for either team. He also has the sniper. He'll get himself a second. His teammate takes him down. It's 3 down for the side of BBR. Brattle's the last man up. Can Flex Range take him out so that they can get this tower set up going? Ads is already to nest though, and Ads is going to get shots on an Ninjestix, and he'll take him down. Ads is pushing in. Raid's going to have to drop the ball and slay. Players all around him trying to play his life. The ball is down. Lucas will take a kill for himself. And he will be able to grab the ball, it seems. He's trying to find players, but he can't find anybody. He doesn't know where they are. Jackal's pushed in. He will get him as well. He's got a player above him and one underneath him. He does get a second. He gets himself the second. He's got a killing spree as well. There's a third under him, but he'll go down. The ball did get played by Ads, so Ads gets a nice play ball. It's only 10 kills, 10 points the difference.
During that whole time, even with all that ring around, that do-si-do, Fraggers held the ball, threw the ball out a little bit preemptively, but as I say that, the ball has been played and Ninjestix was on top of that, immediately grabbing it and running it warehouse side, closing up that score gap a little bit more, but now Brattles is just all on his lonesome, holding that ball time for as long as possible, sees 2 players of Fraggers push down top mid, and I think he's going to be quaking a little bit here. Hoggy does take down Ninjestix, and Flex, possibly, no, Flex answers back with the Mangler, doesn't need the beat down.
Yeah, Benji's teammate, Brattle's teammate Benji comes in for the cleanup. It was 3 down momentarily for Fraggers. They're spawning all over at tower, and BBR have the setup inside house. Ads has got the Mangler for himself, trying to play it slow and just call out to his teammates. He'll find Raided, get a few shots out. He gets hit by a nade. The kills get traded out. Brattles will get himself a double, and he was on the flank top middle. 2 of his teammates go down. Ads the last man up. It's Ninjestix versus Ads. Will Ninjestix push him? No, he won't. Ads is going to stay back as well.
Oh,
he does push in, though, and he finds him. He gets the call out from his teammate. Ninjestix is trying to get this sniper in the hands of his team. The ball is still down. They will grab it and get some scrap time. The players of BBR are pushing him, and he'll grab the Mangler. He'll get a shot out. Jackal gets a kill as well as Ads. Brattles will go down. Raided gets 1. Raided pushes straight out for the double, and he does get it. He's going to push around through Garage. He's got another player in front of him. He's still 1 shot, so he waits for his shield. His teammate pushes in. Flex Rain gets another. They do have control, and it looks like Fraggers will get control.
This
should
should
be
Fraggers' opportunity to make a good setup here, get a whole bunch of ball time. They are about 20 points down, but as they hold that ball, let it tick up. They are closing that score gap a little bit more and more. Brattles had the sniper there, so that's going to fall into the hands of Raided, and he's going to be able to give his team a little bit of backup with this long-range, heavy-caliber weapon. Unfortunately, doesn't hit any shots, doesn't hit Jackal there. He's going to have to duck bottom mid, and they're just going to make for a simple ball rotation. Juggle this ball a little bit into warehouse. Actually, he's going to toss it down on bottom door there. Very interesting play. Maybe a bit of a bait because they do realize that, yes, in fact, camo is up.
Yeah, 2 of his teammates were down, so he decides to drop it, and they're going to slay. He won't be able to get 1. Ninjestix last up. They do have the camo as well, and he'll be spawning over at tower. All the players from Fraggers will be on the other side of the map. BBR have a small setup going. Brattles is trying to play slow. We can see 4 players are all pushing through green. Flex Reigns has gone bottom middle behind Brattles, but Brattles has got this flank top middle again. He finds 2 of them. They somehow catch him out, though. He will be behind Flex Reigns, though, and he'll take him out. Or will he though? FlexRain stays alive somehow and jumps back out. He didn't need to do that. He could have tried to play his life. Brattle still has the camo to get some shots on Lucas. Lucas will have to run away with the ball. Fraggers will have it momentarily, but Brattles has done some work. He tried to get in. Ads will take down a kill. Ads is still alive and he gets himself a double. It looks like Brattles takes him out though in the process. Rated will get a kill as well. 2 players from Fraggers are here down at green, and Brattles is doing work with this camo. He stayed alive for so long, put so many shots down, and they're going to have one last chance, Fraggers, to push in. Rated is trying to do that right now.
Yep, Fraggers probably have one good push left within them in order to stop this ball timer from ticking up as much as possible. BBR are making really, really good rotations here. And just holding the ball, juggling it, not even just milking seconds, eking out seconds here and there for it. But that's the difference maker, especially with oddball games at this caliber of play. You know, you don't want a player dedicated to just holding the oddball the whole time. You want them to drop the ball when necessarily, make some slays, and that's exactly what BBR is doing. Brattles putting 15 kills up on the board for his teammates. The rest of BBR just seems to be playing more closely objective, more closely with each other in order to blow out that score as much as possible for their team, for BBR.
Yeah, only 17 points left. Fraggers have taken down a few members of BBR and they will get ball control down at green. They still have to hold 50 points, so they're probably going to have to slay him through a couple more times. Camo's up in 10 seconds. Rocket's sniper is up. The camo's actually up now. Sorry, Jackal will grab it, so BBR have camo. Jackal's heading bottom middle. Benji will get a kill. He's looking for the heat wave. It ain't there. Flex Reigns is there. He's going to not shoot him. He's going to play it slow. He's going to get himself a single kill. He's going to push out. Brattles gets another. They're going to take out the ball carrier, but the ball will get played and it'll go back to bottom middle. So BBR have had the camo twice now and they've used it perfectly to keep the side of Fraggers from getting this win.
You say that, but Jackal hasn't really managed to do all too much with this ball here. He collapses on 2 team members of Fraggers and immediately just gets turned on, taken down, and now I feel like that could have cost BBR a whole bunch of ball time, especially if right now Flex Reigns actually manages to secure that kill. I was doubtful, but he goes down immediately, being picked off by Benji, and the ball is now just sitting there in play for anyone to be able to get. Ninjestix with that heat wave. Good little 3-shot kill there. Another kill on Brattles. Another 3-shot kill. So clean coming out from Ninjestix. Does get taken down from Benji. Benji now has the snipe. He's going to be just looking for tower positions right now. Gets a snipe immediately. Says, no, that ball's going into play by my hands, not yours. Oh, with the no-scope as well. Putting it into play when it counts. Jesus, Benji. Look at you, mate. You're a machine. He knows he's on fire at the moment. And the ball is in the hands of BBR right now. Only 5 points left. Jackal takes a kill from cross-map. 3 points left to go. 2. Safe to say that BBR has this round in the bag. We're going into another one.
Benji clutching up when his team needed it. We'll take a quick look at the scoreboard. We can't see it anymore, but Lucas only has 3 kills.
Oh, wow. I mean,
3 kills in that
fair,
whole round.
Yep, they reset for this round, but if that is the truth, Hoggy, and I'm going to take your word for it, mate, but that is not the kind of... I promise you. I promise you. That is not the kind of performance you want from Lucas at the moment. That being said, 2 for 2 on the side of both teams. So there's going to need to be a little bit of back and forth. Nice little Mangler shot on Flex Reigns there. He's going to have to back down, but he does trade 2 shots in on Jackal. Jackal so weak, gets taken down immediately off the break of Fraggers spawn in Warehouse. So Fraggers should be able to play for camo and the ball right now. They should have a good rotation, good positioning out to match.
Camo's about to spawn. Benji's trying to go on the flank and it won't work. Flex Reigns gets himself the camo to clean up Brattles.
Playing so sneaky with the ball under the noses of BBR and just hogging all that ball time for himself.
Yeah, he hands over the heat wave to Flex Reigns, who does have camo. The players of BBR are trying to push through Garage. Flex Reigns has got 2 in front of him. He'll get 1, but he'll get cleaned up. Gets into a melee fight with the camo. 2 players of BBR are down. 3 players down now. So Fraggers still have the ball in hand. Jackal's trying to put shots out. He'll need to play his life if he can, but he's going to take on Rated though, and he will get him with the perfect 4-shot. The heat wave shots are coming in bottom middle. The ricochets don't connect on him. Benji's going to push out. Benji gets some shots out on the ball. He will get on the flank of the players of Fraggers. Ninjestix is staying alive. Ninjestix has been a beacon of light for Fraggers in this final.
Oh my
And he's doing it
God.
again. The heat wave is his weapon on this map. And he's just been taking out players left and right with it.
True that, Hoggy. The heat wave is his weapon. If you saw, he had a scattergun and metal come out, which is 5 shotgun kills within a map for him. So you can tell this is his weapon of choice right now, and he's using it at peak efficiency. We saw a double kill just in the round before come out back-to-back from Ninjestix. 3 shots down lane, and he manages to connect with all of them. This is the player to watch for Fraggers on Ninjestix, playing so strongly throughout the entirety of the day. And Fraggers picking up so much ball time that BBR unfortunately has to make up for now.
Yeah, 40 points the difference. The players of BBR do have control around the ball, but they are not able to get a setup going. Fraggers are trying to push in. Jackal will get a kill. 3 down for Fraggers. Rated last man up, and he'll go down as well. Oh no, he does stay alive. He is alive, and he's got camo. He's trying to be really, really sneaky. He manages to grab it. Can he stay alive? He can't. He'll get taken down. The ball time is ticking up finally, but it won't be for very long as Fraggers is already pushing in. Benji's getting the call outs to come help out Jackal. There's nobody here though. The players of Fraggers are somewhere else.
Are not holding onto this ball for very long. In fact, throwing it out into that the screens position there when it should have been the better play to just rotate it back B, wouldn't you say, Hoggy? I feel like they would have racked up a ton more time and also had the opportunity to just deny the ball from Fraggers in playing it and just throwing it off the map, but now they've kind of just handed it to them. Fraggers in a very good position to just even rack up more ball time and blow out that score in their favor even more.
Well, we saw Benji push around to try help Jackal out, and if I had to be a betting man, I would say 2 players pushed through Garage and then went bottom middle and then came through screens, and they were not expecting it. They decided to move it to screens, and they flanked bottom middle when they were not expecting it. Az does have the sniper in hand. Lucas will push out on him. Az is feeling it. He jumps back out, but he'll slide all the way out. He was the last man up. He has to keep the sniper in hand, but there's only 30 points left. He has to make big plays. He doesn't manage to do it. He'll drop down again, and he will go down. Not ideal for BBR.
Ads cannot connect. Those old man thumbs just can't move fast enough. It seemed like in both those instances the crosshair wasn't moving. That's not what we like to see. We want to see flicks come out from Ads in order to get those headshots. Couldn't secure them in those fundamental, crucial moments. Unfortunately, they have about 70 points to make up for in the scoreline, and with how deep this game is in Hoggy, I'm not sure they're going to be able to pull that one out of the bag. They have a lot of positioning to make up for, a lot of kills to make up for, and a lot of objective score to make up for too.
They have taken down 3 members of Fraggers, though Brattles is in a battle for his life. He's staying alive. He does manage to get towards top middle with the camo. He has the camo as well. He's dropped down right in front of the 2 players, though, and he's trying to run away.
What
they
is
don't
he
even
doing?
see him. How is he still alive? They're right behind him. They're pushed in.
Oh, no.
They know he's there, but he's created enough of a distraction to turn around and almost get himself a double. His teammate's going to clean it up. No, Raid's still alive, and there it is. Last man's up, Ninjestix. So this is the comeback, Bluey. They've got 40 points in a row. They have camo as well. Can they do it?
They are making very, very good ball time now, hitting that 50-point mark. Ninjestix going for that cheeky jump, but he fumbles it, but he still manages to get away with his life after taking so much damage from that Mangler. It's just going to take BBR to hold this position for long enough, and that's exactly what it appears like they're doing, Hoggy, hitting that 60-point mark. 10 seconds, nearly, I would say it's about 30 seconds of just straight uncontested ball time. It seems like no matter how many bodies Fraggers throw at them on this tower position, they're not able to make good use of it. And they just go down player after player. They're constantly 2 down, and you cannot make a good push with that. Flex Reigns goes down to Jackal with that heat wave, and it should enable BBR to get a little bit more ball time. It looks like it's currently stuck, Hoggy, which is super unfortunate. That's not what they would want for themselves. They cannot pick up that ball, and unfortunately, Raider does at this point.
Oh no, Ads wasn't able to pick up the ball and play it. He wanted to play it. He didn't want to leave it at top tower. Now Fraggers have the ball at the tower themselves. BBR's got one last chance to push in. There's only 4 seconds remaining. Raiders already moved the ball to back tower, and he'll go down, but it doesn't matter. Fraggers take game number 3, and they'll go 2-1 up in the series. Or was that a tie?
That was round, Hoggy. Yeah,
was that round?
We've still got one more go to go, buddy. You're jumping
oh my god! I thought BBR lost the first round. I don't know what I'm
BBR
thinking.
took that first round, so we're going into round 3 now. There's going to have to be a lot of adaptation from both teams here in order to play a lot cleaner than what they were before. I feel like there's been big key mistakes coming out from both teams from both rounds, and we've swapped those perspectives. But unfortunately, you know, I'm saying this, and Fraggers immediately go 2 down. There's no contest from them whatsoever. Sniper is in place somewhere. I'm not entirely sure who has it, if anyone. But I think, in fact, it's just on the ground somewhere waiting for its owner to come back to it. It's like a sad puppy hog. It needs to be in play on this map.
Yeah,
Lucas has it.
got it. Lucas has got it in hand. Raiders pushing up. He'll back down. They should be able to move the ball, but no, there's a player on the flank. It's probably Brattles. Brattles has been on the flank the whole game. Jackal gets one. Lucas comes up with the heat wave to clean him up. 2 down for either side. Lucas trying to play his life. He's got Ninjestix right below him. There is also another player from BBR down here. He's going to push him. His teammates take it out. He has Sniper Heatwave in hand. He's got a player out near at camo. He does hit the shot somehow. Perfect shot. He doesn't want to move the ball, and he does. He does grab the ball. Perfect. His teammates can try to get a hold here at tower. Raiders trying to get shots on Ads as he'll back down. He gets stuck by Ads, though. So there's 2 down for the side of Fraggers. Lucas is going to have to whip out the Heatwave, but he turns around at the wrong time. Benji gets the back smack. All of them go down. The ball gets reset. BBR will move the ball to tower, and Benji has the sniper as well.
Lucas, unfortunately, there was not able to make any real impactful plays with the 2 power weapons that he had within his hands, and unfortunately, he's just handed them right over to BBR. Benji now on this top tower with the snipe, looking for the pick, flicking between player and player, and he takes down Flex Reigns in a very convincing headshot. He knows Lucas is down at the bottom there. He's going to challenge with his teammate, but it looks like that was a bit of an exchange going on. Connects with that body shot so close to the no-scope. Both teams entering back and forth with these kills coming out. BBR is in the lead score-wise, but it's not that much of a lead at all. Hoggy Fraggers just needs to make one very good ball hold, and they will be able to blow out that score enough for them.
Yeah, Jackal knows that Ninjestix is on the flank, and he's going to grab himself a sniper. 2 players down for Fraggers. Jackal's trying to look for any players he can. The ball needs to come back towards tower. No! He gets the headshot.
Bodyguard!
He gets the body shot. Can he clean up Ninjestix? Ninjestix will play his life. Jackal will back down. The ball still hasn't moved from bottom middle now.
Okay.
Gets the no-scope for another kill. He's out of ammo, so we won't be able to see anymore. Flex Reigns will come in and take him out. Benji's trying to get a kill on Raided, but the nade comes in. He does have camo as well.
Dance around the
He will go
scoreboard.
down, so the camo's burned. The ball didn't move from bottom middle, but Fraggers have managed to get it out, and they'll tick up some time.
Yep, Fraggers have gotten the ball out, and they have rotated at warehouse side. They just need to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Jackal does manage to pick up 1 kill in flex range, so Fraggers down a player for this team fight. And it looks like Fraggers attempted to run this ball over to B Bend, did get killed, so there's no play coming out from them.
Yeah, the ball gets moved towards green. Ads is the last alive, though, for BBR. They do move the ball. They do manage to get 3 of BBR. You can see 3 red X's in his screen. He's got a player up to his left. He's
very sneaky here.
They do not know he's here. He's playing real sneaky.
Not even taking any shots at any opportunity. Doesn't want to, just wants to get close to his flex range as possible. Doesn't take him down. He's choking as we speak. The man's got some granola in his mouth, just splattering all over the place, twitching on those thumbsticks as he just chokes on the kill. That's so unfortunate. That's not what you want in that position. He had the play down pat. Didn't even shoot Lucas when he saw him on Rat Bridge get close to flex range as possible, but then gets taken down. It's such an ugly, messy trade. Absolute just misplay there from him, and unfortunately that's cost him such good positioning.
Yeah, not ideal for Ads, but his teammates do clean it up, and they did get a little bit of ball time, scrap time, I'd say. They're only 2 points behind. Ads is playing sneaky again to get a back smack. The camo is coming up now, and Ninjestix tries to burn it, but he won't be able to grab it. The ball will be in the hands of Ads. He's trying to milk a little bit of time as the players from Fraggers are pushing in. They're going to go around bottom of tower. They will be below him. His teammates are trying to get there. Lucas will get
Lucas
it.
goes
down. Benji gets himself another. So it's 2 dead again for Fraggers. 3 down. Ninjestix last alive. This whole round, Ninjestix has been the last one up for his team, and Brattles does have the camo as well. They're trying to take down Ninjestix, but he's milking his life as much as he can. But the nades finally come in. Benji will clean him up. BBR finally have a little bit of a hold. Jackal gets the back smack. Brattles is going to find another player in front of him.
BBR very
shots, but BBR have a really nice hold.
Yep,
they're up to 70 points.
Making a very convincing hold now, and Fraggers just can't get that footing in order to peek around, lay some damage on Ads, the ball carrier. Look how much time Ads has to his name right now. 120 seconds with that counter going up, and of course, as that counter goes up, so does it gets close to that 100 ball time. And he's not just carrying the ball, Hoggy. Picks up a double kill and manages to scrap up those kills for his team. Only 9 more shots left to go. He's having damage rain down upon him. 7 seconds left for BBR. These are going to be crucial moments for them. You don't want to hand Fraggers positioning on that tower side. BBR needs to play aggressive and also play smart enough and lay that damage down where needed.
Jackal manages to get 2 shots right before he gets taken down. Benji's top middle, and he'll clean up the kill that Jackal has made weak. That nade has most likely hit flex range, and it has.
Sure did.
Ads will clean it up. He's got heat wave as well. They're going to be grabbing the ball. Benji's trying to stop them from pushing in. They haven't been able to get it just yet. Ninjestix will take him down. There's only 5 seconds left. Ads is just going to milk as much time. The player coming in bottom middle will take him down. There's another huge fight for Jackal. Can he win it? He does. He gets the double kill. Only 2 points left. He'll find a triple,
Kill
and he
Flex
does.
with the triple.
Jackal going huge. Can he get the overkill? He does not. Oh, he does get it. He gets the overkill, but goes down. Huge for his team. And he will win the game for BBR.
Jackal with that play at the end there just summarized how that round went for BBR overall. Without him landing that triple kill, that over, I believe he was robbed of the medal, but let's wipe that from the record. That was a massive play. That's exactly how he needed to perform at the end there, and I think that's twice in 2 matches today where we've seen Jackal absolutely pop off on live fire. It seems like he molds himself very well to this map. He knows the positioning, he knows the rotations, and he knows how to work with his roster in BBR. You can definitely tell how well this player is excelling on this roster, and with a 43 kill game, 20.3 KDA, landing 19 assists as well. He was doing massive amounts of work for his team and laying down the damage where necessary. Absolute star player for his team, I would say, in the game that we just witnessed.
11,000 damage
Oh,
above his
come
teammates.
on.
He is putting in work for BBR. Ninjestix just in the middle range on the damage side, but it felt like whenever we were on Ninjestix, he was doing work for his team. Getting kills when it counted, if that makes sense, right?
He was, yeah, absolutely. Ninjestix was getting the kills, even those in those tricky positions where all he had to do was milk his life, just provide enough of a distraction. He was doing that. He was dancing around those pillars while he was one-shot for a good 10 seconds, and Benji only managed to pick him off just at that last final bit. But by the time that was up, you know, Fraggers actually managed to make a good little rotation onto tower. So it was important moments like that, which don't exactly amount in kills, but just being able to be a distraction, make a very tough little rat play. And yeah, here was Ninjestix landing those clean 3 shots back after back. Man, like Ninjestix was playing out of his mind as well. That cannot be understated. But BBR were just so strong in their comms and their teamwork, how grounded they felt throughout the entirety of that match.
Look at the score. It's 82 to 35, and they're ticking up on the points in the second round. In the third round, it stayed close. But Jackal was basically the difference maker right at the end.
Yep.
As we'll see right here. Gets himself an overkill, an unofficial overkill. I'm pretty sure he gets the melee, but it does not give him the medal. Look at the kill feed.
Yeah,
he gets the melee, but he does not get the medal at the end.
I'll give him an overkill. Someone craft this man like a little overkill cookie and hand it to him on land just to make up for what he lost, because I feel like he was robbed there. But hey, you know, the game's made the decision itself. But absolutely, you know, we've talked about him so much now, especially on 2 live fire games. Jackal playing very, very strong in both matches. Now we're going on to CTF Aquarius Hoggy, which I feel as though both of you and I are a bit divided on in how teams manage to play this. I definitely agree that in some aspects, teams fall on their fundamentals from previous Halo games, but this is Infinite, and it plays very different from previous Halo games. I never really see this map, this game type, fall into what I would see as like an old school kind of game. I feel like there are too many variables, especially on this map.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. I'm also talking in the way that you play the map. It's sort of like there's not one way to play it, but it feels like there's a more dominant way to play the game mode, and that is to run the flag through utility and just get control of the other team's utility, push in there, just funnel into their utility over and over and over, spawn them over at Fridge and keep them out there. And we've seen from BBR, this is a different BBR team, obviously. We've seen from BBR take a game off Chiefs.
Yeah,
and it was
that's
CTF
very true.
Aquarius.
So
obviously that was a different BBR, but
yep, again, if you were a betting man, would you say BBR should have this map in the bag?
maybe not in the bag. Let's give a little bit of credit to Fraggers. Fraggers have shown up this series, and the games have been super close. But if we're going off how good BBR can be on this map, they've shown that they can be very strong on this map, and they know how to play it. The only difference is it's two different players than what they had last time.
Very true.
So it's just a different team.
You know, be on the lookout for Ninjestix on the side of Fraggers as well, with how strongly he was playing with that Heat Wave. I know that Heat Wave can be an absolute pain to deal with on Aquarius. So if Ninjestix is going to be prioritizing that weapon again, going for those really big Heat Wave plays, then I think BBR might have a little bit of a problem on their hands.
No, definitely. And this is a big game for the Fraggers, right? Because if they lose this, they're out. And they don't want to go out now because they put up a really good fight today, even against the Chiefs. They had so close games against the Chiefs, but they weren't able to take it. And you know that they want to get back into the final and they want a rematch. You know, their chance to take those games off.
You say that for Fraggers though, Hoggy, but the exact same thing applies to a BBR. And I feel like even more so. BBR made Chief sweat. We were tuning into Barcode's stream, and you could see how frustrated Barcode was in having to go up against this BBR roster. And if they have to do it again in a best of 5, BBR may find themselves falling into, a better feeling, better overall feeling, better positioning, finding themselves as a team up against Chiefs once again. They've already played them today and they had them on their toes. So tough calls to make for both teams, but it just means, this is it. This is down to the wire for both teams right now. Fraggers have to put on an excellent show. They have to be on top of their game, but that goes the exact same for BBR.
Yeah, exactly. Can Ninjestix put Fraggers in his backpack? Can Ninjestix step up for his team? Fraggers, can they take game number 4 and force it into game number 5? BBR want to win. Jackal is stepping up in game number 4 as well. But can Ninjestix carry the team of Fraggers into game number 5 and push themselves back for a rematch against the Chiefs?
All eyes on Ninjestix backpack right now, Hoggy. We're going to see the kind of play that he goes for on this map. I pointed out before, and we do see him make a push for P-side. Not under, though. He's not prioritizing that heat wave just yet. It looks like there's a bit of a fight over Camo. Ninjestix goes down immediately, but Raided is going to be the one to take the hands of the, of the heat wave for himself out of Ninjestix. And we do see a flip immediately. BBR just pushing all the way into Fragger's base, and it looks like there's going to be a very early flagpole here.
Yeah, BBR funneling straight through the utility of Fraggers, but Ninjestix starting perfectly with a double kill to stop that flag from moving anywhere. Raided will push in with Lucas straight into the BBR base. A little bit unorthodox, but they're going in. Ninjestix gets himself 3 kills as well. There's 2 players in front of him. Ads is there trying to play his life. He's got a player on him that's one shot. He'll find him. The flag will keep moving through Carbine. They'll try to take down Ads, and they will. There's a player right behind them, and that's Jackal. Jackal stops the flag completely. Rattles will come in as well to help him out. And it's an overkill for Jackal.
Jackal with the overkill, making up for the one that he was so ungraciously robbed of in the last game, decides to just turn the switch on and get one straight off the bat into this one. Jackal playing out of his mind. You know that he's got to be in a position of Zen right now, Hoggy, and overkill Zen, getting back-to-back overkills from game to game. Absolutely ridiculous player, ridiculous just confidence that we're seeing out of this BBR roster today.
Rattles will push in. He's got 2 members in front of him. Jackal comes along to help him out. Dynamo nades will go out to try stop them from pushing. Rattles does manage to stay alive, though. Ads will push in, and Rattles is right behind him. That's a triple kill for Ads. 4 down for Fraggers. The flag will be running through utility. It's in the hands of Ads. The nades will come across. Rattles gets taken out by one of them. The flag is still moving. Jackal gets himself another kill. He gets himself a double kill on Ninjestix as well. There'll only be 2 players up for the side of Fraggers. Ads isn't getting shot yet. He does manage to get shot now, though, but he will get it in. And BBR goes up 1-0.
Ads almost succumbing to the cross-map shots there. Unfortunately for the side of Fraggers, those shots don't hit fast enough, and Ads makes the cap just in time before he goes down and still manages to get away with his life. Fraggers trying to push in for a little bit of a counter cap here, but we're seeing trades come back and forth. Flex Rains down 1 shot, does get taken down. Both Lucas and Flex Rains unsuccessful pushes there, and Benji just managing to clean up shop, make sure the flag doesn't move anywhere that it needs to be. The pistol coming out, Glock in hand, almost takes him out. Unfortunately, he goes down. Now we should see Fraggers be able to make a little bit more of a push once again for their flag after how those battles went down.
The flags are already all the way across the map for them, and they're trying to run it in as best they can. Flex Rains is playing defense. The flag will most likely go in for the side of Fraggers, and there it is.
1-1.
They do get themselves a cap, so it's now 1-1.
Wow, the score is all tied up already. I think that once again speaks volumes for how close both these teams are, with both teams pretty convincingly, I would say, Hoggy, managing to make their first flag breaks really successful ones. You know, we saw one go down and get recovered before, but immediately from that, both teams responded and capped flags for themselves.
Heatwave is Ninjestix's weapon right now. He's got a thruster as well. Oh no, he's used the last one. He'll go for a flank and get taken out by a nade. Jackal gets himself another double kill. Jackal already has 12 kills on the board. It feels like every time I'm looking at the kill feed, it's a Jackal kill, Bluey.
Yep, I mean, if that overkill didn't speak volumes for how he was going for kills again, maybe he's just statting, honestly. Maybe that's what he's doing right now. I would like to say that'd be a bit of a BM on his behalf, and hopefully not what he's doing, but honestly, with 12 kills on the board, 4 of them being a part of an overkill, he might just be statting at this point, Hoggy. He might just be so confident that he's like, I'm not going to touch the objective once. That's everyone else's job.
Yep, he's got a nice flank with the camo. Heatwave, he's going to find the last player from Fraggers in front of him. Can he take him down? No, he won't. Rated gets the reversal on him, and Rated's the last man up trying to push in. He won't be able to stop the flag. The nades and shots will come out from his teammates. Can they stop it? No, they can't. Rated's right in there, though. Maybe they can get themselves a counter cap. Az will go down as he puts it in. He'll get himself another kill and get taken down. There's one man left for BBR, and it's Jackal. He'll go down, so the counter cap is on. Ninjestix is running it through P. Brattles has got to be all the way on the other side of the map. He's trying to push in through utility. Can the nades and shots come in? Ninjestix is running it in.
Has so much support here, though, Hoggy. I don't think it's going to be doable. The cross-match shots ring out, but unfortunately, they do get that flag cap. So now it is 2-2 on the board. Both teams tied up once again, back-to-back caps coming out for both teams. Fraggers do go down to 3 momentarily, so BBR should be able to make ground here. 3 again down for Fraggers. This is not looking good for the side of Fraggers. Even after getting those caps on the table, they're just being picked apart one by one.
FlexRains comes in to clean up the kill that Ninjestix started. He'll get a double. Ads will get the shots out across the map. He's going to try to take down another, and it'll be Lucas. His teammate manages to get it. That's Brattles. The flag is out, though, and it hasn't moved too far. Fraggers somehow get control of their own base. Az is going to have to play his life. Benji's going to come over and help him. They need to keep control of this utility. It's so huge. They do know Az is there, though, and they will find him. Benji could not help him enough. Jackal's there as well. He's trying to help Brattles. He gets a nade kill. He'll try to find the kill in Ninjestix. He won't get it, but he'll help Brattles out. He'll get himself a double. Lucas last up. Jackal's going to run in. Can he get the flagpole? There's no one there. Lucas is probably in their base, so they're going to need to be careful as he runs it through car. There's
Jackal
Lucas there.
There's Lucas, immediately stopped him. Very, very strong nades coming out from him. Lucas picks himself up a double kill with that heat wave, and it looks like this should be an easy flag recovery. Unfortunately for BBR, that was a pretty convincing little run that they had going. I thought it would have gone more in their favor, but Lucas just had their number in dial, rotated around very, very quickly, and just stopped them right in their tracks.
Yeah, Lucas doing work to stop the flag. Raided's doing the opposite. He's grabbing the enemy flag. He's moved it all the way through to utility already, but BBR have control of their utility. They're most likely going to get a return. FlexRains is the last one alive, and he's stuck inside utility. He'll try to get some shots down and win the fight. He does manage to take down Brattles, so FlexRains is behind enemy lines. The flag will move forward. Jackal will have to turn around momentarily to try and get a kill. He won't be able to do it. And he's going to go for the flag anyway, and he's going to keep pulling it. How is he still alive? He's still one shot. FlexRains is still alive on their side of the map. Ninjestix will get a kill, as will trade it out straight away.
Oh, no.
Another player comes in, and that's Raided. Raided's trying to return it. This is a huge fight. He has to back down, though. And Az is trying to get the flag grab, and he does manage to get it. Raided will stay alive. The flag is still right there. Jackal's trying to come in for it, and he does take down one, and Jackal will put it in.
No, he will not.
The nade
Stop
shots come in
on
again.
arrival.
How have they not managed to put this in, and they managed to get it in eventually?
Wow, a fundamental just mistake made there. Brattles was challenging down, like just before that flag cap, he was challenging someone bottom mid, didn't draw his attention to that player on the side. If Brattles could have put down those team shots immediately on the player challenging from util, I think that flag cap would have been made a lot faster than it was, but unfortunately he goes down. Tunnel visioned in his sights. Triple kill coming out from Jackal. Man, oh man, just 3 dead on the board for both teams. Benji pushing in. He's going to be able to challenge FlexRains. He doesn't get stuck, but has the support coming out from Brattles.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard, Louis. 23 kills.
That's disgusting. And I want to point out before, I was sort of speculating maybe he's just statting. But a lot of that push with the flag came out from Jackal. That was Jackal literally stacking his life for the flag. So I think it's safe to say that at this point, he's not statting. He's just that good.
He is just that good. 2 members down for either side. Lucas is pushing up top. Car camo is up. He'll go in for it. He's going to wait for the camo to pop up before he challenges. He knows Az is somewhere around here, but he doesn't realize that he's not here anymore. Az has already pushed into his base. He'll have to back down potentially and try to look for him, and he does. He will get the shots out on Az.
Sneaky plays coming from Lucas. Unfortunately, didn't time the magazine of his BR there all too well. Gets the had to reload there, but does manage to get the beat down. He's going to lay down some cross-map shots. But unfortunately, he's just sort of sitting in his own base with the camo, not really making a lot of that ground push that typically players make with the flag. It looks like he might just provide some support for his team as they run this flag. Not sure the shots from Lucas. He does grab the Dynamo nade, so he might be able to deny that area a little bit. And hopefully, Lucas can make some objective ground with this flag. Does manage to stay alive. Goes down right quick. Benji dancing for his life right now. Both flags out for both teams. Who will make the cap here? Who will make the return? Ads running the flag. This looks like it's gone more in the favor of BBR as he runs it up. They are already a flag up, and this might be able to secure yet another one. Drops the flag. Brattle's there for support in the base. Jackal as well dashes through the flag, provides a nice little distraction for Brattles, and they do cap that flag. The score is now 4-2.
Yeah, BBR flipped the game on its head. Fraggers were trying to make their own run, but BBR had other plans, and they ran their own flag. Lucas tried to go down for the touch to keep it alive, but I don't know if it was the right play. He was probably better off trying to stay alive. 3 players in front of Battles. He'll clean up one. His teammate gets the other. Ninjestix last up for Fraggers. The flag's already on the move, and Brattles is trying to take down Flex Reigns. Sorry, Ninjestix, and he will.
On.
Flex Reigns comes up off spawn. Brattles is pushing around to P. He's going to try to stop anyone from coming in, unless the nades and shots ring out across the map. Ads is going to cap this in. He's going to throw it in, run it in while he's weak. Will he be able to get it? He's playing it slowly, and he does manage to get it. So BBR will take the series. They'll head into the final against the Chiefs and get a matchup that they want.
Very, very sneaky little plays for him there, constantly baiting out the shots from Fraggers at the end there. You could see that he had them dialed in. He knew that those cross-map shots were going to come out, but he just kept throwing the flag out over and over again to try to bait them into shots, waste as much ammo in their BRs as possible, and then finally just taps it in. Nice little sweet touch, cherry on top. Good stuff from BBR. That's the gameplay that I expected from them. Very convincing win.
Yeah, getting themselves a 3-1 victory here up against the Fraggers. Now sets them up with a date with the Chiefs here. They've cracked into the top 2, lads. They've been able to do it here in Pro Series number 3. So BBR making some small changes to their roster. They've come out of the gates hot and firing, and they've certainly shown up today where it all counts. And this is what we talked about, right? Every single time that we have these tournaments, you want to have these teams performing on the day, and that is what BBR is doing right now. And the man that has had all the spotlight throughout this entire series has been Jackal. 2 overkills, 1 official, 1 unofficial from you guys here on the cast.
3
but
officials. When I make him that cookie and hand it to him on land, it's going to be official. I'll tell
Okay,
you
Jackal, okay, we'll give you 2 official overkills, but 1 official medal there on the final screen. And it has just been such an insane performance from BBR here, Hoggy, that these guys going into the grand final, yeah, it's going to be a long road to get a full bracket reset against the Chiefs, but they can do it. Like, these guys have been able to put up some big numbers. It's just going to take everything in their soul to try and get this one done today.
Yeah, BBR working well together as a team, and it always helps when one of your players gets 3 triple kills and an overkill in one game. That's always going to help you win the game when Jackal is on fire, and that's why I've been saying I'm so glad to see him playing, because he is clearly one of the top players in this region, and he's proving it today.
Yeah, he's putting up some big numbers, and these are big numbers that we've seen across HCS, but now they're on somebody else's screen. This is Jackal, who's starting to stand up for BBR. Everybody else across BBR is also playing extremely well. Like, the fact that we're looking at this Fraggers roster, which something we haven't touched on, lads. 3 of the players were at Raleigh, by the way, from this Fraggers roster. So 3 of these players are no strangers to these big pressure kind of series. And now we come into a series here against BBR where they put everything on the line, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough for them today. But this Fraggers squad is also another team that we're looking for in the future to be big contenders.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, all this talk around BBR today and how well they've been playing, that's not to say that Fraggers have not been playing phenomenally.
Yeah.
You know, for a team that we keep highlighting, they're all star players in their own right, and they have such a high caliber young gun in their team as Lucas. For them to put together a team in such short notice, I think we've only seen them in the last 2 weeks sort of come together and then play as convincingly as they have. They only have upwards to go from here. Like, the stocks will go up for Fraggers, believe me, because these are seasoned players. They know what they're doing. And when you have someone on board like Flex Reigns, who is also so experienced, and not only as a player, but as a coach, being able to look at the game on the outside, not just from the inside as a player, you have so much experience coming into your roster and so much that you can hand down and sort of layer out to the rest of your players. So Fraggers are yet another team that are there to look out for.
Yeah, exactly, and I think throughout today, you know, obviously, Hoggy, we talked about this roster mania that's been floating around in ANZ. I think maybe right now with some of the, you know, the kind of performances we've seen from these teams, we might be seeing some of these solidified rosters. There still are some free agents that are floating around there on the Twitter sphere, but right now we've seen a lot of these rosters be able to amalgamate and come together here in Pro Series number 3 and put up some big numbers, and I'm excited to see whether or not these rosters are going to be able to make it through into Pro Series 4 and even beyond.
Yeah, no, and on top of that, we've got potentially a stacked bracket next week, like extremely stacked, right? If the teams that got out today, 1620 Kings, Divine Minds, Immunity, come back next week, I think we'll have a really stacked bracket for next week because BBR and Fraggers have showed up today, especially against the Chiefs. You can see that. It's hard to say, oh, they showed up against each other, but they've shown it against the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
So next week, we're probably going to have a seriously stacked bracket, and the games are going to be super fun to watch next week as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty nutty the fact that we're looking towards Pro Series number 4, and our top 4 teams are Cat Fans, we've got BBR, we've got Fraggers, and we've got the Chiefs, who have all been putting up some insane series today. And then we're looking at Immunity, Divine Mind, Direwolves, you know, 1620 Kings. All these guys are going to have to fight through the open bracket. So, you know, you're looking at some of these teams who are knocking on the door of that top 8. They're probably being like, oh, come on, guys. Like, why do we have to play these teams in the open qualifier bracket for the final Pro Series before the Super? But it sets us up for an insane next week, and I think it's going to be a crazy story for us to try and develop across here, Bluey, that right now it is the perfect time for us to peak as a region in the fact that a lot of our top 8 teams are so close going into that Super, because that just means we get an exciting Super, and I'm excited to see where it all ends up in the next couple of weeks.
I think the Super will be really good, yeah, but don't throw a word like peak. Like, are you kidding?
Yeah, okay.
We've got so far to go. I don't think any of the teams, even like the Chiefs, have managed to reach anywhere in the heights that they are going to yet. Like, this isn't me just talking from an ANZ player's perspective, but with the improvement that the top teams in our region have been able to make, I think when we send players back to NA, we have a serious opportunity to put our names forward and put our players forward. I don't think we're going to be, you know, that little region that could anymore. I think Halo Infinite and the teams that we've put up on the board actually provide us a real chance in breaking those top positions that we've never seen before.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe in the future that might be, you know, maybe I start to eat my words here and the peak isn't even close to it, Bluey. I do have to echo
you better,
some of
buddy.
this. I mean,
you watch yourself,
I'm just getting excited. I'm getting excited. That's all I'm saying. I'm just getting very hyped about the Halo because right now I think this has really reignited everybody here and got everybody super excited because today has been an absolute barn burner of a day. But, lads, we've got a winner to talk to here. We've got Jackal on the line, so let's jump in and have a chat to him about this series here against the Fraggers. Jackal.
Hey,
you're
what's up, boys?
Okay, we'll get past that. We'll get past that a little bit later. Jackal, absolutely insane series personally from you, but also the BBR boys. You know, we had a chat to Benji after, you know, the win previously in this elimination bracket. What's it like for you guys now going into this grand final against the Chiefs, be able to get a rematch, considering how close you were to be able to take them down in that winners final?
Oh, it's, I mean, we're all very happy about it, in all honesty. We felt like the series that we had against Chiefs was surprisingly very close, so we have high hopes going into it. We're hoping to take a couple games, if not win the series, in all honesty. So, yeah.
Jackal, all throughout today, we've been talking to you about, you know, like, I feel like we're going to be talking about you until the sun comes up. You've consistently putting massive damage, massive kills on the board. That live fire game, before you had that unfortunate reset, just so confident with the sniper. How are you remaining so composed in these games? How are you being so consistent today?
Just having full confidence in my team.
It's the robe.
It's the robe, yeah, that's the robe. No, in all reality, it's you know, being supported by a great foundation of players is probably the first step to having that confidence to be able to pop off, like whenever you know, pick up a power weapon or something like that. And having the leadership from Ads and Brattles and having a young gun like Benji alongside me, it just really gives me the how do I say this? The opportunities to really like show off what I can do.
Yeah, and how do you think today's tournament has gone in terms of overall for everybody, right? Because we've had a few teams not be able to play, but Fraggers have stepped up, you guys have stepped up. Is this just a new level of play, like a new standard, do you think, for everybody? Or is this just like the teams not be able to play so it shakes it up a bit? Or is this really like another level for everybody?
I mean, you can't count out the fact that, like, you know, DM and Immunity didn't play. At the end of the day, like, they would have made a huge impact on, like, how some of these teams would have performed as well. Like take, for example, Fraggers, you know, they got a bye against Immunity, and then they got a bye against DM. So, you know, they obviously, going into our series against them, they probably didn't have as many games as we played, so they wouldn't have been as warmed up. But I'd say that a lot of people would probably be very happy with how their teams performed. I know 1620 Kings really popped off, and actually, I'd say Direwolves probably isn't very happy with their result. But everyone else is like, yeah, pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think everyone should be super happy with the kind of performances that we've seen so far. Obviously, you guys being able to secure a top 4. What's the next week going to be like for you BBR guys? You know, being able to crack into the top 2 right now, if you're able to take down Chiefs, I'm sure you guys are going to be running on a high. But what's kind of the practice leading into, you know, Pro Series number 4 for the BBR guys?
Lots of VOD review, lots of independent review with the team, just making sure that we're like covering our mistakes and whatnot. Like at the end of the day, like we really need to identify where we're going wrong in some of these games, like especially against Chiefs. Like we're making very small mistakes where we don't need to be. But yeah, like just playing off each other, getting scrims together, like all that stuff is going to be super important.
I mean, I'm super excited to see what you guys can do with an extra week of practice underneath your belt, considering this is how you guys have performed here for Pro Series number 3. So, Jackal, it's been amazing to have you here on our screens. It's been amazing to get your insights as well. So, good luck for the grand final here up against the Chiefs.
Thanks so much, guys. Keep up the great casting. Love it.
Oh, thanks,
Cheers,
man.
mate. It's always good when we get something there from the players as well. It is always heartwarming when we have these players with the big smiles on their face when they come in. Put up big numbers like that. It feels like it's kind of barcode 2.0 here for Mr. Jackal. But lads, it is time for us to get ourselves ready for that grand final. It is going to be a rematch between the Chiefs and BBR. So a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to get into the grand final for HCS Pro Series number 3. You won't want to miss it.
Changed since the break, for sure. And I'll talk about it in a second, because Mazzy's about to go off, apparently. Oh, and he does!
I'm Madison Madzy Stone. I've been competing for about, been nearly 10 years now, actually. Yeah, I'm a country boy. I grew up in a little town called Thierry. Been living there for way too long. I worked in the mines for a few years, and yeah, now just gaming full time. Well, I first got an Xbox for my 4th or 5th birthday. It was Halo 1 on the original Xbox. And yeah, just ever since I loved it. Probably off the top of my head is my triple kill against Divine Mind on recharge. So I was pushing Tower 1 and I seen a guy in front of me. I beat him in a gun battle, and then I seen another player going for sword. So I shot him, he fell off the map, and then one came up behind me and I outBR'd him as well. So I got a triple kill. I think a good reasonable goal is top 8. Yeah, ANZ's never broken into the top 8, which yeah, would be incredible to just get ANZ into that top 8. And me individually, just grinding as much as I possibly can, honing my individual skill, just make sure I'm up to par. Oh, obviously nothing beats a win. It feels pretty good. Compared to a loss, it's more of a learning curve, you know, like what can we do better next time to get that win. Yeah, we just want to do the best we possibly can and try and put ANZ on the map. Shout out to all the ANZ community for cheering us on and supporting us, really appreciate it.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, HCS Pro Series number 3 only has one more series to go before we crown our champion here in ANZ. I've got my lads back here by my side. This time around, we've got some different grand finalists for us to look at, Blue as well as Hoggy. Chiefs are going to be going up against the lads of BBR. But before we get into that, I just want to touch on our day as a whole here. We've had a complete crazy day for us. We see a DQ there from Immunity that unfortunately weren't able to join us here for HCS Pro Series number 3. And same with Divine Mind. They unfortunately weren't able to get things going their way for that semi-final, and they're dropping into that elimination bracket as well. They did get another DQ, not being able to field an entire 4-man roster. So they drop out here, lads. And Bluey, looking at this, we've got a completely different top 4 coming out of Pro Series number 3 and going into Pro Series number 4. That open bracket is going to be a hell of a wild west for all these other teams to try and get into Pro Series number 4.
Oh yeah, I feel like next week is going to be hell for a lot of the players going into that that open bracket. And, you know, my heart goes out to any potential new teams that also have to go through that open series bracket as well, because they have so many very, very strong forces to have to try and punch through. But again, overall today has been like a huge mix-up from what we're used to seeing here. A lot of teams that we thought would go through and do exceedingly well haven't quite performed. We've had some unfortunate DQs. But overall, the days just felt really stacked. In general, I would say these games have been pretty ridiculous, and we've seen a lot of things unfolding that I don't think we expected to see at all.
Yeah, I think it's been a crazy day for us here on the desk just to look at it. And I'm sure everybody at home who's been following along with the action has been kind of had their heads spinning with the crazy stuff that we've got going. But here it's finally time for us to jump into this grand final, boys. It is the Chiefs taking on BBR. And at the top of the show, Hoggy, before we even started going into this, you were saying that BBR were going to be here, but they had to go through the Chiefs. And the Chiefs have been such an untouchable team for us here in ANZ that it is a monumental task for BBR to get through them. But they've shown that they can bleed today at least.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they've got the barcode, the milkman, the shark. We don't know what Praddy's is yet. I put a message out to Pips, but he hasn't got back to me about what Praddy's is going to be called. But Chiefs have been dominant. And today, they've been faltering a little bit, right? We've seen Fraggers sort of do work against them. BBR managed to take a game, and Praddy's is our player to highlight. He's the jack of all trades. He sets up his team for success, and he does whatever it takes to win, right? And he's the fourth member of this team that keeps them glued together and is part of the reason why they are number one.
Yeah, I feel like it is kind of a bit of a disservice to Pradys here, the fact... Oh, it is a bit of a disservice, sorry, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Pradys, the fact that, we don't actually have a nickname for him. As you did say, Hoggy, we had the Milkman, we've got the Shark, we've got the Barcode, and maybe somewhere down the end of the line we might be able to, find something that might be able to relate to the fact that he is the glue for this team, Blue, and he has been one of those players that is kind of the unsung hero for these guys, right? We talk about Barcode till the cows come home, we talk about Madsy across today, and we'd also talk about the fact that Pips, as every single time that he comes into this roster, he has been such a mad performer, so Pradys is just a kind of unsung hero, I think.
Maybe, we highlighted in his player profile there that he likes to do the dirty work. Maybe call him the cleaner, something like that. I don't know. I'm just trying to bounce things off of my head. But yeah, absolutely. I think he's definitely one of those players that don't get highlighted all that much. But if you're paying attention to how the games flow and follow out, Pradys is always the one who's sort of jumping in feet first, absolute ODST in his caliber, just going straight into the action and trying to make sure that he's securing ground enough for the rest of his team to push in.
Yeah, he certainly is one of those players there for the Chiefs. And on the other side of things, we've got BBR here, Bluey, who today have... I don't want to say blow everybody's expectations out of the water. We looked at this roster and we said these guys are going to be good, but cracking into the top two, now that they've made this roster change with Benji and Jackal coming into it, I think they certainly have kind of gone above and beyond the performance that we're expecting from today, and they look like they might not be even slowing down here in this grand final.
I definitely think that they've surprised a lot of people, coming off the back of, especially a team like Immunity and us having to pay attention to them so well last week. Now they didn't unfortunately get to play this week, but BBR filled those shoes so well, right? BBR just came in swinging, absolutely playing so well, playing strong fundamental Halo, and even us talking to Jackal, when you have young guns in the team as well, able to just pop off. One of those young guns in particular being Benji, who Jackal highlighted himself, saying that Benji being, young in the team himself, sort of a more of a newcomer to Halo, was able to provide him so much support. Benji, we've seen him today as well just pop off consistently too. He's, a player with such little competitive Halo experience, but he's bringing all of the experience that he has behind him from other games into this one, and he's performing exceedingly well.
Yeah, and I think it has been spooky for us to see what this guy can do with a sniper in hand as well. I mean, looking forward into this grand final, the Chiefs have got some big snipers on their own side, but if BBR are able to lock down a lot of those power weapons going into this grand final, then it feels like they've got some pop-off potential as well. So let's have a look at the match that we're going to be seeing here for our first best of 5 in this grand final. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, BBR, if they want to take this tournament as a whole, they have to win this first best of 5. Then we go back into a bracket reset for another best of 5, and this is where we're starting out here. We're starting on Aquarius as a CTF here, so Hoggy, it's something you've touched on all day. BBR, they were able to take the Chiefs on this map in a few previous tournaments ago, but with a brand new roster, maybe a bit of extra changes, they might still be able to do it today.
No, definitely. We just saw them play this map, right? And they managed to beat Fraggers 5 caps to 2, I think it was. They clutched it out, and they just looked solid on that map, right? They knew how to play it, and Jackal obviously pops off on this map. And he's going to be a key for them going into game number 1, because he's going to need to stay at that level to sort of compete with Chiefs going into game number 1.
Exactly, and speaking of game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into it here. We're going to be jumping into Aquarius grand final between the Chiefs and BBR. Starts now.
You mentioned Hoggy just before that Jackal needs to stay on his toes, perform as consistently as he was, and I couldn't agree more. He's going up against some Titans right now, so he needs to make sure that he's coming at him full swing, putting all the gas on, no brakes, and just going full force. Jackal needs to absolutely perform and inability. Oh my god, I'm stumbling over my word. It's been a long night, Hoggy. Give me a break. So he can sort of stay consistent with players like Barcode, with players like Madsy, who have seen today perform so well.
Yep, and it's the grand final. Can BBR come all the way through this bracket from the open bracket to win the tournament? Wouldn't that be a wild story for the side of BBR as they go 2 down and Pips is already pushing through car. He knows the players behind him. It's Praddy's calling it out for him, so Pips is going to turn around and try to clean up that kill, and he will get it. He will have to get the melee in. Barcode's in the base to take down Benji as well. Can they get a flag run moving already? And they do. They're spawning over at Fridge. Barcode's got the flag on the run.
Already Barcode managing to stay alive for as long as he is, dropping that flag, giving it an inch to Pradys. And as we say, the dirty man himself, the cleaner, getting in just to grab that flag, give it an extra touch and make a little bit of rotation. Pips obviously calling out that he's one shot. Both players one shot now. They're going to get a little bit flanked. Pips with the pistol isn't going to be able to connect those shots enough and put out enough damage. Unfortunately, that gives a little bit of an advantage into BBR right now, being able to push into Chief's side of the map.
Benji thought he could go in and get a flag pull for his team, but he couldn't. The players of Chiefs spawned up in the base. Barcode got the shots down as well. He's got a player drop it on him. Barcode will take down Brattles. 1 dead for each team. Jackal will get another. Jackal's above him. His teammate takes it out. Praddy's gets himself a double kill. So we say Praddy's does whatever he needs to, but he's the slaying power in this first game in the grand finals.
Oh,
he goes in for another. Can he get himself a killing spree? He finds Brattles. Looks like he puts a heat wave in the back of Pips.
Shot.
He's really on fire.
Barcode in the back line too, giving Praddy's all the assistance he needs to. It looks like there's going to be another flag pull from Barcode coming out here. BBR's going to have to respond strongly in order to make sure that that flag doesn't progress the halfway point of the map. Barcode does get taken down, so that flag is in limbo right now. Jocko seems to be on it, returning.
Yeah, Pips is trying to come in and kill him, and he does manage to get him. Praddy's is here again. He's going to grab the ball, doing the dirty work like we were saying. He's moved all the way across the map from top, middle, and P, and he's grabbed himself the flag. He's going to try run in. Nades and shots will come ringing out. So they're going to slow it down. They do manage to get Benji and Brattle, so there's only 2 up for BBR. Praddy's is moving in. He doesn't even get shot, so they'll go up 1-0.
Good scoreline coming in from the Chiefs so early on in the game. That's exactly what they need. This is where we see the Chiefs excel. This is something that we've highlighted various times today, that they come in and they set the pace of the game overall. BBR managed to answer back very strongly in that best of 3 that we saw today, but for a CTF game, they're going to need Pips. Interesting shots coming out from him now, but BBR need to make sure that they set the pace of their own. They don't start to crumble under the weight of the Chiefs. They are Titans, but BBR themselves are no laughingstock. BBR today have managed to answer some teams very convincingly, and they are showing that they are just as strong as a team like Chiefs.
Yeah, Pips does the work in the enemy base, and Praddy's, he's going to grab the flag and get it moving. He's managed to get it halfway across the map. A player from BBR has moved the flag as well. They'll be moving it across P. Praddy's knows that there's a few players around. If Barcode comes through to help him out, the flag is down at the front of their base. They do get the return. Praddy's is moving it in. Ads will take down 1, but they will be able to get cap number 2. So Chiefs dominating the map at the moment.
Chiefs, yeah, absolutely. This is what we expect. You know, as an audience, as casters, we always see Chiefs come in so strongly to these maps, set the pace near immediately, and that's exactly what they're doing. Prady's picking up himself a last shot kill. Excellent use of the thruster there. Cross-map shots coming out from Ads. The Chiefs right now can have the ability to just hold it down. They can play defensive if they want to. Having to make up 2 caps is a huge task for BBR. And 2 players going down on both sides. It looks like Benji might make a little bit of a play right now, but it just looks like he's trying to get some footing for his team.
Barcode's in the enemy base again. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen him in there. Jackal's going to have to turn around to defend his own base. Put some shots down on Praddy's and backs down. He's going to have a player right next to him. That's Pips will take him down. Barcode's still alive at the front of the BBR base, and he's wrapped all the way around. He's juked Brattles out. He's going to get into a fight with Brattles again, as he might try to run the flag. Pips is in utility, and he'll go down. Barcode's still alive in the enemy base. He finally goes down. Praddy's gets himself onto P. He's been anchoring this spot for a while. He's been on P side for most of the last minute of the game.
Flag return.
Praddy's right now with that commando in hand, takes some rough team shots, unfortunately goes down super quick. And you are seeing members of the Chiefs sort of go down back to back to back. Unfortunately, that being said, Benji does go down. Brads goes down. So does Ad. So that's 3 players down on the side of BBR. Gives Chiefs plenty of space to move forward on. And we know how aggressive this team likes to play. At any moment that they get some space to wriggle, they get some space to move, they are going to take advantage of that through and through. Still 2 flags up on the board. BBR yet to make another touch on the Chiefs flag from when they previously were, Hoggy.
Yeah, Madzi being really aggressive into utility. So is Barcode. The heat wave feels like it's been in the hands of the Chiefs the whole game. Every time it's come up, they've had it. Pips is trying to push across. His teammates have gone down. He'll grab the Dynamo and nades. He does want to take a fight, though. I thought he would back down, but he hasn't been able to. His teammate does come in and help him. That's Madzi. Another player's flown through bottom middle in front of him. And Madzi will get taken down, but he will jump out to try and take out the one-shots. He gets Jackal. Can he get Brattles? He does. He gets the double, and he's got the heat wave in hand. His teammate's moving it already through bottom P. He's got a player just above him. He doesn't know he's there. He's going to turn around. He does get the call out. He will turn around to clean up ads. The flag has not moved anywhere, though, so they're not able to move it, but Pips is doing the slaying.
It was a good pull from Barcode there to just throw that flag down. Unfortunately, BBR just had the base spawns and were able to counteract that pull so quickly. But I think we do see now the flag is still moving, Hoggy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like it's made its way down that map a little bit further.
Yeah, Barcode's moved it a little bit further. Pips is still alive. Surely he's almost on a killing spree, if not already. His teammate's running the flag in. It's Praddy's. He's doing the work again. He's got a nade come in behind him, but he manages to dodge it. The flag will go in for almost the 3rd time this game. He almost runs in the flag without getting shot once, but they'll go up 3-0.
Okay.
BBR do not have any control of the map anymore, Bluey.
Interesting little snippet we got there of Pips with the Needler. Not entirely sure how much damage he was putting out with that. Does unfortunately go down though, and I think Benji just had camo. Unfortunately gets melted with it, so that is now out of play. Chief still being 3 up right now. Jackal manages to secure that kill, play for his life. But there's just no point where even after all these kills, even after a player like Jackal manages to stay alive on that Dynamo spawn on that car side, they're never actually managing to make good footing off of it and pull the flag in a convincing manner. Ads manages to get a touch, but instantly melted right now. Benji tries to follow up, melted again. Back-to-back kills coming out in the side of Chiefs, and BBR going down 1 by 1.
Yeah, and if we look at the scoreboard, you can see that the Chiefs are clearly slaying BBR.
Oh, yeah.
Brattle's trying to push in, though, doing the best he can for his team. He was all alone, but Ads has showed up to help him. He gets shot in the back, though, and Ads pushes in by himself. Benji, last man up. Heat wave for Pips. He's into utility. They're probably going to wait for them to spawn at the back of the base. They don't want to push in just yet.
Looks like they are setting up for another flag pull here, just trying to confirm those spawns. Ads is blue fridge side, so they know that. Madzi and Pip being together may be able to pull this flag, collapse on a couple of the players, but as I say that, Pips is unfortunately flanked by Benji. Madzi still just running the flag though, for free. He's taking shots, but you can see even when he's one shot, how far he's managing to take this flag. We'll see those long range shots come out, but it looks like Madzi should be able to get this pretty convincingly up for. Please, BBR, you have to answer back. You have to at least put 1 on the map for yourselves. You do not want to go down 5-0.
Yeah, such a clean run from the Chiefs. They played it really slowly, pushing into the base. They worked out that they weren't there. They managed to take down the members of BBR while they were running the flag, which means it's pretty much a guaranteed cap if you can do that. 3 down for BBR. Brattle's last man alive. He's right here. He will trade it out with Madzi. The flag is on the move. Jackal's trying to do what he can. He'll get shots on Barcode and have to back down. His teammate does go down in utility, so he's going to have to do what he can for his team. Wrong read on the flag direction,
though, there. Jackal thought he was just going to run it down that mid position. Praddy's reading Jackal's sort of flank there, and he does manage to take him down before he dies himself, but that's huge. Barcode just free running with this camo, about to put in. That's a 5-0 in name of the Chiefs. BBR go down without even managing to cap a single flag, Hoggy.
Yeah, Chiefs looking very dominant in game number 1. Not very similar to the series that we saw earlier today, but damn, Chiefs looking strong.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
as usual.
When do they ever look weak? I was about to say, when are they ever positioned when they're in weak? Even in that best of 3 that we saw before where Chiefs were playing against BBR, they were still a very strong team. It's just BBR were looking just as strong. That's the thing, you know. You have to, it's like a weight, counterweight kind of thing, and BBR needs to put that into effect soon, or they're going to see this series slip out of their hands very, very quickly.
Yep, 19 kills, 16 kills for either of them. Praddy's even up into the double digits as well. So just utter dominance from the Chiefs. The side of BBR didn't manage to really get into the Chiefs' base at all in that game. And it was nice to see Praddy's on screen continually over and over. You could see, we spoke about it before the game, the dirty work and doing things for the team. Every time he was on screen, he was running a flag, getting the kills, keeping his team's position on the map.
Always seems to be, we just saw there finishing off a cap or backing up his teammates when they were making a flag push. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty. He's not afraid to put himself front and center and get a few more deaths than what some other players might like. But at the end of the day, he knows that he's doing the best for his team. He's making sure that he's losing his life to ensure that they win round or get a cap or whatever it is necessary. It's the best play for his team that matters.
Yeah, he'll do whatever it takes for them to win. And the way that we saw him play that game was exactly that, right? He was just playing to get his team the win. And it's one of the reasons why the Chiefs are so dominant. All 4 players working together to get the win. Nobody cares about who's getting the most kills or not getting the kills or whatever. It's just about working together as a team and playing the way they want to play.
Yep, exactly. It's very, very strong, fundamental, like 4-stack in a Halo game. We've talked to Barcode before about it. He's talked about it on his stream. And he said, in order to be a successful team, in order to keep climbing up the ladder, in order to be able to put yourself in a position where you can play strongly against these NA players, you need to be consistent. You need to keep pushing as a 4.
Yep, we're going into Slayer on Recharge, game number 2. The Chiefs are already up 1-0. It was a rough game for BBR. And the Slays are in favor of the Chiefs. But can BBR bring it back? We've already seen today that they are a strong team and they can put up a fight against the Chiefs. They've had a tied game on this today already.
Please
can
not
they
another
bring
one.
it to 50-50 again,
Do not
Louis?
mention that, Hoggy. We do not want to see it again. There's no way. BBR, I don't imagine would want to put themselves in those shoes once more, and I don't think that there's any way they're going to let that happen to the best of their ability. We already see off the break, Chiefs go up 2 kills, the difference, and Barcode immediately just going for that shock rifle with camo. Does land a nice shot on Jackal. Unfortunately, it wasn't a headshot though, and he's going to manage to just whisk himself away with that grapple, get away unscathed and unseen, camo in hand.
Yeah, this is not ideal for BBR. Jackal is the last one up. The Chiefs are up 6-1. Camo in hand with shock rifle. He doesn't manage to hit the first shot. He sees Benji in front of him, who's a 1-shot.
Good cleanup.
Yeah, perfect use of the camo so far. He hasn't got himself caught out or anything. He's used the grapple hook to get away. He's still got the pulse rifle in hand as well, and he can use this to his advantage. We've seen him use it before, and he's an absolute beast, but he's going in with the grapple hook. He finds one. Can he get the second? Ads is jumping side to side.
He had to
he
reload.
runs out of ammo, so Ads will take him down. But he's going straight in, even with the pulse rifle in his back pocket.
Pips challenging Jackal right now. Who's going to be the winner of this match? And it looks like Jackal comes out on top with a very convincing headshot right there. Pips trying to slide in, show his aggression. Unfortunately, that doesn't go down in his favor. Jackal doubling back to look for the Mangler that was in Pips' hand, looking to turn the tide a little with a weapon that is that strong, Hoggy. A bit of a discussion point that's been going on here today. 2 players of Chiefs located in C. Long haul. Barcode back on that high position that he loves, overlooking that tower that we see him there so many times. Unfortunately, no shock rifle in hand for him. Shots ringing back and forth between Jackal, but he does get flanked by Prades, and Prades does manage to take him down with a nice little back smack. And it looks like the Chiefs are going to be able to start rotating this map in their favor, holding down the positions that they want to, putting the pace of the game in their hands.
8 points of difference early on. What's new? BBR down by almost 10 kills in a Slayer. There's nothing different here for BBR. They're used to this, so maybe they can use this to get back in. It's going to be really, really hard against the Chiefs. They've got 3 players stuck at tower. The players of the Chiefs are all trying to go in. You can see the 1-shots across the map. Jackal manages to get a kill. The shot's still out on Ads, and Ads will get taken down as well. Braddles is up, and they're spawning in elevator.
This free damage, he is able to pick these players at every angle. Barcode deciding to use the last grapple he has in his pocket just to secure that camo. Very smart play for him again, and he is once again back in this position of having both the shock rifle and the camo, being able to get into those positions as much as he wants. A double kill headshot with that shock rifle. He's going to be able to flank a little bit more here, as Pips is probably calling out that player that's above him. Barcode doubling back to elevator though. Bit of miscommunication there, but he is going to be able to lay down just this perfect shot right into the head of Benji. Benji being laid out flat by it. Unfortunately, does get stormed by 2 players, taken out right quick. They have to shut down Barcode as quickly as possible.
Yeah, look at the kill lead though. They're up by 15 kills. 2 players straight into elevator to get the cleanups. The Barcode could not get Benji's stuck here in tower. He's got a teammate behind him. His teammates are most likely spawning right next to him. The shots across the map. By the pistol from Matty.
Ambitious
He's hoping
green gun.
and praying. But the shots will ring out, and Praddy's again is on the
double kill with
flank.
the Mangler.
Every time Praddy's is on the flank and doing the work. He's cleaning up the kills for his team, and Barcode just goes flying in to take out another.
Absolute just rip and tear coming through these maps right now. Barcode, the unofficial Doomslayer of Recharge, just coming out and just ripping heads. Every time we put the camera on him, he is just managing to take these shots with such confidence, and BBR have no answer for him. It doesn't matter how many times they lay out these shots and they ring out across the map, find contact with Barcode. He's just going to put that shock rifle to your dome and take you out in an instant.
Yeah, I think Camo's about to spawn, if not already grabbed. Ads is down at long haul. Barcode does not hit the headshot. He's going to grapple in to try help out his teammate, and he will be able to do that. He gets a remote detonation on a nade that was thrown from Pips. He's got Brattles right next to him. He doesn't know he's there, though. He pops out, and he doesn't see him. He'll back down with the grapple hook, and he will stay alive. He does go down, though, in the end. He'll get cleaned up. Shots going across the map from Pips. Pips has got a player pushing him. Brattles goes straight in. He's got Praddy's there as well. Can Brattles get himself a double? His teammate cleans it up, and that's Benji. He knows that there's another player here. He's going to push in. Surely his teammates have shots across the map, and they do. Madsy's weak. He's trying to push for him. Can he find him? He does get the melee in the end. So Brattle's doing what he can for his team, but they're still so far down. They're down by 18 kills now.
Yep, and not only are they down by 18 kills, Jackal with a nice perfect there. They're down in such a defeating manner, Hoggy. Look at the scoreboard right now. Brattle's 3 and 10. Benji, 4 and 12. How can you come back for this? This has to feel so defeating. You feel like right now you're just being absolutely put in a headlock. You're running out of breath. You have nowhere to move. The Chiefs are always on your flank, on your angle. You're always being laid into. Your shields never recharge. It must feel so claustrophobic for these players. Nice setup there. Beautiful read from Barcode. And I think that's just a catalyst for how this is going. Barcode and the rest of his team just have the reads on BBR at all points in this game.
Barcode's trying to find Brattles, but Brattles manages to get away. He'll jump back out. He doesn't manage to finish him. He's got ads to his left. The nades come through, clean him up. Brattles did go down, though, in the process. Madsy trying to work to get the camo. Camo's up in 17 seconds. Praddy's is down at double stacks. He'll probably play his life, look to grab this camo. They don't have any reason to push right, Bluey. They just need to stay back, try to get the camo in their hands, and just close out the game.
Yep, exactly right.
Kills.
They have nothing to worry about here. They've got so much space to work with, even if these kills start to come out from BBR, which it looks like they are. They're managing to close up the gap a little bit more and more. Jackal with a nice double to just seal that narrative a little bit more. Ads with camo, and the Mangler should be able to get a good kill here on Madsy, but Madsy has his number in the phone book and is just calling him up right. He's telling him that he knows where he is, laying down those frags, but Ads is being able to respond confidently with that Mangler damage, and we are seeing the scores tie up a little bit more and more. BBR is actually making a very convincing comeback right now. Can they keep up this momentum, Hoggy? Is this a turning point for the game?
Yeah, BBR managed to get a couple kills. They'll take down 3 of Chiefs. Praddy's the last one alive, and he's right in front of Ads. Can Ads get the clean up on him? He will get one shot. He gets a second. He doesn't manage to take him down. That's a huge kill from Praddy's. It stops the momentum of BBR. BBR are only down by 7 kills now. They're somehow still in it. If they can play this slow enough and get the kills that they need. We saw just before that they managed to take 4 of Chiefs down. Then they managed to get another 3 of them down to bring themselves back into the game. But BBR, they love to go down and they love to come back in Slayer.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen so many positions where BBR is 10 down and they manage to claw their way back up from the depths of despair and hell. And it looks like they're doing that at the moment, getting these kills where they matter, putting the team shots down, forcing Chiefs into very uncomfortable positions. But I say that, Madsy and Barcode, Batman and Robin getting kills after kills, one after another. Pips gets himself another kill as well. There's only 2 more kills that the Chiefs need to secure yet another game and put another tally up on the board, Hoggy.
Yeah, BBR, the push gets stopped instantly by the Chiefs. They only need 1 more kill. Can Barcode do it for his side? He's trying to challenge. Ads will take down Madsy. Barcode's looking across the map with some shots. There's players come behind him. There's still 1 kill left. Barcode's going to try play it slow. He's going to try find Benji. Benji's weak. He does make him 1 shot. Camo's up in 2 seconds as well. They're grabbing the camo. Praddy's is going to grab the camo. He's going to push up here with Barcode. Let's see if they can get a kill. He's got himself the shock rifle in hand. Can he get the headshot for the win? He doesn't. He misses it. Barcode's pushing in though to try to get the kills. He'll take on Benji. Rattles is there though and pushes him back. He goes down. Pips is looking across the map, but he can't see anyone to take down. Prady's got a weak player in front of his one shot, and he does take him down. The Chiefs will win the Slayer, and they'll go up 2-0.
Oh, Jackal. Man, oh man. Like, so unfortunate. It comes down to those split decision, instances, and unfortunately Jackal just with a very poor rotation in that moment, being locked down on that bottom gold stairs. That's not where he wanted to be. There were too many angles for Chiefs to be able to lock him down, and especially when you have Prady's with the shock rifle with camo, just a free push on his behalf, takes him down 2 quick headshots with the shock rifle, and that seals the fate right there of BBR for that game.
Yeah, 50-41 the end scoreline, and I mentioned earlier today, if the BBR boys go down by 10 kills against the likes of Chiefs and Divine Mind, they're going to struggle to bring it back. And it wasn't just 10 kills, it was 20 kills. There was a point where they were down by almost 20 kills, and they almost brought it back, but you can't do it against the Chiefs. It's just too tough. You can't be going down by that much.
Absolutely. That being said, Hoggy, they did still manage to create that gap at the end.
They rallied.
They did rally, absolutely. And there was only a 9-kill difference between the 50 being match point and the 41 on BBR's end. So as much as they did unfortunately take the L on that game, they came back very, very convincingly. They rallied really well at the end there, and that's a huge point for them to be able to take away from this particular match.
Yeah, and I think it's something that BBR can go back and work on, right? For Slayers specifically. We've seen it today multiple times where they go down, and in the past, that it's just something that they can't be doing every week in and out. They're not going to be able to keep up with the top teams. As all these players get better and better, BBR are going to have to step up their Slayer game. There's just something that they're not doing quite right in terms of teamwork. It's almost like when they're getting toppled over, they continue to get toppled over. But when they're toppling over the other team, they continue to topple over the other team, right? They feed off the momentum that they gain, and the other team just gets the momentum and they can't bring it back.
We've spoken to Ads a fair few times now. We've spoken to Jackal, and I think a good thing to take away from them is they're still a team that is learning. They're very aware that they are a stack of 4 that has a lot of kinks to iron out within their roster, which is, that's not me putting a slight against them or saying anything bad on their behalf. That's really good to have. Their self-awareness knows that they can start to iron out those kinks faster than a lot of other teams in their position would. Going into Game 3, they have had a breather, albeit for only 60 seconds. So let's hope going into this third game, they can look at what they need to iron out and adjust that on the fly.
Yeah, game number 3, it'll be Streets Oddball to close it out potentially for the Chiefs. Can BBR bring it back? We've seen them earlier today with strong performances. They've picked it up in game number 2. Even though they went down, they brought it back towards the end. Can they use that momentum to help them get this game and bring it back to game number 4 and potentially game number 5 as we jump on board with Barcode? Who better to start off with, Bluey?
Yep, we could see a textbook comeback come from BBR here. This was the map that we witnessed before. You witnessed at home if you were paying attention. This is the map that BBR made Chief sweat a little on. That being said, doesn't look too crash hot from the get-go. Barcode having rockets straight off the bat. Very, very convincing push early on from the Chiefs. They do have ball in hand, and that time is racking up quite quickly. 15 seconds already at their mantle.
Yeah, both rockets used perfectly to get himself 2 kills. Madzi will take down a player as well. Ads will get another. The players of BBR are trying to swarm in for the ball, but Barcode manages to get himself a double. He will challenge for the triple and somehow stays alive. I don't know how he's alive. Jackal's right behind him, and he still manages to live. Rattles is pushing bottom middle to call it out to Jackal. Can Jackal find him? Jackal's just around the corner. He's gone up to A. Barcode's trying to sneak around. He'll find Jackal, and Jackal will take him out. So Jackal will get Barcode. Can he live? No, he can't. The team of BBR are trying to push in. Benji's already into PD. Madzi's just keeping his life as best he can. His teammate's got himself the Bulldog. So the ball is being grabbed by the Chiefs, and they're going to grab some scrap time now. They've moved 23 points and 0 for BBR, but BBR, they keep pushing through Arcade, and they've managed to stop the points from racking up.
They have managed to stop the bleeding just a little bit from in this position, though. It's a tough one for BBR to make because now they have to put themselves in a role where they can get a hold of that oddball and start to stack up that time. Right now, you can see Pips with the long-range Sentinel beam for 1. But the Chiefs are just playing a very defense-heavy game right now. They're just wanting to put slays on the board, which is something that, of course, we know this team excels at. Barcode, 7 kills already on the board. Brattle's struggling with just one. You know, Ads on the team of BBR putting up 4. They have a lot to catch up on in terms of pressure in order to start to even this game out, Hoggy.
Yep, Ads the last one left. He's just trying to put shots out to try to stop them from grabbing the ball, but the Chiefs will start moving it and try to get themselves a setup. Ads' his teammates have spawned up. The Rockets are in the hands of Pips as well. He will get one. Doesn't manage to clean up Ads, but Madsy will clean him up. Pips will find another and make him weak, force him back. They do have the PD setup going. He's got a player next to him inside PD, and there's one in Arcade. He's trying to challenge Benji, but he does thrust out. Another player pushes in. They get 2 of them. Somehow Pips is still alive, and the ball is rotated all the way through to Arcade.
It's been a slow rotation, but it's been a really effective one. BBR sort of tunnel visioning on a couple of those players there. You saw Brad's just kind of aimlessly jump through tires, wander through, and immediately get swarmed upon by 2 to 3 players, going down in an instant. That is not the kind of tunnel vision that you want to have in this particular instance. It's not all about the ball, a game that Chiefs know all too well. They know how to balance between objective play and Slayer play. They excel at one, and they excel at the other at the same time. So it's going to be it's a very tough task for BBR to be able to, you know, make a successful push, make a good hold at this point. They do have slight glimmers right now, but they've still got 60 points to make up for.
Yeah, it's a setup now for BBR, but Jackal's going in. He'll trade out 1 kill, but he'll probably lose his life for it, and he does. So that might be the difference between BBR holding this setup and not. Benji's also 1 shot. The Spiker nades come in. Another nade comes in from Barcode to take him down. Brattles is stuck in PD. He's 1 shot as well. He'll go down. A player from BBR looks like he's just pushed into PD, and he'll go down as well. So 3 dead for BBR. The Chiefs had the ball again. The BBR did not last very long with that setup, Louis.
No, they did not. Unfortunately, a hail of grenades comes out from the Chiefs side, and they take down the forces of BBR near immediately. You know, BBR unfortunately only able to hold that position for about 13 proper seconds. 13 score points on the board, Hoggy, and that is just unfortunately not what you want in these positions. You want to be ensuring that you hold these positions for good lengths of time, especially against a team like Chiefs, because Chiefs is going to get in that zen, that mode of just steamrolling you over and over and over again. Madsy gets taken down with the Rockets, and hopefully that should be able to provide BBR with a little more steam, but at the moment, Hoggy, I am not convinced.
Yeah, BBR finally have a bit of the ball. Praddies is trying to go on the flank with Brattles, and 3 of his teammates are on the upside of the map. Praddies is distracting the hell out of BBR, but Ads is trying to stop them from pushing in. Another player will come from bottom middle. Perfect nade from Brattles to clean him up. 2 of his teammates go down. They're tied 2v2, but Brattles throws the ball bottom middle. I like that play ball. Pips will get another. It was 3 down momentarily for BBR, but the ball got put bottom middle. Can the Chiefs get out with it?
Ball is bottom middle, but Brady's immediately on it. Yep, the cleaner himself just going in, feet first, managing to grab that ball, do the dirty work, and take it back to PD, a position that they're all too confident with. There's about 15 seconds left to go. Pips, unfortunately, whiffing on that Bulldog. 2 kills coming out for the side of BBR. Those are good kills. They need those right now in order to stop that progression of the ball. But unfortunately, BBR still needs to put them in a position, put themselves in a position, I should say, to grab that ball and start getting some points. Barcode, jeez, come on, mate. Putting on an absolute clinic, a perfect kill, and then an out BR for the second. This man is on fire. But hey, Hoggy, when is he not?
Yeah, the side of BBR, it felt like their comms were not on point. We were watching Benji trying to keep Pink Street from being pushed, but Barcode was behind them the whole time. The comms did not come out. They did not realize he was there, and because of that, Barcode gets himself a double kill. Madsy grabs the ball. They only need 4 seconds, 3 seconds left. Looks like the Chiefs will win round number 1.
The Chiefs are up 1 round, and now BBR has a monumental task. We've said that more than enough times tonight, but this is a real one. For BBR, it all comes down to the wire. This is it. They need to ensure that they need to win this round and the next one. Hoggy, I'm fingers crossed for him. I'm praying, but right now with the gameplay that we're seeing come out from BBR, I don't feel like this is the BBR that we were witnessing before.
Yeah, there's just minor mistakes in their setups each time, and it gets broken instantly by the Chiefs because the Chiefs' teamwork has been perfect throughout majority of all these tournaments. The ball will go in the hands of the Chiefs, and so will the Rockets. Barcode's got him again. They know that the BBR are up at PD. Barcode's just going to play these stairs, but he manages to take himself down. Unfortunately, the Rocket will drop down on the B stairs, and Pips has the ball at back C, and they're getting charged from BBR.
Yep, Pips looks like he's going to take a bit of pressure right now. Benji deciding to take a fight on B ramp there. Braddles was also there providing the backup, getting a little bit of score time for himself, just deciding to milk that time. It does have to go at 1v1 against Barcode, almost takes it. Unfortunately, he does go down. Ads is going to be in here to swoop the ball like a vulture, hopefully get a couple of scraps himself. Unfortunately, it is a very hard task. Jackal does take down Madzi, going for that cheeky little boost there, and those rockets were down, which could prove pivotal to BBR if they don't know if they're there or not.
Yeah, Barcode's the last one up, and they've found them spawning at Cafe.
Ooh.
Can they keep them staggered here? They do find one. Barcode's there as well. Will Barcode be able to push in? He's staying alive somehow. Both players from BBR go down, which is not ideal. So BBR stuck in the back of C, and the Chiefs do manage to break the setup. They grab the ball, and they'll take their own setup in Tram.
Tram setup coming in again from Chiefs, something that was recently favoured in that best of 3. Both teams seeming to gravitate more so towards this position, I should say, sorry. We did see a lot of PD play come out, but this is the exact opposite side of the map. Right now, time is ticking away. The score isn't that much in favour of Chiefs right now, but as I do say this, you know, Benji sort of rushing in, going down. Pip's so aggressive with that shotgun, gets absolutely blasted through the air. See you later, and 3 go down for BBR.
Yeah, the rockets are always in the hands of the Chiefs. I don't think the BBR boys have picked it up once. They do have it now, though. There was one rocket already used. Can they use this to their advantage? Benji will grab one. The shots from the Stalker Rifle come out, though, and he'll go down as well. They rotate the ball straight into BBR, but they take him down. Jackal's trying to come in. There's one member left up right in front of him. Jackal will take the fight, and he will take down Praddy's. The ball will be moved back towards Tram. Can BBR hold this setup?
Tram
and if we're looking at the score,
as well.
There's only 7 points the difference. They're holding up much better in this game.
Yep, absolutely. Seems like a lot of improvement is coming from this second round. BBR paying attention to where they're spawning, especially when they have the ball. Jackal juggling the ball to Tram, knowing that he had 2 of his team members spawn there. Braddles unfortunately does go down, and we are seeing the hail of nades start to come out. BBR needs to react off this net set of spawns. Barcode gets taken down by Jackal there. The Sentinel Beam bringing out from Chiefs once again, a play that we've become all too familiar with. Curiously enough, Jackal is going to try and chase him down just to make sure that he can't apply more pressure on his team as Ads holds this ball once again.
Yeah, Barcode takes down Jackal. Pips is going in. He's got Barcode behind him.
What?
He will find Benji. The last players from BBR around the corner. He's going to wait for his shield. They push out towards him. Ads, can he get the kill? This will be big for BBR. He doesn't manage to do it. Barcode gets the kill. The ball's back in the hand of the Chiefs. But look at the score, Bluey. It's tied up. BBR managed to take the lead, and they drop it out quickly. But maybe they can bring it back again.
Yep, tied up. Chiefs do take a minor league. They drop the ball. They get it once again. They're making sure they can secure the slays. I don't think they want to play with petty time here, Hoggy. I think they want to go for all or nothing. They want huge chunks of time to be able to separate this scoreboard enough from the members of BBR, because I think it speaks volumes right now how BBR is playing. Unfortunately, as I said, that did go down 3. But I think the Chiefs are responding very, very well to what BBR is putting down. BBR is certainly giving them a fight right now.
Rockets again for Chiefs. BBR's only going to have one rocket to work with, but Benji puts it to use straight away. Gets the double. He's one shot. He knows the player's pushing him with the nades. Gets himself, Ads picks it up, and they've got the control again. They managed to break the Chiefs setup. Madzi's coming straight in, though, to take out Benji. He will go straight down, and he's already up to the side of Tram. He does back down, though.
We need to see a rotation from BBR here, because we're going to see a full push from Chiefs. Actually, maybe not a full push from Chiefs, but a 3-man push from Chiefs on one side of the map, and Barcode is off on his own, doing his own thing. So BBR need to be smart here and start rotating the ball when necessary. They're getting the kills required. You know, BBR down 2. They did only trade, Chiefs only traded out 1 kill with them. They did make a good little rotation there. They are taking it back into Tram. They're holding good time right now, Hoggy. This is a big improvement from what we saw previously.
Yeah, this is the same game mode that we saw the Chiefs and BBR go up against each other before, and it was down to 2 points the difference in the end. Barcode with a huge double kill. BBR are all down. The scores are tied still. Each team only managing to grab scrap time at the moment. No one's able to hold a true setup. Can the Chiefs finally hold out? The BBR boys are only going to have 1 or 2 chances here, depending how long they get Chiefs to drop the ball for. Praddy's gets a perfect 4-shot. Ads is trying to push in. He knows he's there, but he does manage to get him. Madzi will take down another. They're just back and forth. The ball has been rotated, though, all the way to A.
Yeah, they are rotating at Cafe side. Strong rotation from Cafe side. And then Madzi, he's on his own just providing those cross-map shots. He's giving support to his teammates on those rotations. They know that rockets are about to come up in about 15 seconds, I believe. Madzi gets caught out position a little bit there. Ad's able to grab a hold of this ball right now, but does get taken down immediately from a Hail Mary frag from Prades. Another one in the hands of Barcode, just racking up those kills. Bulldog in hand as well. We're seeing another back Cafe rotation come out. Pips with the rockets too.
Again.
Big shutdowns coming from the Chiefs. This could sum it up all. Now there's only one strong fundamental push from BBR, but they are taking down left, right, and center. Only 3 seconds left to go, Coggy. I think it's safe to say that the 6-peat champions take another one under their belt. 6 in a row, baby. 6 times champions in the ANZ region. That's the Chiefs. That's what we know. That's how they play the game. And that is not the BBR that we saw before, but that was definitely the Chiefs that we're used to seeing.
Absolute freaks of nature here are the Chiefs. Completely untouched throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite right now. 6 tournament victories in a row, ladies and gentlemen. These guys have put a legacy on Halo Infinite, and we're only a couple of months into the bloody game. I can't imagine what these are going to do when we get deeper and deeper into Halo Infinite, lads.
40,
because right
hold
now,
on, Luke. Look, newsflash, 40 and 13 from Barcode. What? How do you let a player get away with 40 and 13, 8k damage on the board from him? What are these numbers? 2 triple kill. I'm done. I'm walking away. I'm done.
I like, what are you even supposed to say about this kid anymore, guys? Like, the fact that we've been looking across today at this Chiefs roster and everybody has been stepping up. You come into a grand final, you look for your superstars to stand up. It's not like the Chiefs were ever in a bad scenario where their backs are against the wall. They did this in 3 maps in a best of 5. Barcode still put up big numbers like that. And I think just looking forward, when these guys get in the zone, when these guys start to think about another tournament championship underneath their belt, they seem to step it up to another level, Hoggy, and I think right now they have certainly transcended. I think this might be the lucky KFC uniform for Barcode, because this man is putting up some dirty numbers for us today.
Yeah, maybe he needs to keep it on permanently from tournament to tournament now, because he stepped up again today in the grand final and in the final game, right, when they needed him, right? Because this was the game where BBR could have easily come back into it. They almost beat them earlier today on this map, but the Chiefs dominating again. They had almost every single rocket that spawned on that map, and that was probably the reason why they took that game down, even though it ended up being kind of close in the second round.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've been looking at this Chiefs roster, and every single time that you get to listen to these guys talk about the game, they have so much love for it. They have so much confidence in each other and themselves as well. The fact that they're able to come into every single one of these series feeling like they know exactly what is going on. And lads, we've gassed him up enough. We've had a look at his stats. So let's bring Barcode in. Let's have a chat to the smiling little killer there from the Chiefs. Barcode, mate, once again.
There it is.
Welcome to the HCS. I'm doing absolutely great. Before we get into this, do you mind just putting my Zinger box, in the fryer before we get out of this? So I can have it when the broadcast is done.
Funny you
All right,
said
sick.
that.
Thank you.
I just finished up my shift. Honestly, it was a bit of a long one. What was I working for? About 5.5 hours. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, absolute long day for you.
Absolutely fried some chickens today. So.
I love it, Barcode. I love it. My first question for you is actually pertaining to your stream. So obviously today you've had probably one of the most insane days on your stream ever. The fact that you've had, over 700 subs gifted to you today. Absolutely gnarly. The fact that you've been able to have a big day like that. How do you keep yourself so calm for today? Like, you were playing a tournament and people are dropping thousands of dollars in your Twitch chat. Like, how do you keep yourself inside the game and inside the tournament for today?
So, dude, first of all, huge shout out to Formal for that juicer raid. Holy moly. That was like 2,000 viewers. Sorry, I'm watching my language here now.
Good man.
And then, oh my god, hang on, I have to have a Deranged Native was his name, and he just comes in here, drops 600 like it's nothing. I'm like, oh my god, like I literally couldn't function properly for a bit. So that was it was hard, like I literally couldn't move my spot, and I was just like, what am I doing on the map? But luckily I wasn't in the comp when that happened. But yeah, dude, seriously, the support lately on my streams and stuff has been insane. And as to how I keep myself calm, as you asked,
I don't know, man. I've been streaming for a long time, and like, you know, you still get the butterflies, but at the end of the day, it's just the self-belief and I just do what I do best, I guess. Just play my game.
Hell yeah.
Barcode, I did want to say before I get to a question about the game, I just want to shout out, we saw you in that first match before against BBR, and you were rocking that fresh cut on the screen, so shout out to that one. You're looking clean today, man. KFC uniform and all. But I did want to ask, recently we've seen a lot of prioritization come out from particularly you with the Sentinel Beam on streets. Can I ask why? Dude, the Sentinel Beam is a microwave, you know, chuck in a... you know, actually, I don't think I can legally say that, but you know. But no, the Sentinel Beam fries, dude. Up close, it's just like a auto gun. It's very powerful. It's very powerful. Not a lot of people are using it, except for like what I've noticed our team. Like dude, this game's meta is just like so based around the maps and like what's actually on them rather than your BR that you start with. And yeah. Just the Sentinel Beams are really good.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about the whole tournament today. There was massive shake-ups, right? You guys had to play BBR early on. We got to see it, and the games were actually so close. Can you tell me why that was? Is it everyone stepping up? What was it? What was it today?
BBR honestly played like pretty amazing today, so props out to them, bro. Like I've been watching the stream. I watched that last series. That last series was amazing. Props to both teams that played in that. It's also good to see some fresh new teams in losers finals, you know, getting that spotlight. Unfortunately, enough for Immunity and DM, that was a very weird, unfortunate situation. What happened, but you know, the silver lining is, you know, these players finally got their like big spotlight on the finals. You know, they get the chance to, you know, finally play on the mainstream a lot more, you know. The first series against BBR, like, we just didn't play, like, well, really. I just have to say, like, we weren't really warmed up. That was our first series because we had our immunity bye. So, but not to take anything away from them, they played great today.
Yeah, I think everybody has certainly stepped up for us today. And Marco, before we let you go for having the spoils of your 6th tournament victory in a row here, my question goes to you and the team as a whole. You know, what's kind of the long-term goals for you guys right now? 6 tournament victories in a row. You've only lost 1 series here throughout HCS. You guys seem basically untouched. Like, what's kind of the next step here for the Chiefs?
Well, we do have some plans in motion, or just that we've been talking about, and obviously the next step is actually getting practice as a squad, actual, you know, international practice. I don't really want to delve into anything or promise too much or like our plans, but definitely international practice is what we're looking up to, you know, next as a squad.
Okay, so it seems like we've got exciting things in the future here for the Chiefs.
Definitely
Thank you once again for providing. I'm excited to see what you guys can do, especially if this is the numbers you guys are dropping domestically. I can't imagine what international tournament's going to be like for you guys in the future as well. So Barco, thank you once again for being not just a wonderful player, but also a wonderful interviewee as well. So congratulations on the 6th tournament victory, Barco.
Thank you guys.
And we're going to see you in the future no matter what.
Of course.
Thanks,
See you guys in the next
Barco.
one, yeah? Have a good night, guys.
Wonderful.
Love you all.
You too. It's always good to be having the man Barcode here on the mainstream. He does just drop knowledge bombs on everybody, and also is extremely humble, Blue. I think that's the biggest part. You know, not only are they reaching out and telling a lot of these teams, hey, they're playing really well, sometimes they do obviously are able to look inside themselves and realize that maybe sometimes they just aren't playing that well themselves, and that's why some of these series are super close. But the Chiefs, I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about the Chiefs team and about Barcode himself. This team has been absolutely untouched for the entirety of Halo Infinite, and I think at this point the teams are starting to get closer to the Chiefs, but they still are just that extra step above Blue.
Oh, yeah. It's tough, Luke, because exactly as you said, we've talked about them ad nauseum. I feel like by this point we've covered every single point, every single bullet point as to what makes them such a great team, what constantly puts them in this #1 position, even though we saw some shakes in the armor today. But it's, again, that consistency overall that is pushing them so far and between all the other teams. And, you know, from my words as a caster, We've talked about Roster Mania a couple of times, but there are so many teams out there that I see performing so well already, even in open bracket. And if you're not just pushing for those positions that you want, they will come. You just need to retain that consistency, talk among yourselves, do things like VOD reviews, try to use your time as best as possible as a 4, because that's going to get you in these higher seeding positions if that's where you want to be. I know so many of the players in the ANZ region are so goal driven. They're hungry, they want this, and they absolutely have the drive to put themselves forward.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're able to just consistently keep putting stuff together and be able to get yourselves, maybe one day might be able to have you here on the Pro Series as well. So lads, let's go and have a recap of today, because it has been an absolute, mind bender of a day that we had today. We started out coming into this broadcast knowing that unfortunately Immunity weren't going to join us here for this Pro Series number 3. So that already put a little bit of a damper on it, the fact that we weren't able to see what these guys can do with an extra week of Halo Infinite practice underneath their belts. But that was all thrown into disarray, Hoggy, because we kind of came into this day with BBR popping off. Cat Fans came into today with some red hot form as well. Divine Mind unfortunately got themselves disqualified as well in the semi-finals. That meant that the Fraggers were able to have a fight there in the winners final. And then when we got into that elimination bracket, the madness didn't stop. BBR was still taking names. 16-20 Kings knocked out the Direwolves, meaning that they had to go through the open qualifier once again. And Cat Fans got themselves another top 4 here in Pro Series. Like, there is so many storylines and so much that happened today, Hoggy. I think it's all too hard for us to try and capture that in a single sentence.
Yeah, massive shake-up is the best way to put today. There was a massive shake-up in the teams in the top 4 due to teams not playing or not being able to play, but that means that next week is just going to be even more insane, because it felt like not only did we have a shake-up in the teams because teams not being able to play, but it felt like the teams that did play also stepped up.
Yeah.
So we've not only got an insane week next week, but everyone sort of stepped up today to create that insane week that is coming next week.
Yeah.
And I feel it. It's going to be good to watch next week.
Yeah, and speaking of next week, you guys at home can also be a part of that. There's an open qualifier that's going to be happening this Sunday, so you guys can jump into that, register up a team, and maybe, who knows, you might be here for the Pro Series. This week has shown that absolutely anything can happen, and there's going to be some big names that are going to be floating around in that open qualifier, Divine Mind as well as Immunity. They're going to have to slog through that in the trenches with everybody else at home, so maybe you might be the team that takes them down, and we have a big storyline to tell here for Pro Series number 4. But it has been a wonderful night for us here, Blue. Before we say goodbye to everybody in Twitch chat and everybody at home, do you have any final words here for week number 3?
Keep playing Halo, sign up to the competitions, keep playing Halo. I don't care what else you're doing, just keep playing Halo. Keep playing Halo. There you go.
All right, keep playing Halo is the final words we're going to get here from Blue, but it has been an insane night for us here on the HCS desk. ANZ seems to be performing week after week, and we've got one more week of these Pro Series to go before we set our sights on the Super. Join us next week here for Pro Series number 4. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.